Chapter 001. Chapter 1, Guild Monster Newcomer. Fiori Kingdom, Fairy Tale Guild. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is the new member of the guild, Chu Yan. He will be the new member of Fairy Tale from now on. Everyone should get along well. The short Makarov stood on the counter and introduced a boy next to him who looked about 11 or 12 years old. The boy had black hair, lavender eyes, and was wearing blue short-sleeved and black shorts. Very quiet. President, I don't know where you got a kid from, now Fairy Tale is almost like a kindergarten. Makoto said immediately when he saw that Makarov had brought back another kid. That's it, that's it. Wakaba echoed on the side. Makarov shouted, shut up. It's not because you guys are useless, so I have to look for talents everywhere. If everyone in Fairy Tale is as useless as you, Fairy Tale will be finished. And to be honest, you are not Chu Yan at all. Opponent. What? President, you said that I am no match for this brat, you said that I am useless, but I would not be happy if you said that I cannot even beat this brat. Ha ha ha. Macau, you have been underestimated. As Macau's old rival, Wakaba did not hesitate to laugh at Macau. Macau. Are you dissatisfied that all the guilds are young people? At this time, a little girl with silver white hair jumped on the table of Wakaba and Makoto, grabbed Makoto's collar and said with a fierce look. Makoto was startled, and quickly gave in and said with a smile. No, no, Myra Jane, you are different from them, you are already a mature girl. Macau. But I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said. A girl with long red hair said calmly while drinking tea. Certainly. Erza, you are different too. Makoto then remembered that there is another person among the little devils who cannot be offended. Macau, that kindergarten refers to us, Macau, it looks like we need a fight. The young man with cherry-colored short hair glared at Macau and cracked his fingers. Count me in. He is just an uncle, he has only lived a few more years, what is there to be proud of? I'm coming too. And I. When Makoto saw that he was about to be beaten by a bunch of goat brats, he was completely frightened. He looked at Makarov with a look of help. Not many of the brats brought back by the president were simple and powerful. None of them are weak, and some of them are stronger than themselves. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. When the adults around him saw this scene, they all laughed at Makoto heartlessly and said, ha ha ha. Makoto has stirred up a hornet's nest. Who made him talk so loudly? I seem to see the miserable posture of Makoto being beaten. Chu Yan, show your strength to these guys and shut them up, otherwise you will be looked down upon. Makarov whispered in Chu Yan's ear. Chu Yan nodded, and others came to watch. Many people in the guild were very curious. The president liked to accept some homeless children into the guild. The matter is almost universally known, and some of these children are really not to be underestimated and have very strong strength. And all the magicians actually want to see novel magic. Is it really okay here? Chu Yan glanced around and said. Makarov seemed to remember something. He was startled and quickly waved his hands and said nervously, no, let's show it outside the guild, and don't release too much power by the way. This is not that remote no man's land. If it is too powerful, I don't know how many people will lose their lives. Others were even more curious, to be treated with such an attitude by the president. It seems that this young man named Chu Yan is good at destructive magic. It seems that the scope of destruction is not small, and it is very dangerous. Otherwise, they would not have told the other party not to show it in the guild. Soon a group of people came outside the guild. Myra Jane folded her arms and said with a haughty attitude, humph. What a poser. No matter what magic you can use, my magic is the strongest magic. And I am also the strongest mage in Fairy Tale. Buzz. Chu Yan's right fist was covered with a spherical transparent white halo. It doesn't look like anything special. The cherry-haired boy said, and everyone else felt the same. The powerful magic was terrifying before it was revealed. The other parties seemed quite ordinary at this level. I don't know why the president was so nervous. Then Chu Yan smashed his fist down. Kaka. There are cracks in the space like glass. It seems that if you apply any more force, the space will be smashed open by this fist. Boom. Ah. Wow. What's wrong? Earthquake. A huge vibration came from under the feet, and the ground began to shake violently. Then many people screamed in fear. They could not stand firmly on the ground and fell to the ground. Crack. A crack appeared on the wall of the guild. It took a while for the vibration to stop. Only then did people dare to stand up slowly. Chapter 002. Chapter 2 Marajana's Challenge. The earthquake is over? Very good. Scared me, very scary. This is my first time to experience an earthquake. I never thought that there would be another earthquake in Magnolia Town. Fortunately, the earthquake came and went quickly, and the vibration level was not too high, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Makarov jumped up and hit Chu Yan on the head and said angrily, "Chu Yan! You little bastard! Didn't I say it's less powerful? Are you going to dismantle the guild?" Chu Yan said with an aggrieved expression, "I used one hand and controlled the power. The cracks in the guild are obviously its own shoddy work. If you have problems, don't blame me at all." The others then realized, how can there be such a coincidence in this world? This boy was just about to demonstrate magic, and an earthquake occurred. Macau asked with a dull look on his face, "President, are you talking about that just now? The earthquake was caused by him." Makarov nodded and said with a serious expression, "Yes, the magic used by Chu Yan is vibration super magic, which can cause earthquakes and tsunamis and other horrific disasters. The earthquake just now was Chu Yan's. The effect caused by magic, this is magic that can destroy the entire world." Others were dumbfounded when they heard what Makarov said. Shock magic is not a particularly rare magic, but it has never been heard of that can cause such an effect. Most of them use a shock wave to hit them. It's just broken rocks. The more powerful ones are to break larger rocks, and the stronger ones can break a mountain at most. If they haven't experienced the magic that can destroy the world, they may be skeptical about it, but thinking about the earthquake they just faced the insignificance of a natural disaster. If this boy really grows up and goes all out, he may really be able to destroy the world. Oh my God! There is such terrible magic in this world. President, you are so awesome. Where on earth did you find such a monster newcomer? As expected of the president. Almost everyone in the guild looked at Chu Yan with a different look. He looked like an ordinary young man, but if he didn't take action, he would shake the world. At a glance, he knew that he was the seed of the guild's S-class magician. No. Maybe he already possesses the strength of an S-class mage. When he heard others praising himself, Makarov said proudly, "Humph. Of course I know people with my sharp eyes, ha 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 ha." Everyone returned to the guild, and a group of goatmen surrounded Makarov. Makarov also told how he picked up Chu Yan. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. The reason was that when I happened to pass by a very remote mountain village, I heard that dozens of large and small earthquakes had occurred here in half a month, causing many people in the village to move away. But the strange thing is that earthquakes never happen at night, so some people stayed and waited for the earthquake to end. In half a month, dozens of earthquakes occurred during the day, but not one occurred at night. It is strange no matter how you think about it. Do earthquakes also have the habit of sleeping? With this question in mind, he looked for the place where the vibration was most obvious. After walking in the deep mountains for a long time, he found Chu Yan and brought him back to the guild. He didn't go into details about the process, but when he first saw Chu Yan, he was completely shocked by the scene around him. The surrounding mountains were densely covered with cracks, the earth was shattered, and the forest trees were almost reduced to pieces. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, anyone would have thought it was a horrific natural disaster. When he saw that all this was just a scene caused by a child practicing magic, he immediately decided to take the child back to his home. Guild. On the one hand, it is to increase the strength of his guild, and on the other hand, it is to prevent this young man's power from being used improperly by some thoughtful people. At that time, the whole world may face a terrible disaster, and someone must correct it. Just guide. After coaxing and deceiving him, he successfully lured Chu Yan into his guild. At that time, he felt in his heart that he was actually the hero who saved the world. Hello. Your name is Chu Yan, right? Come and fight me. I want you to know who is the strongest mage in fairy tale. Myra Jane. While everyone was still immersed in the terrifying power of Chu Yan's super magic, Myra Jane came to Chu Yan and challenged Chu Yan. Mirajana's fiery temper was almost universally known in the guild. She also likes fighting, likes to call herself the strongest, and is the girl who likes to be the eldest sister among all the children. Although it was the first time they met, and Chu Yan was still a newcomer to the guild, the strength he just showed made her immediately feeling that his strongest position was being challenged. He had to suppress the opponent severely. Chu Yan looked at Myra Jane. This girl was completely different from the one shown in the animation. Her clothes were a bit different. He has a strong sense of rebelliousness and looks very brave and fierce. He traveled through time too early. He still likes Myra Jane in another form. Now this one is a type that he cannot handle at all. Oh. Is there going to be a decisive battle for the strongest youth group in the guild? The strongest new boy vs the strongest girl, this battle is very interesting. Come on. Myra Jane. Let this new guy know how awesome you are. When everyone was making noises, Chu Yan slowly raised his hand and said, "That, I never fight with girls. Well, except for one place." Chapter 003. Chapter 3, Integrating into the Guild. Mirajana's eyes widened when she heard Chu Yan's words, "You look down on girls." What she hates most is boys who look down on girls. Obviously none of these men can beat up. Erza also turned her eyes when she heard this, looking at Chu Yan with burning eyes. She actually wanted to fight Chu Yan, but thinking that the other party had just come to the guild after all, it would not be good to fight like this. We waited for a while to talk about it, but Myra Jane got the better of us. Chu Yan quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't look down on girls. I don't control my power very well now." Mirajana's eyes became even more evil. "You mean you are afraid of hurting me? If you can do it, if so, give it a try." "Well, that's part of the reason, but the other reason is that I'm afraid of destroying this town." Chu Yan is not lying. This kind of town near the sea is the easiest to destroy. A tsunami can do it. Not long after he had this power, he couldn't control the intensity of his attacks. Others were also stunned. This young man can really say incredible things casually. Who cares about that? Whole body reception Satan soul. Mirage's body quickly changed into the posture of Satan and flew towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan was startled when he saw it. He blocked his body with two palms, and there was a white spherical halo on his palms. Mirage after his fist touched the white and transparent spherical halo on Chu Yan's palm, his body was immediately shaken and flew backwards, leaving no room for resistance. Boom! A big hole was opened directly in the wall. Not good. Hope nothing happened. Just when Chu Yan was worried about Myra Jane had already flown back, but she looked very embarrassed and her wings were broken. "Elder sister. Sister Myra Jane, are you okay?" The two children came to Myra Jane and asked with concern. "Well, sorry. Are you okay?" "It's all my fault, I didn't act lightly or harshly." Mirage released the transformation state, and she didn't seem to be seriously injured except for being a little embarrassed. "I'm fine." This injury is nothing, but I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. I was careless this time, and I will win next time. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. The look in her eyes looking at Chu Yan has changed a lot. In her eyes, only opponents who can fight with her can be taken into consideration. In the past, there was always only Erza, but now there is another Chu Yan. Suddenly, next time. I want to have another time. How many times have I said this? The use of magic to fight is not allowed in the guild. Magic fighting is not allowed. You can't have a little memory. Makarov roared and his hands grew bigger, grabbing Myra Jane with one hand and Chu Yan with the other. Snort. Although Myra Jane was caught, she knew something was wrong, but she would never admit it verbally. You two, fix the wall. Don't think about eating at night if you don't fix it. After saying that, Makarov threw Chu Yan and Myra Jane out of the hole in the wall. Soon the bricks and cement in the guild basement were taken out, and Chu Yan and Myra Jane began to repair the wall. The guild was still lively and lively, as if a big hole was broken in the wall, just like a hole in the clothes. President? Chu Yan has just come to the guild, and you want him to repair the wall? This is not good. Makayo said to President Makarov while sitting on a chair at the bar. What do you know? Just because he has just arrived, let him understand right and wrong early, and he can integrate into the guild faster. Moreover, it is just a hole now, which is better than the guild being destroyed. When others heard Makarov's words, they thought of Gildarts, who is also a user of super magic. Normally, he could destroy the guild if he is not careful. Now there is a more ruthless one who can destroy him even if he is not careful. The town is destroyed, everyone who uses super magic is a monster. Hello. Wow. You are amazing. He can actually defeat Myra Jane. My name is Natsu Doraniger, and I will be a guildmate from now on. Let me help. The cherry-haired boy came to Chu Yan's side to help. Thanks. Mirage was immediately dissatisfied when she heard Natsu's words. She would not admit that she had failed. Natsu. When did I get defeated? It was just because I didn't understand my opponent's tricks. If I fought normally, I wouldn't have been attacked. Sister, we are also here to help. Hello, my name is Lysina, and this is my brother Elfman. Although you have just arrived, my sister can't help but want to challenge a strong opponent when she sees it. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive me, sister. Lysina said to Chu Yan. She looked so cute and kind that people couldn't bear to refuse. Chu Yan smiled and nodded, and Lysina laughed happily. We're here to help too. I'm coming too. Almost all the children of similar age in the guild came to help and introduced themselves one after another. On the first day Chu Yan came, he knew almost everyone of his own age. Many names and images gradually matched the memories in his mind. After calling the number, Makarov nodded with satisfaction when he saw this scene. All the children helped together, and the big hole was repaired within a few hours. Chu Yan and the boys and girls in the guild also became familiar with each other. They sat together and chatted with each other during dinner. It was very lively. Chu Yan enjoyed it very much. Atmosphere of Chapter 004. Chapter 4 Chu Yan Mode. This will remind him of his life in an orphanage in the past world. Yes, Chu Yan was an orphan in the past. Although he did not have luxury enjoyment or the care of his parents, he was not alone. The real loneliness is after leaving the orphanage to live alone, with no one around. Even though you are living among others, you still feel like you are alone, and your life becomes irregular. He remembered that he seemed to have died suddenly from mental and physical exhaustion. After waking up, he came to this world with a devil fruit in his hand. Why did he think it was a devil fruit and not something else? Because the mysterious lines on the devil fruit were too conspicuous. He suddenly thought that he had traveled to the world of One Piece. He ate the devil fruit in 3 swipes and several big mouthfuls. The taste made him afraid to recall it, for fear of spitting out the last night's meal, but in order to prevent the power despite his flaws, he still ate the entire devil fruit. After eating them all, he soon understood what kind of devil fruit he was eating, the shock fruit, the strongest devil fruit in the Superman system. At that time, he thought that he was the strongest Whitebeard in the future world, and he was suddenly excited. Who is Whitebeard? Anyone who has watched One Piece knows that even if Roger takes away the title of Pirate King, he cannot take away the title of the strongest man in the world from Whitebeard. No matter who is named the best in various worlds, the strongest in the world will always belong to him. Whitebeard is still the strongest in the world even though he needs to hang a bottle to stay alive even when he is over 70 years old. However, after just eating the devil fruit, in line with the low profile of a time traveler, and there are countless strong pirates, he began to practice the use of devil fruit in the deserted mountains. Everyone who has watched the anime knows some of Whitebeard's moves: Kongzhen, Sea Quake, Earthquake. Powerful force does not require too many moves. Powerful means powerful. As long as he continues to develop the power of the devil fruit, he can become even more powerful. Now he can only release the power of the devil fruit with his hands, but in the animation, the power of the Whitebeard fruit can be released everywhere in his body, making people feel he was shot away before he could get close. This is one direction to become stronger, and the other direction is to continuously increase the frequency and amplitude of vibration. So this practice lasted for half a month, and I slightly controlled the power of the earthquake fruit, but was defeated by Makarov come to the door and invite him to join Fairy Tail. It was then that he realized that he was not traveling through the world of One Piece, but the world of Fairy Tail, which had a style similar to One Piece. Of course he was familiar with Fairy Tail. Although he couldn't remember many of the plots due to the early ending, busy work, and the appearance of many new series, he would never forget the name of the anime that had left a touching impression on him. Later I heard that it was continued. Chu Yan, don't think you won. This time it was just an accident. I will definitely defeat you next time. While eating, Myra Jane seemed to be thinking about being knocked away by a blow. Sister Myra Jane, don't think about fighting while eating. Okay. I'm always here for you. Chu Yan said with a smile. Now that he has come to the Fairy Tail Guild, the best way to integrate here is to have a fight. Natsu said excitedly next to him, how can I be missing from the fight? Do you want to start now? Makarov shouted loudly, be honest. You stinky brats. After dinner, go back to bed. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Yes. Really, if you don't pay attention, there will be a fight. If you don't watch, the guild will be broken up by you sooner or later. Chu Yan, come here, this is the coat of arms of Fairy Tail. Where do you want it printed? Makarov said to Chu Yan. Chu Yan thought about it and took off his shirt and said, just print it on the back. I want to be a man who can bear this coat of arms in the future. Makarov's eyes lit up when he heard Chu Yan's words. He showed his neat teeth and said with a smile, kid, you are very ambitious. Then let me see if you can really carry this coat of arms in the future. As he said that, he picked up a big seal and stamped it on Chu Yan's back. In the evening, Chu Yan lived in the boys' dormitory of Fairy Tail. I didn't expect that the time traveled was actually Fairy Tail. Compared with Fairy Tail, for One Piece, the world view is much smaller, but the danger is not low at all. The strongest black dragon, Akunalalaya, should be on the level of the Yonko Kaido. Ziref, at best, is a black dragon. Beard level. If we continue writing, there are already many clues in the past, such as Ziref and the first generation being cursed by the god Angsalam, as well as the possession of the god of time in the 12 shields of the saint, and the lost magic of destroying gods, should there be the age of gods, twilight of the gods, before the age of dragons? That doesn't sound good. It's obvious that I could write hundreds more words on this topic. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, I will start living the life of an adventurer tomorrow. There is no point in thinking about this all the time. After all, I am also the shock fruit of Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world. Soldiers will come to cover up the water and the soil. In this, if the world doesn't have a world's strongest, then you are too useless. Spring goes and autumn comes, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed since Chu Yan traveled to this world. Buzz. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Attention fellow Magnolia residents. Attention residents. Chu Yan is about to arrive. Chu Yan is about to arrive. Residents, please be prepared to evacuate. A cautionary reminder, please do not panic if a vibration occurs. Don't jump off the building. Try to head to open areas. If you are in the house, please hide under the table in the corner. Repeat it again. Residents, please be prepared to evacuate. A cautionary reminder, please do not panic if a vibration occurs. Don't jump off the building. Try to head to open areas. If you are in the house, please hide under the table in the corner. Activate Chu Yan mode. Chapter 005. Chapter 5 Humanoid Natural Disaster. Boom boom boom. Iron corner guards have been installed at the corners of almost every house, which is very helpful in stabilizing the wall. What's more, the entire house has even been made into a shock-absorbing room, and this kind of shock-absorbing house almost the most common in the town of Magnolia. Hello. Clean up all the rubbish on the streets. Nothing can be left. Oh my god. Who threw this banana peel? Clean it up quickly. Do you want our entire town to be destroyed? A group of people looked at a banana peel on the ground as if they saw a nuclear bomb that could destroy the entire town. They quickly dealt with it with great horror. The streets looked cleaner than their homes. Chu Yan, who had just got off the train, saw this. He was speechless and thought, as for this, he is not a terrorist, he just went home. As for being treated like this, it is very sad. 3 years have passed, Chu Yan is already 15 years old, and he is no longer. He looks like a kid, wearing a black trench coat, jet black hair, purple eyes, handsome face, fair skin, he looks very handsome. Squeak. The fairy tale guild door was opened. Everyone in the guild came over. Chu Yan. Welcome back. Chu Yan. Welcome back. Haven't seen you for a long time. Chu Yan. Natsu jumped out and shouted to Chu Yan, who was looking at him excitedly, Chu Yan. Come and fight me. Go away, Natsu. It's not your turn to fight, I'll be the first. Gray kicked Natsu away and came to Chu Yan and said. But as soon as he finished speaking, Myra Jane punched him away. He looked at Chu Yan with an excited and bloodthirsty expression and said, Chu Yan, you are it's made me wait for a long time. I'm thinking of you every day. What? Everyone looked at Myra Jane in surprise. Confession. Is it a confession? It must be a confession, right? As expected of Myra Jane, even her confession is so different. Listen, as shyly said to Myra Jane, Sister, when did you do it? I didn't even know. Sister, if the other party is Chu Yan, I won't object. Because he is a man among men. Elfman said with a blessing expression on his face. Chu Yan touched his nose and said with a reserved expression, Mirage, I didn't expect that you think about me every day. If it's Mirage, it's totally fine. Agreed. Could it be that the strongest couple in the guild was born? Myra Jane read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Then realized what she had just said, her face immediately turned red, and she shouted at the people around her, I think about defeating him every day. What are you thinking about in your minds? And Chu Yan, you bastard. You clearly know that's not what I meant. You bastard. Asshole. Mirage ran out with a red face, and Lysina and Elfman quickly followed. Suddenly, the voice of Guild President Makarov sounded, "Chu Yan. President. You are here. Long time no see, I'm back." Chu Yan happily came over and hugged Makarov, then lifted him up. Bang! Chu Yan was hit on the head by Makarov, jumped back on the counter and said, "You bastard! I am the president, and you are destroying my majestic image." "President, what the hell is that Chu Yan model I just heard? I'm not Gildarts, I feel deep malice." Makarov said, "It's not because of your own fault, you are more dangerous than Gildarts. Gildarts can only destroy a little bit at most, but you destroy everything. How is the 10-year mission?" Chu Yan smiled and said, "I took action, of course it was successful." Hearing Chu Yan's words, people in the guild also started talking. 10-year mission. Success. The next step is to challenge the century-old mission. Amazing. He is indeed the sorcerer known as the humanoid natural disaster. Sure enough, it is not comparable to others. Chu Yan's ears twitched and he looked fiercely in the direction of the sound. "Hey! What bastard gave me this title? I'm going to sue him. This has seriously affected my reputation." The others ignored Chu Yan's dissatisfaction and said cheerfully, "Chu Yan, how can you still have a reputation? Your current reputation may be the worst among magicians." "Yes, that's right, and we didn't give this title. Wherever you go, you will bring disaster. This title is quite vivid." Makarov also smiled when he heard Chu Yan's words. A 10-year mission means that no one has completed a mission for 10 years. This level of mission is not only released in the Fairy Tale Guild, but also in other guilds. There are also guilds. Being able to complete such a task is a reflection of a guild's strength, and it also affects the guild's rating. Now he can show off to the presidents of other guilds and the council. Thinking of this, he felt quite good. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan complained, "But President, can you not let me do the task again? The reward for the task is not enough to compensate. I may be the poorest S-class wizard in history." After Chu Yan traveled to this Sekai successfully passed the S-class mage examination in just 1 year, becoming the second S-class mage in Fairy Tale, the youngest S-class mage, and another S-class mage. The warrior is Gildas. He was also the person in charge of Chu Yan's S-class magician assessment. The two had a battle on an uninhabited desert island. The island was destroyed but there was no winner. The only one who had the honor to watch the battle was President Makarov. Alone, Gildas has been less diligent in doing tasks since then, and everything falls on his head. However, the missions become more and more difficult, because as long as you do the missions, even if you win, the damage caused by the enemy will be counted on your head, making him unable to make ends meet. The most troubling time was when he was going to a certain place to perform a mission. An earthquake occurred while passing by a certain place. The Magic Council actually wanted to blame the loss on him. That time, if it weren't for the President Makarov's obstruction, so, he must destroy the Magic Council. Reading books on May Day is a joy. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 006. Chapter 6 S-Class Assessment. Then the Magic Council began to discredit itself, and all kinds of negative rumors appeared. As expected, sunspots are everywhere in every world. Makarov said, "You bastard! Who told you to take action on your own? Because of your affairs, I have been spat on by those guys in the council. You are pushed back and blocked when asked to do some work. Are you considered a magician of Fairy Tale? Which magician in the guild has not completed more tasks than you?" Chu Yan said, "TCH. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have destroyed the Magic Council long ago. You don't have to look at the faces of those guys, and although the tasks I have completed are not many, they are all high-level tasks." "Nonsense! If the Magic Council disappears, will you take care of the evil done by magicians? Forget it then. I don't like troublesome things. Makarov said with a smile, you brat, you always complain about the mission every time you come back, and you also cry about poverty. There is no one in the guild who lives more luxuriously than you. There is a mission for you next. Stop. Stop. I just came back, and I just came back after completing the 10-year mission. I want to take a good rest for a month. Life is not only about missions, but also about love. I am already so old. It is time to find a girlfriend, get married, and have children. Mission: whoever is willing to do something can do it. Anyway, I won't go out. Bang! As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, Makarov hit him on the head. How old are you, you brat, and you want to get married and have children? It's too early for you. This mission does not require you to travel far. This mission is an assessment for S-class magicians. Everyone in the guild turned their eyes when they heard this. S-class magician assessment. Is it that time this year too? Last year, Laxus became an S-class mage. I wonder who is qualified to participate in the S-class mage assessment this year. Who is it? President, please announce it. Makarov stood on the bar and said after his emotions were almost brewing, I originally planned to announce it tomorrow, but since I caught up today, let me announce it here. After my observations this year, there are 3 people who are qualified to participate in the S-class wizard assessment this year, namely Erza Shu, Carlito, Myra Jane Strauss, and last but not least, Kana Arup Elona. Many people were very upset when they heard that the 3 places were gone. Gray said angrily, I was actually compared to a girl. Damn it. Next time, I will definitely try to qualify for the S-class wizard examination. Natsu also said with great reluctance. Erza and Marajana's eyes met, and sparks seemed to fly between the 2 people. The 2 have been rivals since they were young, and their strength is equally comparable. If it hadn't been for a sudden the monster Chu Yan appeared, and they were the youngest ones in the guild competing with each other. This S-level assessment was just right for the 2 of them to compete against each other. It's Erza and Myra Jane. Kana actually also qualified for the S-level assessment. They are only 15 years old. He is actually qualified to take the S-class mage assessment. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels by the way. Where have all the men in our guild gone? How come the 3 people who took the S-level assessment are all girls? The men in the guild all looked a little embarrassed when they heard this. It's not because these people drink all day long and don't do their tasks seriously, so they are not qualified for the assessment at all. Makarov continued, some of the 3 people are participating for the first time, so I will briefly explain that the assessor can choose a partner from among the guild members, except for S-class magicians. The rules of the assessment will be announced on the same day. And Chu Yan is the final examiner. Both Erza and Myra Jane have their eyes on Chu Yan. Although the 2 are competitors, the person they most want to surpass is Chu Yan, a boy of the same age as them. Chu Yan will be the examiner. Chu Yan was also the examiner during the last Laxus assessment, right? Right. I don't know the outcome that time, but Laxus became an S-class mage. Needless to say, Chu Yan won of course. You must know that Chu Yan became an S-class mage in the guild at the age of 13. The last time Gildas came back, he said that Chu Yan was the strongest mage in the guild. Natsu heard that the examiner this time was Chu Yan. He fisted his fists and said excitedly, Chu Yan? I'm on fire. Erza, I want to be your partner. Natsu, I'm sorry, I choose Gray as my partner this time. Erza refused and Gray showed a proud smile to Natsu. Why? I can't compare to Gray. Natsu asked dumbfounded. Gray's shape magic can adapt to a variety of situations and can provide me with powerful assistance, whether in combat or other aspects. Gray said proudly, Natsu, this opportunity to fight Chu Yan belongs to me. Oh. Are Erza and Grey teaming up? This combination is very strong. Natsu turned his attention to Myra Jane, and heard Elfman say, "Sister, I will definitely help you become an S-class mage this time, sister." "Well, I became an S-class mage earlier than Erza. Myra Jane and Elfman have been working together for a long time and are very competitive." Kana. Natsu put his last hope on Kana. Kana said hesitantly, "It's okay if you don't mind that I'm weak." Kana was very surprised that she became the backup, but her competitors were Erza and Myra Jane, so she had no confidence at all. "Very good. Do not worry. I will do my best to help you become an S-class mage. I'm on fire." Kana and Natsu are not weak in overall strength. It seems that the competition for S-class wizards will be very fierce this time. Chu Yan said to Makarov in a low voice with an unhappy face, "Old man, you are really good at summoning people. Since the last time you gave Laxus an assessment, you haven't even said a word to me until now. Every time we meet, he stares at me with eyes that make him want to eat me. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 007. Chapter 7 Survival Game. He didn't talk to you much to begin with. As for why he was glaring at you, why did you beat him so badly during the assessment?" Makarov remembered that the last time Laxus took the S-level assessment, he confidently challenged Chu Yan, or maybe he didn't take Chu Yan seriously at all. As a result, Laxus had almost no power to resist. Chu Yan gave him a hard lesson. Chu Yan said dissatisfiedly, "Hey. It was obviously you who asked me to teach him a lesson, severely dampen his spirit, and let him know that there is a world outside the world and there are people outside the world, so why should he rely on me now?" Makarov immediately pretended to be confused and said, "Is there any? I don't remember." This person's memory is hard to use when he gets old. "You are the only S-class magician in the guild now. If you don't come, why don't I, old man? I want a month's vacation after this is over. Make a deal." Makarov stretched out his hand and shook Chu Yan's face, as if he had reached some shady deal. On the day of the assessment, everyone who participated in the assessment took a boat to a remote uninhabited island. This is Makarov's. The decision was made after seeing the duel between Chu Yan and Gildas. Whenever Chu Yan takes action, he must stay as far away from people as possible. Vomit. Natsu lay on the side of the boat and kept vomiting, looking exhausted. "Are you okay, Natsu?" Happy said to Natsu. "How unseemly. As a wizard, I feel seasick." "Kana, you chose the wrong partner." Grey took this opportunity to mock Natsu unceremoniously. Chu Yan said, "Dragon Slayer Mage has no idea about transportation, and he doesn't understand what the principle is." On the ship, Makarov began to explain the rules of this S-level assessment. "This assessment is very simple, it is a survival game." Survival game? Many people looked at Makarov with confusion, including Chu Yan, because Makarov never told him what the rules of this assessment were. "Correct. It is a survival game. Now you have 1 hour to go to the island. Within this hour, you can set traps or attack each other to eliminate others. After an hour, Chu Yan will land on the island and start fighting. You are eliminated. You can choose to hide or fight. As long as you don't leave the island, you are free to make any choice. The last one to fall will become the guild's new S-class mage." Grey looked at Makarov and said, "President, you seem to have missed one thing, which is to defeat Chu Yan." Erza and Myra Jane also looked at Makarov. They all had this intention in their hearts. After hearing Grey's words, Makarov showed his teeth and smiled indifferently. "If you can do it, if so, all three can be promoted to become the guild's new S-class magicians." Real. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard Makarov's words. There were 3 S-class magicians at once. There are only 3 S-class magicians in the guild now. Prepare, start. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. I go first. Ice make floor. Gray created an ice surface on the sea and immediately slid towards the island. Dress up black feather armor. A golden light bloomed from Erza's body, and soon the light disappeared. Erza was wearing a black armor, with a pair of devil-like wings on her back. The wings flapped and soared into the sky towards the direction of Gray's advance. Don't even think about running away, Erza. Receive the soul of Satan. Mirage quickly received the soul of Satan, transformed into the form of Satan, and flew towards the island. Sister, wait for me. Elfman jumped into the water from the boat and swam hard in the direction of Myra Jane. Natsu and Kana fell behind. After a few people left, the 4 people on the boat started playing cards. Chu Yan was right. Makarov said, President, your rules are too unfair to me. Doesn't this clearly tell them to join forces to deal with me? Yes. It may not be impossible to decide the winner in 1 hour, but if you fight with all your strength, you will lose a lot of magic power by then. If Chu Yan lands, he will be in a passive state, and he will not be able to harm anyone. Advantages, but if you join forces, you have to be careful whether you will be attacked by your opponent. The president actually created a problem for everyone. Lebby thought for a moment and said. She came here to watch the battle. By the way, she could use word magic to heal the injured person urgently. Sister Myra Jane has always regarded Erza as her rival, so joining forces is unlikely. Lisana was worried that her sister and brother would also follow. Habibi flew in midair and said, Natsu has always regarded Gray and Erza as rivals. Makarov laughed and said, oh ha ha ha. Would that be fun? Faced with a powerful enemy, whether to join forces or fight alone, or whether to avoid or betray, what makes an S-class magician powerful is not just strength, but also a strong mind. However, President, aren't you afraid that Erza and the others will join forces to really defeat Chu Yan? Lebby asked curiously. Brat, what do you say? Chu Yan said with a distressed look on his face, I'm thinking about how to defeat them in the gentlest way. Brat, you are so confident. To be honest, I would rather see you capsize in the gutter. While playing cards and chatting, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. There was no movement on the island. It was obvious that the people who came to the island did not fight, and I don't know whether they were united or fighting separately. When the time comes, it doesn't look like there's a fight. It's obviously easier for them to decide the winner among themselves. In that case, let me say hello first. Chu Yan stood up as he spoke, walked to the bow of the ship, squatted down, crossed his forearms in front of him, made fists with both hands, and his fists were covered with a pale white spherical halo. If you have watched One Piece, you will know this. This is Whitebeard's posture when he launched the sea earthquake when facing the Navy headquarters. Chapter 008. Chapter 8 Sea Earthquake. President. What is Chu Yan doing? Lebby asked. Chu Yan almost never showed her magic in the guild. It was the only one explicitly prohibited by the president. She had only heard of super magic that seemed to be very powerful, but she had never seen it. Ma. Karloff shook his head and said, well, I don't know very well, but it doesn't look like he's doing anything good. I have a bad feeling. Lisana said while hugging Hubby. AI. Hubby also agreed with Lisana's statement. At this time, Chu Yan was heard saying to himself, well, at this level, no one should be killed. After saying that, Chu Yan quickly spread his arms and punched the air on both sides with his 2 fists. Go! Click, click, click. There was a sound like a broken mirror in the air, and huge cracks appeared in the air around the 2 fists. That is. Has the space been shattered? It was the first time for Lebby, Lisana and Habi to see Chu Yan actually take action, shattering the space with his fist. This visual experience was really shocking. Then something happened that shocked several people even more. As soon as I saw it, I saw huge waves hundreds of meters high rising on both sides of the island in front, rushing towards the island. At this moment, everyone on the island felt even more deeply, because the entire island under their feet was violently shaking. Shake! Oh my God, what is that? Everyone looked dumbfounded at the monstrous tsunami rising on both sides of the island. Tsunami? How could there be such a terrifying tsunami? Kana was stunned. Kana, why are you still in a daze? Hide underground. Natsu seemed to be mentally prepared for this. When he saw the tsunami, he immediately used flames to create a big hole in the ground. Kana heard Natsu's cry and immediately jumped in and used magic cards to set up defenses. Dress up black feather armor. Whole body reception Satan soul. Erza grabbed Grey, Myra Jane carried Elfman, and quickly flew into the sky before the tsunami came. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Boom. A terrifying tsunami fell on the island. Water is the source of life. Normally, you won't feel much pain if you are splashed with water. But when a large amount of water gathers together, it has the power to destroy the world and destroy the earth. Everything in front of it will be destroyed, the animals on the island will be submerged, the trees will be broken and then uprooted, the rocks will be flattened, everything on the island will be destroyed by this impact. The tsunami comes and goes quickly. A post-disaster scene like the end of the world appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the tragic situation of the island, Grey said in shock, "Is this why Chu Yan is called a humanoid natural disaster?" Just seeing this scene made people involuntarily tremble and fear in their hearts. Erza said with a serious face, "Yes, this is Chu Yan's ultimate destructive super magic. As long as he is willing, he can even use it just now. It can shake this island to its knees. To be honest, even with the combined strength of the six of us, we may not be his opponent, but there is still a glimmer of hope, but if we fight alone, we have no chance at all." Sister Myra Jane. "It's definitely better for me to join forces to deal with Chu Yan." Myra Jane's face looked ugly. "Damn it, this bastard kept his hand while fighting me." Poof. Natsu and Kana also managed to get out from under the ground. They were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. Chu Yan scratched his head and said with a smile, "Ah. Haha. It seems that I am a little stronger." "It's not a little big, it's too big." Several people on the boat complained to Chu Yan together. "That, there is a very serious problem. Can you send me to the island? I can't swim." Bang! Everyone on the ship fell down on the deck. This change in style was too great. Just with a wave of his hand, he created a huge tsunami that destroyed the world. "In the blink of an eye, you told me that you can't swim. What a joke." Chu Yan ate the zhen fruit. He really tried it with a sense of luck. After all, the world is different. Maybe the weakness of the devil fruit ability is gone. Unfortunately, the conclusion is that the weakness is the weakness of the devil fruit ability user. Weaknesses are also perfectly inherited. Of course, Chu Yan doesn't particularly care. After all, the sea cannot limit his strength when he reaches a certain level, but sometimes, such as now, it is more embarrassing. In the end, Habi flew to the island with Chu Yan. "Habi, thank you. Hey, just in time, there is a big tuna here for you." Because the tsunami just now also brought a lot of fish to the island. After the tide receded, there were also a lot of fish left on the island. The most conspicuous one was a big tuna. After seeing it, Habi's eyes lit up and he drooled and said, "Tuna. Super expensive fish. I have never eaten such expensive fish. Chu Yan, you are so good." Habi happily grabbed the tuna and flew back to the boat. "President, sister, they have no problem." Lisana was originally a little worried about Chu Yan, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye Chu Yan could go from a harmless young man to a super boss who could destroy the world. That guy has sense, hey, perhaps. Makarov looked at the island that was almost destroyed by Chu Yan's move, and he didn't feel confident enough to speak. Have you all come? Chu Yan looked not far ahead. The figures of 6 people appeared. The originally lush island was wiped out by Chu Yan. Many scenery became clear at a glance, and there was nothing too big to hide. The meaning, and Chu Yan's move just now made them understand what the gap is. This is not an opponent that can be dealt with alone. Chapter 009. Chapter 9 Powerful Strength. Erza said loudly, Mirage, Kana, now we have no chance to decide the outcome. There are not many choices for us now. One is to choose each other. To fight, it depends on luck, who can stand in the end. The other is to join forces to defeat Chu Yan. The president said that as long as we defeat him, all 3 of us can be promoted to become S-class magicians. This is unlikely, but there may not be a chance to fight, no. Chu Yan is about to attack. A white ball-shaped halo appeared on Chu Yan's right fist again, and he punched in the direction of several people. Click, click, click. The air breaks. Boom boom boom. An invisible wave leveled on the ground near several people. Suddenly there seemed to be a terrifying explosion on the ground, and broken pieces of soil splashed around. Wah-ya! Several people screamed, and just the impact of the aftermath caused several people to fly away and suffer some minor injuries. Makarov saw this scene and cursed, this brat. Erza and the others are. Girl, can't you be gentler? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find a girlfriend? Then a white spherical halo appeared on Chu Yan's left fist, and he hit the hill in the distance. Click, click, click. The air bursts. Boom. The hill in the distance was shattered by Chu Yan's punch. The gravel fell on the island like fireworks, covering the entire island with indiscriminate attacks. Several people on the boat were so frightened that their mouths opened. President. Is this really appropriate? Habi complained very inappropriately. The description of humanoid natural disaster is absolutely correct. Lebi and Lysina clasped their fingers in fear. Makarov was also speechless. It was obvious that Chu Yan was showing mercy, but even if he was showing mercy, what he did was too exaggerated. Doesn't it mean gentle solution? This is what is called gentleness. Ice make ice shield. Gray used modeling magic with both hands, and a shield made of ice appeared in front of him to block the attacks of falling gravel. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu's hands burned with flames, constantly crushing the gravel in front of him. Beast's wrist black bear. Elfman's right hand turned into a black bear's arm, constantly swatting away or breaking the falling rocks that hit him. Dress up heavenly wheel armor. Erza's body turned into armor made of steel, with wings made of steel on her back, and dozens of flying swords floating around her. The sword of chaos in family relationships. There was someone defending behind her. Erza took this opportunity to launch an attack on Chu Yan. Dozens of swords turned into streaks of light and quickly flew towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan waved his fist to his side. Click, click, click. The dozens of swords used by Erza were shattered in the air before they touched Chu Yan, and then turned into magical light and disappeared. The impact also fell on Erza. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Click, click, click. Boom. With a sound, Erza's armor suddenly shattered, revealing her body under the armor. Chu Yan couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his nosebleed almost came out. I really like Mashima Hiro's style of painting. 10 Having such a body at the age of 5 is simply a crime. Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice sounded, "Where are you looking, you bastard?" Super Flash. Mirage on the other side condensed dark energy cannons with her hands and fired them in the direction of Chu Yan. Chu Yan's fist smashed behind him. Click, click, Click. The air shattered, and an invisible shock wave struck Myra Jane. Boom boom boom. All the dark energy emitted by Myra Jane exploded in the air. Ah! Myra Jane was also attacked by this shock, and she screamed and fell from the air. Chu Yan's face changed slightly. Not good. A serious move. The power of the Zhen fruit is really too powerful. Although he has controlled this power in the past few years, he doesn't know much about the defense capabilities of others. Elder sister. The wrist of the beast Iron Bull. Elfman took this opportunity to approach Chu Yan, and his right arm turned into a steel arm and struck Chu Yan. Chu Yan took advantage of the situation and punched Elfman. Wah-ya! Elfman screamed and flew backwards. Ice Make Lancer. A large number of ice spears shot at Chu Yan. Chu Yan punched again, air fragmentation. Boom! The ice spears were all broken, and the broken ice blocks returned at a faster speed with the shock wave. Dress up King Kong armor. Erza suddenly appeared in front of Grey, put on a set of full defense armor, folded her arms in front of her to form a huge shield, gritted her teeth and blocked Chu Yan's attack, ice cubes and shock. Let her body continue to move backwards. The roar of the fire dragon. A dazzling flame magic circle appeared in front of Natsu's mouth, and he made fists with both hands in front of his mouth. Call. A blazing firestorm that destroyed everything, attacked Chu Yan. Temperance of Fools. Kana shot a card at Chu Yan, and then the card turned into smoke in mid-air. As long as the smoke is inhaled, people will fall into drowsiness. Boom! Whether it was the roar of the fire dragon or Kana's magic smoke, they were all easily shattered by Chu Yan. Because Natsu and Kana had seen Chu Yan's attack just now, they quickly dodged when the magic was rebounded. Kana looked at Chu Yan with dull eyes and said, "Is this true? The attacks of so many of us made the other party unable to move even one step. Is this the strength of Fairy Tale Guild's strongest S-class mage? Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 010. Chapter 10 went a little too far. Don't resist forcefully, rely on mobility. Although I don't want to join forces with Erza, the most important thing is to defeat this bastard Chu Yan first. Myra Jane said. Chu Yan said helplessly, "Hey! Is it really okay for you to discuss tactics like this in front of me? I'm just here to complete the task, so don't hate me so much." It feels like the BGM to defeat the boss is going to sound. In fact, my mobility is not bad either. Watching the animation, Whitebeard almost stood there motionless. In fact, the real reason is very simple. His body no longer allows him to exercise vigorously. Even walking a few steps is a problem, so he can only watch the three generals of the navy jumping up and down in front of him, and the other party had hostages in hand. They had no choice but to die helplessly. Seeing this scene, everyone regretted not that Whitebeard died, but thought of how powerful Whitebeard would have been if he were young. And Chu Yan now very close to the Whitebeard of his youth. Chu Yan stepped forward, boom. There was a sudden explosion on the ground, and Chu Yan's body appeared in front of Elfman. This was the power of vibration. The effects of force are mutual. Vibration can destroy everything, and the same vibration can also cause force to act on oneself. In order to achieve the purpose of high-speed movement, Chu Yan felt that this was faster than the shaving in the 6th Marine style, but it was not a small burden on his body. The more powerful the body, the greater the force it can withstand. But he doesn't like to use it very much. The reason is very simple. A little more strength will cause earthquakes and cause disasters. This is also one of the main reasons why he has the title of Humanoid Natural Disaster, so he only uses this kind of moves in relatively remote places. Use it, or use it if necessary. Before Elfman, who had just been knocked away by Chu Yan, had time to react, he was punched directly in the abdomen. Wow! You have worked very hard, so have a good sleep first. Elfman. Mirage felt anxious when she saw her brother being knocked down. Boom! There was a wave of fluctuation in the air, which hit Myra Jane. Myra Jane flew backwards and disappeared without a trace. The second. So fast. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. None of them expected that Chu Yan would defeat Elfman and Myra Jane in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a roar, Chu Yan appeared next to Naz again. Naz was shocked. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Chu Yan also took advantage of the situation and punched Naz. Wah-ya! Natsu covered his arms and screamed, flying backwards. The third. Boom! Gray, get out of the way! Erza shouted at Gray. Before Gray could use his modeling magic, Chu Yan kicked him in the abdomen. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and his belly covered. The fourth. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels. Kana collapsed on the ground and said, "No way. We are no match for him." Natsu, who was lying on the ground, shouted to Kana with difficulty, "Don't give up. Kana. Your current opponent is not only Chu Yan, but also Erza and Myra Jane. You must persist until the end no matter what, and it's not time to give up yet." Erza said loudly, "That's right. We still have hope of winning. No matter how strong Chu Yan is, he is only one person, and although his attacks are powerful, his body is not much different from ours. As long as we cooperate well, we can attack his body. We launch attacks in all directions at the same time." A figure also flew over in the sky, and Myra Jane, who had just been knocked away by Chu Yan, also flew back. Too little strength? There is nothing we can do about it. After all, we are all companions of the same guild. It is better to have less power than to be seriously injured. Suddenly, ice make ice prison. An ice prison suddenly appeared around Chu Yan's body, trapping Chu Yan. It turned out to be Gray, who had just been knocked down by Chu Yan. He fell to the ground and also used modeling magic with difficulty. "Quick! I can't trap him. Attack quickly! Soul Exterminator!" A strong black magic energy shock wave appeared from Mirajana's hand and shot towards Chu Yan quickly. Zhao Lei's fate. Kana threw the card in her hand into the sky, and suddenly a small dark cloud appeared above Chu Yan, and then tears fell from the sky. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu breathed out high-temperature flames from his mouth again. Dress up Thunder Emperor's armor. Thunder Emperor's spear. A blue thunderbolt shot out from the Thunder Emperor's spear in Erza's hand. Attacks hit Chu Yan's position from all directions, covering almost all parts of Chu Yan's body. Faced with this attack, Chu Yan smiled. Shaking his head, he squatted slightly and said, "Buzz." There is a white transparent ball-shaped halo on the two fists. "Drink!" Chu Yan shouted, then quickly opened his arms and punched the sides of his body. Click, click, click. There were cracks in the air. All the attacks that were about to fall on Chu Yan stopped around Chu Yan's body as if they were still, and then faint spherical white halos seemed to emerge from Chu Yan's body, spreading continuously towards the surroundings. Boom boom boom. Wah-ya! Everything around Chu Yan's body was shaken away. Even the ground under his feet was shattered. The island was shaking violently, as if it had encountered a magnitude 10 earthquake. The seawater around the island was also spreading outwards, forming a small tsunami shook the boat outside the island violently, and Lebby and Lysina screamed in fright. When everything calmed down, a huge pit appeared in the center of the island. In the center of the pit the person standing was Chu Yan, and there was an unconscious Gray at his feet. Several other people were scattered in the distance. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan scratched his head with a headache and said, "Ah. It seems like it's gone a bit too far. Reading books on May Day will be great." Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 011. Chapter 11, The New S-Class Mage. It's gone too far. Although they were not around, Makarov and Habi on the boat made complaints. Chu Yan quickly came to check on a few people and found that several people had fainted from the shock. In fact, he did not suffer much damage. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He had tried his best to hold on. However, the power of the Zhen fruit was really too strong. It was a devil fruit that was born to stand at a very high starting point. Eating it will give you powerful power. This type of devil fruit, such as the 3 admirals of the Navy, is not like Luffy's rubber fruit, which has a low starting point. Suddenly, bang! A gap suddenly opened on the ground, and Erza's figure appeared. Most of the armor on her body had been shattered. At the critical moment, Erza used magic to quickly put on the King Kong armor with the strongest defense, and resisted Chu Yan's attack. Erza. Chu Yan quickly came to Erza's side and supported Erza. Sorry, I didn't do it lightly or harshly. Were there any injuries? Erza shook her head and said with a wry smile, It's okay, you have always been merciful, but we are attacking with all our strength. We should be the ones saying sorry. Although I knew that my strength was quite different from yours, I didn't expect the gap. It's so big. Chu Yan said with a serious look, I can't lose the title of the strongest fairy tale guild. Also, congratulations, Erza, you have become Fairy Tale's new S-Class Mage. Erza was stunned for a moment, then looked not far away and found that all the people participating in the S-level assessment had fainted except for her. According to the rules stated by President Makarov, she had indeed become an S-Class Mage. She longed to become an S-Class Mage, but she never expected that she would succeed in this way. Suddenly, the angry voice of President Makarov sounded, Chu Yan. You brat! See what you've done! Stop! Old man, although this island is terribly damaged, the injuries to a few people are not serious. They just fainted from the shock and will wake up after a while. Makarov then realized that everyone except Erza had just fainted, and the injuries they suffered were actually not as serious as a fight. Obviously, this was because Chu Yan's ability to control shock magic had improved a lot, compared to there has been great progress since last year. Then this is too exaggerated. The island will be destroyed by you. Well, maybe he has some bad habits. When he sees Mr. Deo, he inexplicably wants to destroy it. Suddenly, Erza raised her head and looked at Makarov after hesitating for a moment and said, President. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Makarov. I know what you want to say, but don't think that you relied on luck to pass the S-Class Magician exam. Although luck is also a part of strength, don't thinking that only by defeating Chu Yan can one pass the test, then there may never be a new S-Class Magician in the guild. The main reason for arranging S-Class Wizards as examiners is to let newcomers know that becoming an S-Class Wizard is not the end. S-Class Wizards are just a starting point. There is a broader world beyond this, and more. A strong mage, he urges himself to keep moving forward in order to be able to shoulder the title of S-Class Mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov himself is also the most optimistic about Erza. Erza is strong enough to become an S-Class Mage, and she can also look at problems calmly. Myra Jane is strong enough but her temper is too violent and needs to be tempered. Kana has great potential, but her strength is not enough. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Erza heard what President Makarov said and no longer struggled. I know, President. Chu Yan whispered in Erza's ear, okay, don't worry anymore. The test for Laxus to become an S-Class Mage was much worse than yours, but don't spread the word. Soon, Chu Yan and the others brought all the unconscious ones back to the boat and headed towards the guild. Halfway through, several people woke up one after another, knowing that they would eventually become S-class magicians. It was Erza. Although they were all very sorry, they all expressed congratulations to Erza. Then they gathered around Chu Yan and asked questions. The shock that Chu Yan brought to several people was really too great. In the guild, when Chu Yan doesn't use magic to fight in the guild, he often loses more than he wins. When he fights with magic, he is completely different. Having such a powerful person in the guild really makes people feel at ease. Chu Yan really feels confident in his heart. He also breathed a sigh of relief. He likes his companions in the guild and the lively atmosphere in the guild. It would be best if there is no estrangement because of this. As for Laxus, his self-esteem is too strong. There is nothing Chu Yan can do about that kind of problem child. Came back. The president and the others are back. Before the boat arrived at the shore, everyone in the guild had already gathered. President. Who has become an S-class mage? Erza, it must be Erza. Myra Jane, it must be Myra Jane. Not necessarily Kana. No one will pass. Makarov announced when everyone gradually became quiet. This time, the person who passed the S-class magician assessment is Erza Skyokareto. Oh. It's Erza after all. Congratulations. Erza. As expected of Erza, she became an S-class mage at the age of only 15. If not for the monster Chu Yan, Erza would have been the youngest S-class mage in Fairy Tale. Chu Yan said, "Hey, asshole. Why did I hear someone take advantage of the chaos and call me a monster? Stand up and challenge." Makarov continued, "To celebrate the birth of the new S-class mage, there is a banquet." Oh. Everyone shouted excitedly, and then rushed towards the guild in a hurry. Chapter 012. Chapter 12 Powerful Reasons. Soon the banquet started. The guild was very lively with singing and dancing, and many people used magic to perform. It was very happy. In terms of performance, Chu Yan's power of shaking fruit was nothing. After using it, Natsu might as well breathe fire, perform an earthquake, and some people would want to see it. Just when Chu Yan was drinking and eating meat and happily watching the guild's performance, he suddenly felt someone sitting down next to him. When he turned around, he saw Myra Jane glaring at him with a vicious look. Chu Yan sweated profusely and said with a smile, "That, Mirage." The person who failed the S-level assessment was kicked off by him. Although he tried his best to be fair and impartial, the strength of his attacks on several people was not much different. Although Erza's offensive power is also good, she still prefers defense. Mirajana's demon transformation has explosive attack power and average defense power. Unfortunately, the attack power of several people is of no use in front of Chu Yan. Zhen fruit perfectly explains what it means that the strongest attack is the best defense. With such a small gap, Erza finally passed the S-class mage exam. Myra Jane just sat next to Chu Yan and said nothing. If Chu Yan was usually very happy, now she felt guilty no matter how she moved. She could only use one of the most powerful escape techniques, urine escape. Var. Bang. Before Chu Yan could get up, another person sat down on the other side. It was Erza, the protagonist of today's banquet. These two girls in the guild were the ones Chu Yan couldn't deal with the most. They both had very strong personalities. Erza sitting down, Myra Jane and Erza's eyes seemed to spark in the middle, and this spark was right in front of Chu Yan's face. "Erza, don't be complacent. You win this time. I will be promoted to an S-class mage next year. And Chu Yan, are my attacks more powerful than Erza's?" Myra Jane looked at Chu Yan with a smile, and then Chu Yan felt a small hand on her waist. The threat was very obvious, and she was telling Chu Yan that it was up to you. "Well, I'm curious too." Elsa looked uncomfortable and was eating delicious cakes with both hands on the table. However, Chu Yan felt that his toes were obviously stepped on. How to answer, saying that Myra Jane was powerful, his toes suffered, and that Erza was more strong, his own waist. Even if it is strong, there is a half chance that everything will suffer, and the other half chance that everything will be fine. Just when Chu Yan was in trouble, suddenly, a person fell from the sky and smashed the table. Ah! My cake! Erza, who was still strong, suddenly became tearful. What fell from the sky was Wakaba. Wakaba stood up and shouted angrily at Makeo, "Makeo, you bastard, how dare you throw me?" Then he rushed up and fought with Makeo. Then all the guilds started to fight inexplicably, and the good banquet inexplicably turned into a fight among all members. Early the next morning, Natsu, who had regained his energy, came to the guild excitedly and shouted, "Where's Chu Yan? Chu Yan! Don't hide! Come and fight me!" Makarov's big hand fell from the sky and captured Naz. I slapped it on the ground. KO. Hubby complained unceremoniously. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. It's so noisy. You little brat. President. Has Chu Yan not come to the guild yet? Natsu asked, and the ears of Erza, Myra Jane, and Gray also moved. Several people came to the guild early and did not see Chu Yan. Makarov sighed and said, "Chu Yan went out. Going out again. Didn't he tell the president that he wanted a month's vacation?" 1 month, 1 month of continuous fighting with Chu Yan, just thinking about it makes me ignite. Habi said, "I think Natsu will lose for a month." Where did he go? Makarov said, "I don't know either, but I know he went to practice. This is not the first time. He often appears in the guild. I can't blame you for not noticing that he disappears for a while after each mission is completed." Then he went back to the guild to see if there were any suitable tasks. It seemed like he was slacking off, but after 3 years, he spent at least half of his time practicing, rain or shine. What? How can it be? Several people were very shocked when they heard this. They never imagined that Chu Yan could actually squeeze out such a long time to practice while working. Makarov opened his eyes and said, "Otherwise you would think that he is so powerful. How did you get here? Do you drink in the guild all day long?" Because his magic is extremely destructive super magic, he can only practice it in the most remote places. I remember when I first met Chu Yan, that little devil, he had already practiced for half of his life in the dangerous forest. Moon. I forced him to do the task because I wanted him to relax, but I didn't expect that he could easily complete the 10-year task. He is really an incredible guy. This time when he fights you, maybe he hasn't even finished his warm-up exercises. Every time he comes back, this little bastard is getting stronger. He is getting stronger now, and he may become the strongest magician in the world in the future. Haven't you finished your warm-up exercises yet? The world's strongest magician. Hearing these words from Makarov's mouth, people couldn't help but feel trembling. They were obviously the same age, but while they were still competing for the strongest magician in the fairy tale guild, Chu Yan was already running around the world. The strongest went. A few of them suddenly felt like they had been left far behind. For these highly competitive people, this undoubtedly felt like a slap in the face from reality, the coldest reality. Why is Chu Yan so strong? His talent is better than yours, and he works 10 times harder than you. If you don't lose, there is no justice in this world. Boom! Natsu smashed the table into pieces with one punch. "Chu Yan, you bastard!" Natsu yelled and ran out. Big discount on reading books during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 013. Chapter 13 Practice, 1. Natsu. Happy quickly ran out after Natsu. Makarov yelled at Natsu's back, "You little bastard! If you want to leave, just leave and smash some table. The table is free. Write it down in the account and deduct it from his mission next time." President, I also want to take a month's leave. Erza came to the guild leader Makarov and said, although the guild wizards have a lot of freedom, they are still an organization and have corresponding regulations. Guild wizards must report when doing tasks or traveling. After all, being a magician is a dangerous job, and accidents are normal. If it takes too long, the guild will send people to rescue them, so as not to worry others. Erza? Erza said with a serious look, although Chu Yan's incident is a stimulus to me, the assessment also made me feel that I am not strong enough. I used to think that I was working hard, but now I find that I am slacking off. I am convinced that I lost. No matter which aspect, I admit defeat, but I will not admit defeat. When I get stronger I will challenge him again. Forward, all right. Seeing Erza's determined look, Makarov had no choice but to agree. President, we also have to go out and practice for a while. Miraj also came to Makarov to ask for leave. After saying that, he turned around and left with his brother Elfman and sister Lysina without paying attention to whether President Makarov agreed. Gray said, President, I need to go out for a walk and come back in a month. You obviously agreed to fail the class together, but you secretly stayed up late to study. It's unforgivable. This time, 6 people beat 1 person. Although there was no close cooperation between them, the defeat was so complete that it was a big blow to several people, but after Makarov's words, several people suddenly realized why Chu Yan was so strong. He should be strong. Makarov closed his eyes and had a speechless expression on his face. He suddenly felt what it meant to suffer for one's own fault. Even though it was just when I go out to practice, I feel as if the guild is about to be disbanded, and there are suddenly a few taskmasters missing. It seems that the guild tasks are going to be accumulated again. President! Makarov shouted to Makarov. Makarov glared and said, why do you want to go out to practice for a while? No, I just want to ask the president if he wants to drink together. Makarov said with a drunken smile. Angry, then Makarov's hand instantly grew bigger and grabbed Makarov, then threw him out of the gate and yelled, get to work, you idiot! The kingdom of Fiori is a remote mountainous old forest. It is inaccessible and overgrown with weeds. Many terrifying monsters live here. This is a paradise for monsters. The law of the jungle is the only law of survival here. There are endless dangers. In various magic guides on the Mark of the Warriors Guild, this place is also listed as a restricted area for life. Synonymous with terror, no one would come here unless absolutely necessary. Today, a handsome young man of about 15 years old stepped into this place and exclaimed sincerely, the environment here is really good. It was Chu Yan who was out practicing, and in this world full of magic elements the danger of monsters in this world is much higher than in the previous world. There are places where humans gather to live, and there are naturally places where monsters gather to live. The so-called restricted areas of life, except for some with harsh environments, are mostly gathering places for such monsters. However, Chu Yan has already destroyed 4 such forbidden areas of life. Of course, he did not destroy them intentionally. He just accidentally destroyed them during the cultivation process. He would not take the initiative to destroy them. After all, they were a very good place for cultivation. Every place is destroyed, one is missing, and you have to walk a long way to find the next place of practice. Suddenly, a huge monster that was more than 10 meters tall and looked a bit like a Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Chu Yan. It opened its mouth and excitedly opened its legs and ran towards Chu Yan. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Click, click, click. The trees along the way were all broken. Do not bother me. A white halo appeared on Chu Yan's fist, and he smashed it towards his side. Click, click, click. The space is like a mirror with cracks. Boom boom boom. A terrifying vibration came from Chu Yan's fist, shattering all the trees and boulders wherever it passed, and forcibly opened a passage in the dense and tall forest, and finally hit the top of the mountain in the distance. Boom! The top of the mountain collapsed directly, and only half of the mountain was left. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stared at this scene with wide eyes, and its jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Leave far away." "Hi. Sorry to bother you." The Tyrannosaurus-like monster turned around and ran away, leaving Chu Yan with a confused look on his face. Holy shit! He can even speak. Then he shook his head. There are many talking monsters in the magical world, and Happy is also a cat that can always talk. You should also pay attention to the environment when choosing a place to practice. There are mountains, water, and woods here, and there is abundant food. It is very good. In the place of practice, throw your luggage aside. Let's start warming up. Chu Yan started to do simple warm-up exercises, then gathered strength all over his body and stepped on the ground. Boom! A big hole appeared on the ground, and Chu Yan's body quickly rushed into the air. Bang bang bang! Chu Yan kept stepping on the air, and his body rushed higher and higher. After reaching a certain height, Chu Yan began to punch or kick his legs continuously, and his knees and elbows continued to emit light white air pressure shields. Boom boom boom! When Chu Yan used his abilities wantonly, the monsters in the life zone suffered. Although only a small part of Chu Yan's attack landed on the ground, it was almost a disaster for the monsters. They all screamed and ran away. It's like the end of the world. Chu Yan, who had vented randomly, finally felt comfortable. He opened his hands and lay down from the sky, falling like a free fall. When he was about to fall to the ground, buzz! A pale white transparent halo spreads. Boom! The ground shattered, and Chu Yan's body quickly stopped in mid-air, turned over lightly in mid-air, and then stood firmly on the ground. Cool! Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 014. It would be better to explain clearly in Chapter 14. He is not an old man like Whitebeard. Even moving is a burden on his body. When he is young and active, his body is full of strength and he needs to vent occasionally. It feels good to constantly become stronger, and becoming a devil fruit user naturally has a goal, which is to awaken devil fruit users can achieve higher levels of abilities through continuous development of the fruit. He carefully recalled that the abilities used by Whitebeard and Blackbeard after they obtained the shock fruit did not seem to have much difference except for their power. This was normal. After all, Blackbeard had just obtained the shock fruit at that time. During the battle on top, Whitebeard did not show any moves to awaken the shock fruit. There was no direction, which also left Chu Yan with no clue about how to develop the devil fruit to awakening, and he could only realize it slowly by himself. However, different types of devil fruits will have different effects when awakened. The animal type has amazing recovery power. Even if it is half dead, it can stand up again after a while. The Superman type can affect things other than itself, and the shock fruit type can have an impact on things other than itself. It is the strongest superhuman devil fruit. Chu Yan sat cross-legged on a big stone, thinking constantly in his mind, and his body continued to send out weak vibrations. In Chu Yan's eyes, the vibrations were not just simple waves, but also points, lines, and face has its own form, the size of its power, and its range are all controllable, and this kind of control is the direction of his current practice. There is also sound. Sound is actually a form of vibration, and sound is actually a form of attack. Boom! The ground shook violently, and many birds, animals, and monsters in the forest panicked again. Ah! That's a lot of strength. Come again. Boom! Come again. After the ability training was almost complete, Chu Yan began to exercise his body. As the old saying goes, the body is the capital of revolution. Chu Yan deeply agreed with this. After searching carefully, he actually collected it in Fairy Tales library. Yes, it is a secret book, not a magic book. Only 1/10 of the people in this world have a magic source in their body that can release magic. Some people have created some secret books for physical exercise in order to compete with the magicians. But the results throughout his life are only better than the above, and only those mercenaries and magicians who need close combat will practice. Moreover, using the devil fruit ability requires high physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness, the more durable the combat effectiveness. After all, some enemies cannot be defeated with one blow. As for magic, Chu Yan himself is not sure whether he belongs to the 1/10 or the 9/10. After he woke up and ate the zhen fruit, he was shocked. The power of the zhen fruit settled in his body. The power of the zhen fruit was very overbearing. Even if he was lucky enough to belong to the 1/10, his magic source did not know whether it was shattered or suppressed. Anyway, he can't learn any magic. He doesn't have to think about such beautiful things as the magic of his left hand and the vibration of his right hand. The good thing is that he can put all his thoughts on the opening of the fruit. In a remote abandoned city in the kingdom of Fiori, a young man who looked to be 18 or 19 years old was walking on the street. He had black hair, a handsome face, purple eyes, and was wearing a black windbreaker with the words "The symbol of the fairy tale guild is Chu Yan, who traveled to the fairy tale world." Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Although there are not many such abandoned cities in the kingdom of Fiori, there are still many. Most of them were caused by monster invasion or some other reasons that caused major damage. Reconstruction would be better than relocation. Most of the people in the city left, and the rest of the city was abandoned. Some of the remaining people were reluctant to leave, and some felt that it was profitable, because such a city was almost in anarchy, and the whole city seemed chaotic. There were only 2 or 3 people walking on the street, and only some gangsters. Why are you called a gangster? You can understand it just by looking at the various metal rings on their noses, ears, and lips. In addition, the expressions on these people's faces make it seem like they want to have the words "I am a bad guy" written on their faces. Hello, may I ask, the Dark Guild Phoenix Guild should be in this city. Chu Yan came to a few gangsters and asked. That's right. Who are you, kid? These little gangsters were also stunned. They were originally thinking about whether to take action, but the other party came to their door themselves. Me? I am a good person. Hearing what Chu Yan said, several people burst into laughter. A good person? Ha 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 ha. Since you are a good person, please help us. Brothers are short of money now, so hand over all the money you have. A few gangsters surrounded Chu Yan openly on the street and asked the Dark Guild. They should be here to issue tasks. They must have money, maybe a lot of money. Chu Yan asked. Unmoved, is this a robbery? Boy, some things don't need to be explained so clearly. A few people said with a ferocious smile. But Chu Yan said with a serious face, no, some things are better explained clearly. That's right. We are just robbing. Chu Yan smiled and said, oh. If you had told me earlier, I would be relieved. Hello. Brat, are you stupid? Hand over the money quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us brothers for being rude. It's very normal for people to die in this city. A few gangsters quickly drew out their daggers. Bang bang bang. Wah-ya. The bodies of several people seemed to be hit by some impact, and they all screamed and flew backwards. What happened? The few gangsters who fell on the ground looked confused. Okay, if you don't want to put your life in danger, take out all the valuable things you have on you now. You know, it is quite normal for a few people to die in this city. Chapter 015. Chapter 15, Direction of Awakening. Several people were dumbfounded. Seeing how ignorant a few people were, Chu Yan frowned and lightly stamped his feet on the ground. Boom! With a sound, a big hole appeared on the ground. Hi! We'll give you the money right now. A few gangsters immediately pooled their money together and gave it all to Chu Yan. Seeing that the total amount in their hands was less than 5000 J, Chu Yan didn't mind it and just put it in his pocket. That, can we go? A few people looked at Chu Yan cautiously and asked. After walking too much at night, they finally saw a ghost. They originally thought that the mission client was not a magician, but it turned out that the other party seemed to be a very strong magician. Chu Yan, he casually pointed to the person who was talking the most nonsense just now. You lead me, I'm going to the Phoenix Dark Guild. Yes, brother. The location of the Dark Guild is very hidden. If it weren't for the locals to lead the way, he would really have to look for it for a long time. Brother, that's the Dark Guild, Phoenix Guild. The man who led Chu Yan pointed forward and said. Forward, are you sure you didn't come to the wrong place? Chu Yan looked at the relatively well-preserved building in the city center and asked, aren't Dark Guilds very hidden? Yes, I am sure this is the place. It used to be the office of government officials. Now that everyone has evacuated, it has been occupied by the Dark Guild Phoenix and became the new guild hall. Okay, you can leave. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he walked over there. Stop, who are you? No outsiders are allowed here. As soon as Chu Yan arrived at the door, two people in charge of guards stepped forward to stop Chu Yan. Bang! A shockwave suddenly appeared and knocked the two people away. Then Chu Yan clenched his fist and said, buzz. The white spherical transparent halo condensed on the fist, and he took the posture of knocking on the door, and knocked lightly. Kaka. Boom boom. The door of the Phoenix Guild was shattered directly, and a big hole was opened in the opposite wall. Wah-ah. Ah. Who? He actually came to the Phoenix Guild to cause trouble. Tired of living? Chu Yan put his hands in his trouser pockets and kept walking towards the inside. After Chu Yan walked into the guild, he said lightly, Phoenix Guild? We Fairy Tale Guild members were under your care the past few days, right? Fairy Tale, oh? Are you saying that those weak guys have no ability but want to protect people and prevent us from completing the mission? It's just breaking their hands and feet, not killing them. It's not bad. A man in his 40s who looked like the leader of the guild said, his tone seemed like he was out of kindness and letting a few people go. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Boy, you actually dare to come to your door. Are you seeking death? Boss. This kid looks familiar. Ah. It's him. The strongest S-class mage in Fairy Tale, Humanoid Natural Disaster Chu Yan, has a bounty of 350 million J on the black market. What? Everyone was shocked and took a step back in fear. The name of the person in the shadow of the tree. Although Chu Yan is relatively low-key, his reputation as a humanoid natural disaster is still very big. Do not be afraid. The name of the magician of the regular guild of humanized natural disaster has been blown out. If you kill him, you can get 350 million J. Most of the people in the Dark Guild have cruel personalities and dare to take on any task for money. Thinking that Chu Yan's head is worth 350 million J, there is murderous intent in his eyes. Do it. Phoenix Fire. Ice Storm. Flamingos. Everyone who surrounded Chu Yan began to use magic to attack Chu Yan. Chu Yan shook his head and said, as expected, they are all incorrigible guys. Today, your guild will be expelled. Chu Yan's eyes condensed, and a pale white transparent air pressure cover instantly spread out from his body, killing these people. All the magic used was bounced away and fell on themselves, and then their bodies were blown away. Boom! The Phoenix Guild's clubhouse collapsed directly. Wow! Woohoo! Immediately after Chu Yan stepped down, whoa, the body appeared in mid-air, and then began to fall head first. The wrist of his right hand began to accumulate strength, buzz. A more obvious air pressure cover lit up on his fist, and he hit hard downwards. Click. Click. The space in front of the fist continued to fragment, and dense cracks appeared. What's this? The president of the Phoenix Guild still has some strength. Although he was injured by Chu Yan's blow, he still remained conscious. Then huge pressure fell from the sky. No. Boom. With the Phoenix Guild as the center, the ground within a radius of 200 meters began to shatter, and the entire city began to shake violently, scaring many people who stayed in the city to scream. When the earthquake calmed down, only the original a deep pit dozens of meters deep appeared on the ground of the guild hall. If you can still survive like this, so what if I spare your life? After saying that, he turned and left. When he was finishing his training this time, he received a message from Guild President Makarov. Someone broke the hands and feet of Fairy Tale Guild members. Guild President Makarov was very angry. What about Chu Yan? No, after so many years in the guild, every member of the guild is regarded as a family member by him. If he dares to hurt his family, he must be prepared to be wiped out. He will rush to the guild immediately after receiving the news from the president. Come here. Has it been half a year? It took a long time to come out this time. Fortunately, I have gained a lot. I can rest for a long time after returning. Normally, he was planning to practice for a month, but when the practice was about to end, he suddenly had an enlightenment, and then he practiced for a full half a year. He didn't come out of seclusion until recently. Unexpectedly, he listened to it as soon as he came out of seclusion. When this happened, his mood became bad, and he felt better after getting rid of the other party. This is the 7th year since he traveled to this world. Thinking of the 7 years of hard training, Chu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Finally, I have found the solution. It's not easy to reach the point of awakening the fruit ability. Chapter 016. Chapter 16 Lucy. If he didn't know about the devil fruit's ability and how dangerous the enemies he might face in the future, Chu Yan might not be so diligent about awakening, but after knowing it, there is always a sense of urgency in his heart. And I always feel as if those with devil fruit abilities are no different than useless unless they reach the level of awakening. It was long after Chu Yan left that some people in the city dared to show up, such as the few gangsters who wanted to rob Chu Yan just now. Looking at the huge pit, several people were very scared. Only then did they realize what a stupid thing they had just done, robbing the monster. It's easier to rob a country than to rob it. If the other party is more cruel, the fate of yourself and others may not be better than that of the people in this dark guild. Be a good person from now on. Chu Yan, who left, didn't know that he had inadvertently saved a few lost teenagers from returning to the right path. If he knew it, he wouldn't care too much, because he was returning home now. The abandoned city. On the road, a man came to the big pit where Chu Yan was sinking. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak when he saw the terrifying destructive power. Okay. Such terrifying destructive power. Who actually destroyed the Dark Guild? The Phoenix is destroyed. Suddenly, he saw the back of Chu Yan leaving. He was shocked and his face changed. That back it's him. Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Mage, Humanoid Natural Disaster Chu Yan, disappeared for more than half a year, and that man is back. This matter needs to be reported to the council immediately. Chu Yan of Haruhian Town was walking on the street when suddenly there was a loud noise in front of him, so he walked over to take a look and saw a group of girls surrounding a man in his 30s asking for an autograph. Chasing Stars Clan? I thought there was something exciting to watch. I was bored and wasted a few seconds. Suddenly, Chu Yan heard a familiar voice, Ignil. Ignil. Then he saw the cherry-haired boy got into Ranjun sheep. Where is Ignil? Habi complained, if you think about it carefully, there can't be a fire dragon in the city. Ah! Why didn't I think of that? Natsu? Hubby. Naz and Habi were shocked when they heard this voice, and turned their eyes to Chu Yan. The moment they saw Chu Yan, their faces suddenly showed expressions of surprise. Chu Yan. Habi spread his wings and quickly rushed towards Chu Yan's arms, crying with tears in his eyes, "Chu Yan! I miss you so much. I especially miss the tuna you gave me. I have never eaten such expensive fish since then. Let's go catch fish now." Chu Yan smiled and touched Habib and said, "I will take you to catch fish after I return to the guild." AI. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Chu Yan. Natsu was very excited when he saw Chu Yan. If Erza is the eldest sister among their generation, then Chu Yan is the eldest brother and takes great care of his younger brothers and sisters. "I haven't seen you for over half a year. Natsu, you have grown taller." Chu Yan gently punched Naz on the chest. You disappeared silently for half a year, I thought you would never come back." Suddenly, several annoying voices sounded. "Hey! You two are so rude. Ignore it." "Yes. This is the great wizard Fire Dragon. Apologize. Apologize quickly. Now is the time to meet again after a long absence." When Chu Yan was in a good mood, he heard these people chattering. Chu Yan frowned and uttered one word, "Get out." Almost as soon as Chu Yan uttered this word, buzz. There was a vibration in the air, and the ground trembled slightly. Crack. The glass of the windows of the surrounding buildings cracked, and then bah! Bah! They all shattered and fell to the ground. Wah-ah! Ah! What's wrong? What happened? All these girls were so frightened that they screamed. The middle-aged man immediately comforted him with a hypocritical smile. It's okay, everyone, please be patient. It's just a small earthquake. If you are scared, in order to give everyone don't worry, I will hold a party on the ship tonight, everyone come and join us." After saying that, purple flames rose from his feet, and he stood on the flames and flew towards the port. So gentle. As expected of Lord Fire Dragon. He is a gentleman. Right. Just different from some people. Chu Yan frowned again, and these girls were so frightened that they immediately turned around and ran away. Just now, Chu Yan uttered a word and an earthquake occurred. Although it was said to be a coincidence, they were still inexplicably afraid of Chu Yan. Natsu looked at Chu Yan excitedly and said, "Chu Yan. So powerful. You have become stronger again. Come and duel with me." Others didn't know what happened to being in the same guild and having been with Chu Yan for so long. It was unclear, but the shock just now was caused by Chu Yan, and just uttering a word made people feel trembling all over. Hubby, without realizing that he was Natsu's cat, complained, "Natsu, you will lose miserably. It doesn't matter. At least I want you to see the results of my hard work over the years. Goo 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 goo." As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu's stomach made a growling sound. This sound seemed to be contagious. Habi and Chu Yan's stomachs also made a sound. "Let's go eat first." Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded, "Well, if you don't mind, I'll treat you to dinner." Chu Yan and Naz turned around and saw a beautiful girl with blonde hair standing not far away. Chapter 017. Chapter 17, The reputation of the guild cannot be discredited. The girl has golden hair, a blue hairband on the right side, a white top with blue trim, a blue pleated skirt, an AA whip, fair skin, a good figure, a pretty face, a beautiful girl who looks very eye-catching. Being invited to dinner by a girl, Chu Yan and Naz had no reason to refuse, and they could also save money on a meal. Soon the three of them came to a restaurant, ordered a lot of food, and started eating and drinking. "Thank you for what you just said." Chu Yan and Naz had question marks on their faces. The man named Fire Dragon used a kind of magic called charm, which is a kind of magic that attracts people's hearts to the caster. It was banned for sale several years ago. He actually used that kind of magic to attract girls. It's really weird. Damn people, I was freed from that magic because of you. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lucy. Don't look at me like this. I'm actually a magician, although I haven't joined the guild yet. You don't know about guilds? The so-called guild is an organization that gathers magicians. If magicians don't work in a guild, they can't be considered independent. Also, there are many guilds in the world, but joining a popular guild will definitely be very strict. The guild I want to join has gathered many amazing magicians. Ah, what should I do? I want to join, but it must be very strict. Ah. I'm sorry, you don't know about the mage world, but I definitely want to join that guild. Natsu and Chu Yan both looked at the girl speechlessly, and Habi complained, "You can really speak." Chu Yan and Naz both nodded in agreement. Ah. I'm leaving first. I paid for the meal. You can eat slowly. Natsu and Happy suddenly became tearful and said, "You are such a good person. Don't be like this, it's embarrassing, I'm leaving." This is the first time Chu Yan has seen a girl who can talk to herself like this. Wait, Lucy, this name is very familiar. Lucy? Is it that Lucy? Chu Yan blinked quickly, and just traveled to he still remembered some plots when he was in this world. After spending 7 years in this world, it would be an insult to his IQ to remember the plot in detail. How could he remember it with his IQ? But Lucy Chu Yan, the heroine who specializes in complaining and selling meat, still remembers it very clearly. But there are still differences between animation and real people, and why would Chu Yan care about the plot? The awakening of fruit abilities is what he has been thinking about, and I have long forgotten it. I only remember that Lucy seemed to have encountered some trouble and then entered fairy tale. Chu Yan, where have you been for more than half a year? Why is there no news at all? I went to practice in the Abyss of Death. I originally planned to come back early, but unexpectedly I got a feeling, and I have been practicing until now. The Abyss of Death. Isn't that a forbidden place for life? Natsu and Habi's eyes widened. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Chu Yan smiled and said, "It's okay. The environment there is good, there are many monsters to practice with you, and food is delivered to your door when you are hungry. Apart from being a little lonely, everything else is pretty good." Habi said, "He is indeed a practicing madman. Natsu is totally inferior. So you have made great progress? Just imagining it makes people's blood boil. I'm all on fire. After returning to the guild, you must have a good showdown with me." Natsu looked at Chu Yan excitedly. "Chu Yan, the president has explicitly banned the use of magic in combat in Magnolia." Natsu grabbed his hair and said, "Ah, correct. I've all forgotten about this. If a magician is not allowed to use magic, what kind of magician is he? It's not that exaggerated. I can now use magic to control the corresponding power. I only dealt with you to make the visual effect exaggerated. In fact, I can defeat you without so many extra moves. AI. Chu Yan is really good at hitting people." Natsu was not too depressed. He clenched his fist and said, "I was defeated and I was convinced. But I have become stronger now. It's not that easy to defeat me again. The girl named Lucy just now may have encountered some trouble." Naz and Habi looked at Chu Yan with the eyes of a magic stick. Habi covered his mouth with a cat paw and said in an ambiguous tone, "Chu Yan, when did you learn the magic of divination? Do you think that girl is pretty? In fact, you want to?" Chu Yan grabbed Habi and violently ravaged her several times until Habi begged for mercy. Don't she want to join the Wizards Guild? Let's help her as repayment of this kindness. Just as Chu Yan and Naz continued to eat, a conversation between 3 girls suddenly came from next to them. "Hello. Have you heard about it? The Wizard of Fairy Tale, Lord Charmander, is having a party on the boat tonight. Is he that super famous wizard? I heard about it. So envious. I really want to go too." Chu Yan and Natsu both frowned when they heard this. Chu Yan asked Natsu, is there anyone called Fire Dragon in fairy tale? I have never heard of a guy like that. I must have an impression of such an arrogant name, but I have never seen that guy before. Habi said, hey. That's a fake. The air suddenly became silent, and Chu Yan and Naz's expressions darkened. Using other people's guild names to do bad things and smearing the guild's reputation is a taboo among magicians. For such a guy, anyone the guild will not tolerate it. Chu Yan said, it seems that we need to go and meet with this Lord Fire Dragon. The reputation of the guild cannot be tarnished by anyone. Chapter 018. Chapter 18 Paying the Price. After Chu Yan and Naz finished eating, they came to the seaside. There was a ship sailing toward the distance on the sea. Looks like the ship has already set off. Boat? Ugh. No. Just seeing it makes me want to vomit. When Naz saw the ship, he had the urge to vomit. Habi said, Chu Yan, let me take you to fly there. Well, it's not that troublesome. Although with his current strength, the sea water does not have much restrictions on him. As long as he does not fall into the sea, there will generally be no problems. However, sea water is what restrains those with devil fruit abilities after all. Can he not touch it? Bump. Chu Yan clenched his fist with his right hand, buzz. A white and transparent halo appeared on the fist, and Natsu and Habi's eyes lit up, and they said excitedly, is it coming? How long have we not seen it before? Every time they saw Chu Yan making a move, they would be surprised. People's emotions are surging, and a simple move can cause earth-shattering destruction and shatter the space. It is simply the coolest visual experience for people who yearn for power. After charging up, Chu Yan punched the air next to him. Click, click, click. A crack appeared in the space, and the crack was still spreading. At this time on the ship, Lucy had just seen through the other party's sleeping magic, and regretted that she was like this because she longed for fairy tale. When the two sides officially broke up, the ship suddenly began to shake violently, and everyone in the cabin lost their balance and fell to the deck. What's wrong? What happened? Wah-ya! Lord Fire Dragon! Oh no! It's a tsunami! A huge tsunami is coming! What nonsense are you talking about? How could it be here? Before the man could finish his words, he saw the waves in the distance that were tens of meters high and were rapidly surging towards this side. He was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. On the coast, looking at the rising tsunami, Natsu said excitedly, it's coming! It's coming! AI! Snapped! The waves hit the boat directly, and the boat rode the waves quickly towards the shore. Boom boom boom! The ship was washed ashore, but fell on the shore. The huge waves continued to hit the port, causing a lot of damage. Seeing the destroyed port, Chu Yan felt that the mission funds he had worked so hard to earn were burning. Happy, Natsu, don't ever say I did this. I feel like I can't hide it. After the boat capsized, the women who were under the sleeping spell woke up and ran away screaming. Lucy also took advantage of this moment to escape. Seeing Chu Yan and Natsu on the shore, she said in surprise, it's you, why are you here? Talk to you later. Get that woman back quickly. A few fierce people jumped out of the boat and ran towards Lucy. Lucy's expression changed, and then she saw Chu Yan opened his mouth and shouted, get out! Wah-ya! Aha! These people all screamed and flew backwards as if they had received some powerful impact. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Lucy's eyes widened. What happened? Just shouting one word had such great power. The man who called himself Fire Dragon saw Chu Yan and Naz asked with serious faces, who are you? Oh, Natsu pulled off his coat, revealing the fairy tale crest on his shoulder. I am the wizard Natsu of fairy tale, and I have never seen you before. Oh no, Mr. Pola, the other party is the real wizard of fairy tale. Happy said, Paula. It turns out to be Paula from the Red Sky, a guy who was expelled by the Giant's Nose from the Magisters Guild a few years ago. They are human traffickers, and he plans to traffic all the women on the ship to Bosco. Human trafficker? Chu Yan and Naz's expressions darkened together. Liars are just that. Human traffickers are the worst in any world. Are you mentally prepared to pay the price for smearing fairy tale against adult traffickers? Boom boom boom. The earth suddenly began to shake violently, and cracks appeared on the ground. Lucy screamed, "Wow! What's wrong? How could it be a tsunami and an earthquake? How could such horrific natural disasters happen so coincidentally and continuously?" Habby explained, "Of course it's not a coincidence, it's all because of Chu Yan. Mr. Pola, I recognize it. It's him. It's him. It's him. No matter where you go, there are terrible natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. The black-haired guy is fairy tale's super powerful magician who is known as the Humanoid natural disaster. And that man with cherry-colored hair and a scarf like dragon scales is absolutely right, he is a real fire dragon." Pola shouted with an ugly face, "No matter what the natural disaster or fire dragon is, if they dare to ruin my good deeds, Mr. Pola, all of them must die. Kill them. It turns out that you are pretending to be my name to deceive people, Chu Yan, leave this guy to me." Natsu rushed towards Pola. Others also rushed towards Chu Yan with weapons. "Danger!" Lucy shouted to Chu Yan after seeing it. Habby took out the fish in his backpack and ate it calmly and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, those guys can't be hurt even if there are 1,000 times more people. Chu Yan is the strongest mage in fairy tale." Buzz. With the power of the Zhen fruit activated, Chu Yan's fist glowed with white light, and then he struck forward with force. Click, click, click. Lucy, who saw Chu Yan using his abilities for the first time, immediately shouted in shock, "Space!" The space is shattered. Boom. Wow. Ah. A huge crack appeared on the ground, and all these human traffickers were knocked away by a terrifying impact. The huge sailing ship holding a party not far away was also blasted to pieces. Lucy was stunned and said, "One blow. Killed so many people with one blow. Is this the wizard from fairy tale?" Chapter 019. Chapter 19 Returning to the Guild. After seeing it, Pola said angrily, "My ship. Damn brat. Red flame vortex." A purple-red flame attacked Natsu. Boom. Natsu was hit head-on by the flames. Natsu. Boo-hoo-hoo. The flames began to disappear, and all entered Natsu's mouth. "It tastes bad. This is the first time I have eaten such unpalatable flames. Are you practicing fire magic properly? Are you still a fire mage? Eat the flames." Hateful. Showers of red flames. The flames fell towards Natsu like raindrops, but Natsu avoided them all. The roar of the fire dragon. Call. A blazing high-temperature firestorm erupted from Natsu's mouth. Boom boom. The flames passed by Pola and destroyed the building in the distance. Pola's face changed slightly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His own magic had no effect on this kid, and he could feel the other party's fire magic. Achievements above one's own, damn you brats. I will let you go this time. The next time I see you, it will be your death. The flames at Pola's feet carried her body quickly and flew away into the distance. Asshole! Don't run if you have the guts. Natsu shouted loudly from below. At this time, Chu Yan's faint voice rang in the sky of the whole town and said, "I offended fairy tale and want to run away. How can there be such a beautiful thing in the world?" Buzz. The pale white halo lit up again on the fist. A white ball of air pressure emitted from Chu Yan's fist and flew quickly towards Pola, who was escaping in the air. Pola also noticed the movement behind her and turned around to see that the white ball of light had already arrived in front of her eyes. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in a short time. Ah 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 ah. Boom boom boom. The ground began to shake violently, and cracks appeared on the floors and walls of the entire town. Lucy looked at the dilapidated scene in front of her in stunned silence and said, This is going too far. AI. Suddenly, the sound of neat footsteps and shouts came from the distance. Quick! Arrest all the magicians who are fighting privately on the shore. It's the army. The expressions of Naz and Chu Yan both changed. Both of them are very indifferent to the army. It doesn't matter whether you fight or not. It will be very troublesome if they are caught. Oops! Another heavy move. Run! After saying that, he was the first to run away, grabbing Lucy and running away. Natsu also quickly followed, as if he had quite a lot of experience in escaping. Happy spread his wings and flew beside him and said, Chu Yan, I think there's no point in running away, everyone knows you did it. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. As long as you don't get caught on the spot and refuse to admit it, that's fine. This is the experience Chu Yan has learned over the years, that is, he refuses to admit his mistakes. Chu Yan is indeed very strong. You must have a showdown with me when you go back. Lucy asked, Why should I run along? Don't you want to join Fairy Tale? Then come together. The Magic Council Era is an organization established in the Kingdom of Fiori to integrate and manage magicians. It is responsible for supervising various magician guilds and punishing guilds that violate the rules. At the top are 10 members of the Magic Council. They are all magicians with high magic power and prestige. Those idiots from Fairy Tale got into trouble again, this time almost destroying half the town. It was probably that guy Chu Yan who did it, and only that guy could do this level of destruction. He didn't appear for half a year, but once he appeared, he caused huge damage to the town. Such a dangerous person should not be allowed to become a magician. Are you going to stop him? No one replied. 5 years ago, there was a magic council that angered Chu Yan. As a result, almost half of the magic council was destroyed without doing anything to Chu Yan. In the end, if Makarov hadn't come forward, the magic council with the headquarters of the association may be completely destroyed by the other party. Recalling the terrifying earthquake, several old people in the magic council felt helpless. The name natural disaster is indeed well deserved. You must know that Chu Yan was only a 14-year-old boy at that time. No one knows how powerful he is after so long. Fairy Tale is a double-edged sword. It has bad aspects and good aspects. According to the informant report, the Dark Guild Phoenix was destroyed by Chu Yan not long ago. What? Many people in the council don't know what happened. The Dark Guild Phoenix is a big or small thing, but it has been a relatively active Dark Guild in recent years. The president is very cunning, which makes the Magic Council also not easy to handle. There are many Dark Guilds destroyed by Chu Yan over the years. This time he also saved many ignorant girls who were abducted and trafficked. Anyway, the damage was under control, no innocent people died, just leave it alone. After getting off the train from the train station, Chu Yan took a deep breath and said, Magnolia, I haven't been back for a long time. I feel a little homesick. Suddenly, the siren sounded. In Magnolia. Sounded in the sky, buzz. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Lucy, who came here for the first time, was startled when she heard the alarm. What's wrong? What's wrong? Attention fellow Magnolia residents. Attention residents. Chu Yan is about to arrive. Chu Yan is about to arrive. Residents, please be prepared to evacuate. A cautionary reminder, please do not panic if a vibration occurs. Don't jump off the building. Try to head to open areas. If you are in the house, please hide under the table in the corner. Repeat it again. Residents, please be prepared to evacuate. A cautionary reminder, please do not panic if a vibration occurs. Don't jump off the building. Try to head to open areas. If you are in the house, please hide under the table in the corner. Activate Chu Yan mode. Chapter 020. Chapter 20 Girls' Thoughts. Watching the town in front of me start to move with great fanfare. Chu Yan mode? What is Chu Yan model? Lucy looked confused. Chu Yan didn't look good. He just lamented that he was timid in his hometown, but it turned out that this hometown welcomed him like this, and he completely regarded himself as a terrorist entering the city. Habi explained with a smile. In the past, Chu Yan always caused earthquakes when he used magic, so the entire town of Magnolia was transformed into a shock-absorbing house that could handle earthquakes. Chu Yan said dissatisfied, that was all in the past. Okay, I haven't caused an earthquake in Magnolia for a long time. But I know you will always worry when you come back, otherwise you won't be able to sleep well at night. Is Chu Yan such a dangerous person? Why is it rarely mentioned in reports? Lucy is very curious. She often pays attention to the Magus Daily Weekly. There are no reports promoting Chu Yan. Compared to Natsu and others, there are many reports. Of course, there are many negative reports. AI. Chu Yan was blacklisted by the Magic Council. Because Chu Yan almost destroyed the Magic Council, there were almost no reports about Chu Yan in the newspapers, but Chu Yan was special among the Magisters Guild. He is very famous among the upper echelons of the Magisters Guild. Hubby. You know so many secrets. Natsu kicked the door open and shouted, I'm back. Oh. It's Chu Yan who's back. It's been more than half a year. You are finally back. Welcome back, Chu Yan. Oh. I haven't seen Chu Yan for a while. Everyone in the guild came over to greet Chu Yan, and Chu Yan responded one by one. The new members would also come closer to take a look at this legendary magician from fairy tale, and pay their respects to this legendary magician. After all, after joining, they would discuss who is the strongest magician in Fairy Tale Guild. The name that was heard most often from the elders of the guild was Chu Yan. Is Chu Yan so popular in the guild? Lucy asked Habi in a low voice. Ah. Chu Yan is like an idol in the guild. Idol? Lucy thought of those singing and dancing idols, they were completely different. He didn't show up for half a year, but when he showed up, he destroyed half of the town of Haruhian. He was truly worthy of Chu Yan. Every time he made a move, he was so generous. Lucy complained, hey! There must be something wrong with their admiration. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Hello! You bastards! Didn't you see me coming back too? Natsu roared with dissatisfaction, spitting out flames. You have only been out for a few days, I thought you had never been out. Gray said calmly. What do you mean, bastard? Want to fight? Asshole. Just what I wanted. After saying that, they got together and started fighting, and then the smoke spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye the entire guild was in a fight. Lucy's eyes widened and she said, the fight is about to begin. That's it. AI. Lucy didn't have to complain about everything, and I was tired of explaining. Chu Yan came to the counter and ordered a glass of beer towards Myra Jane. Long time no see, Myra Jane, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Because of Listena's incident, Marajana's character completely changed into the gentle and kind-hearted one in the anime. Chu Yan remembered Listena's incident very clearly, but he was on a mission at the time and couldn't remember the details of what happened. So he did not prevent the tragedy from happening, but he knew that Lisena was not dead, but it was difficult to tell him. After all, knowing that might have an unexpected impact on the future rescue. And what should Chu Yan feel? After all, he was with Myra Jane has been fighting since she was a child. Seeing Myra Jane like this, she both likes and feels a little distressed. Her feelings are quite complicated. It's been a long time since I last saw you, but you've become a talkative, and you've learned to talk sweet words. Did you meet some beautiful woman outside? She must be an incredible beauty to make our fairy tale guild's strongest S-class mage linger and not come back for half a year. Myra Jane said to Chu Yan with a bright smile like a flower on her beautiful face, but her words always felt like they were thorny, pricking Chu Yan constantly. Chu Yan felt a chill in his body and waved his hands quickly and said, "What, have? I have been practicing in the deep mountains and forests, and I have never gone looking for any beautiful women. But I heard that every time you complete a mission, your so-called practice is to go out and date beautiful women, and you date several beautiful women. Who is it? Talking nonsense." Myra Jane looked at Chu Yan with doubtful eyes and said, "Really not? Then is it true that you destroyed half the town for a little beauty this time, and you brought everyone back to the guild? Those guys are selling girls under the guise of fairy tale. This girl is one of the victims. She was brought back just because she wanted to join fairy tale. Real?" Myra Jane approached Chu Yan's face and stared closely at Chu Yan, as if to see if Chu Yan was telling lies. Chu Yan raised his hand and said, "It's true, I swear. More real than pearls." Seeing that the two people's faces were about to touch, Myra Jane noticed that her face was slightly red, and she quickly stepped back. "Humph. Even if you tell the truth this time, how long do you plan to stay in the guild this time?" "This time I will stay for a long time. After all, I haven't been back for a long time and I don't plan to go out soon." Hearing this answer, Mirage felt inexplicably happy. Which girl is not pregnant? But in Mirage's eyes, how many men can catch her eye? Chu Yan is the only one who can conquer her in terms of strength. It's a pity that this man is a cultivator. Even though he is so strong, he is still so keen on cultivating. He doesn't know how to put more thought into the girl. Today, she heard that he was coming back and dressed up carefully. After hearing what Chu Yan said, she felt quite happy when she praised herself for being beautiful. Chapter 021. Chapter 21 Guild Daily. "By the way, this is a gift for you, maybe you will need it one day." Chu Yan took out a very beautiful black water drop necklace from her backpack and gave it to Myra Jane. Myra Jane was very surprised when she saw the gift. Of course she didn't lack the necklace, but this was the first time that Chu Yan gave her a necklace. Did this cultivator finally have his brain enlightened? He happily took it. Suddenly, the voice of Guild President Makarov sounded in the guild, "Stop! You idiots!" A huge figure appeared in the guild, and the noisy guild quieted down. "So big!" Lucy was startled when she saw Makarov. Then Makarov turned into a short little old man again. "So small!" Makarov jumped slightly, turned a few somersaults in midair and landed on the guardrail of the second floor. He held a stack of information in his hand and said, "Come on. Let's see what trouble you have caused me recently. Let's take a good look at how many documents the council has sent. First up is Gray. Ah. There was no problem until you caught the smuggling gang, but after you were done, you wandered around the street without any clothes on, and in the end you stole someone else's underwear hanging on the balcony and escaped." Gray's face turned red when he heard it and he said, "But it's never nice to be naked." Elfman said, "Then don't take it off." "Well, Elfman, your kid actually used violence against the person he was protecting while performing his mission." Elfman whispered sheepishly, "Because he said men should look at their academic qualifications?" "Kana, you made a false report to go to a bar and drink 15 barrels of wine, and you also made a false report in the name of the Magic Council. Loki, you provoked the granddaughter of council member Reggie, and an entertainment company also demanded compensation from you. Immediately after Natsu, you eliminated the Devon bandits but destroyed 7 houses. You knocked down the historic clock tower in Jamari village, burned down all the churches in Flogia, and destroyed Nabi's city. In some places, there are also Artsak, Ribi Club, Litas, Varan, and Bisksa. Finally, there is Chu Yan, you bastard. You didn't show up for half a year, but when you showed up there was a tsunami and earthquake, and half of the town of Harujun was destroyed by you, just because you dealt with a little magician." Chu Yan couldn't refute when he heard this. To be honest, those few miscellaneous fish were not difficult for him at all, but he seemed to have developed a more unrestrained habit because he always practiced in spacious places. In addition, at that time I'm a little stronger when I'm angry. You sheep people, it always causes me to be scolded by the reviewers, however, those commentators should go eat shit. Call. All the documents in Makarov's hands burned. Listen up. All powers that are beyond common sense are born from common sense. Magic is not the power of miracles, but the power that manifests itself when the energy wavelengths in our bodies match those in nature. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels. Magic is the result of injecting all of one's soul. If you care about the opinions of the people above, there will be no way for magic to progress. Don't be afraid of the reviewer's fool. Go forward on the path you believe in. This is the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Oh 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 oh. The guild became lively again. Chu Yan. Come here, you bastard. Makarov sat on the counter and shouted to Chu Yan. Chu Yan came to Makarov with a smile and said, "President, long time no see. You bastard, you walked away quietly for half a year. That thing was done well, and the council didn't talk so much nonsense this time. What else can those guys do besides spitting? But I didn't expect that the council has a lot of spies, and they found out so quickly. Do you really think those guys in the council are just for free? Also, be gentle next time, there are a few old guys who have been dissatisfied with you for a long time. Don't worry, I'm sensible." Elfman shouted to Chu Yan, "Chu Yan, come and drink. By the way, tell us what you have been doing in the past 6 months. Coming. But tell me how you beat up your employer. No no no. Let's tell these newcomers about your glorious deeds when you almost destroyed the Magic Council. That's what men do." It was too young at that time. Chu Yan sat over and started chatting with a few people. There was constant laughter, and many of them were exposing each other's embarrassing things. Half a year was not a long time, not a short time, and many big and small things happened during this period. Many new companions have been added to the guild. This is also the moment that Chu Yan enjoys the most. "Chu Yan, Natsu, look, I have become a member of Fairy Tale." Lucy showed off the coat of arms on the back of her hand, looking very happy. "Congratulations, Lucy." Wakaba looked at Chu Yan and said with a look that any man could understand, "Where did you get such a little beauty? She has such an amazing figure." Chu Yan was slightly stunned. He really didn't pay attention. Now he looked carefully. Lucy's figure is really not that good. You stinky men, please restrain yourself and don't scare the newcomers away. Mirage glared at several people fiercely. Miragina-san is also very cute when she is angry. If I take Miss Myra Jane as my wife, it would be worth losing 10 years of my life. Elfman said, "Sister will only marry a man among men. You have no chance. The only one I recognize is Chu Yan. Only Chu Yan is qualified to be my brother-in-law." Ever since Chu Yan easily won the S-Class Wizard test 4 years ago, Elfman has completely become Chu Yan's little fanboy. He always calls Chu Yan his brother-in-law in private. "Shut up, Elfman." Mirajan's face suddenly turned red and she shouted to Elfman. "Yo yo yo! So shy! So shy!" Chapter 022. Chapter 22 Guild Daily, 2. The shy look is cuter. The people in the guild also started to make noises. As the poster girl of Fairy Tale, Myra Jane is very popular in the guild. There are all kinds of people who confess to her every day, and all of them are attracted by Myra. G refused with a smile. Even if he was rejected, he would continue on another day as if he had forgotten, as if he believed that one day he could touch the other person. But the old people. in the guild were just talkative and would not do stupid things like confession. Many of them people have seen Myra Jane, who was once known as the demon. Her powerful strength has deterred more than 90% of the men in the guild. The only one who can subdue him stably is Chu Yan. He would fight even if he married anyone. But a daughter-in-law? That man did too badly. So many people in the guild are optimistic about Chu Yan and Myra Jane, and some are optimistic about Chu Yan and Erza. After all, whether it is Chu Yan or Myra Jane or Erza is an S-class magician in the guild, and Chu Yan has always been known as the strongest magician in fairy tale. These three are the best in the guild in terms of strength and popularity. Or grew up together. Anyway, when there is no suitable job in the guild or people are too lazy to work, this kind of gossip topic is quite popular, and you will never tire of it. I just saw that Chu Yan gave Myra Jane a necklace, and Myra Jane also accepted it. What? Everyone was shocked. The men in the guild usually gave Myra Jane a lot of gifts, but Myra Jane never accepted them. What does this mean? The relationship between Chu Yan and Myra Jane suddenly changed. It's suspicious. Why? That man is better than me in every way except violence. Loki looked like he was seriously hurt inside. Chu Yan said speechlessly, "First let go of the two girls you are holding before you say anything like this." Loki said with a serious face, "That's impossible. Love doesn't matter, big or small. My love for other girls is the same." Ah! Loki, you are so handsome. I like you so much, Loki. The two girls in Loki's arms looked so stupid that they were speechless. Kana, who was holding a large wine barrel, said with emotion, "Ah! When can I find a boyfriend? He doesn't need to be handsome, he just needs to provide me with a drink every day." What you are looking for is not a boyfriend, but a long-term drinking ticket. With your drinking capacity, no one in the guild can afford it. Makarov looked at the lively atmosphere in the guild and smiled. Unknowingly, the little gangsters he brought into the guild had also reached this age. He regarded all the people in the guild as himself. The children also know the character of each child. It would be best if the members of the guild blossom and bear fruit. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Suddenly, a child's voice sounded, "Isn't my father back yet?" A little boy of 5 or 6 years old stood in front of Makarov and asked Makarov. When Makarov heard someone asking, he looked down and said, "Hey! Stop making trouble, Romeo. As a wizard's child, you should trust your father and just stay at home and wait for him to come back." But, he clearly said he would go home in 3 days, but now it's been a week and he still hasn't come back. Macau went to work at Huckabee Mountain. It's not far there. Come and find him for me. I'm so worried about him. Stop making trouble. Your father is a mage, and this guild doesn't need a mage who wipes other people's butts. Go home and drink milk. Bad guy. Romeo jumped up and punched Makarov in the face, turned around and ran out crying, and then Natsu knocked on the table and walked out. Chu Yan said with a vague impression after seeing this scene. That's Romeo, right? I didn't expect that he has grown so big in a blink of an eye. What mission did Macau go on? Macau went to eliminate the monster Vulcan living in Huckabee Mountain. He didn't come back for a week. It seems that he was possessed by Vulcan. In order to make more money to support his family, Macau has been working too hard on tasks recently and has not formed a team. Oh? The prodigal Macau also knows how to save money, which is a good thing. In terms of wages in the Magisters Guild, they are relatively high. The remuneration for a similar task is equivalent to a month's salary of an ordinary person. However, most Magisters have the character of spending as much as they can, and they have no money. I go to work again, so I am never short of money throughout the year, and I can't save any money. Natsu was going to save Makao just now. President, this would hurt Makao's self-esteem. Makarov said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, you choose the path yourself, just do whatever you want to do. Old man, I find that you always like to say cool things, even though you can't do it yourself. Chu Yan said to Makarov. After his old story was revealed to his face, Makarov said angrily to Chu Yan, "You bastard! You are the laziest person in the guild this year. If you have free time, go to work. There are so many magicians in the guild. When it comes to completing tasks, one more than me is not too much, and one less than me is not too much. I haven't been back for half a year, so I have to have a good drink first." Right. That's right. Drink. To hell with the missions. Let those guys in the council go to hell. Makarov covered his face speechlessly and said helplessly, "Why was I blind in the first place? Why did the guild accept you little bastards? Bring it on. Cheers." Ha ha ha. As he said that, he started to drink. With Natsu going to deal with Makao's incident, I believe the problem will be solved soon. Makarov has also settled a worry, and Chu Yan, the brat, is back. And drank happily. Chapter 023. Chapter 23 Chu Yan vs Natsu. The guild was as lively as a banquet and continued until the evening. In the evening, Macau also returned to the guild with the support of Natsu, which made many the familiar people also felt at ease, and when the banquet started again, Macau became the target of ridicule. Macau Nang was later elected as the president. He was also a powerful figure in the guild and had a good personality. He got along with many people and was a good drinking buddy with Chu Yan. Chu Yan returned to the men's dormitory drunk at night. The devil fruit did not give him the ability to stay drunk for 1,000 cups. He drank when he needed to, and he still had to vomit when he needed to. His room has always been empty, and it is cleaned every day. Because he is always running around outside, he has not moved out. It is really reassuring to sleep in his own bed after a long time, although he considers the members of the guild to be family members. Likewise, it seems like he should have a serious girlfriend. There are many girls of the right age in the guild who grew up with Chu Yan, and the most familiar ones among them are Myra Jane and Erza. Chu Yan has spent a lot of time with them, and they both each has experienced something together. However, both girls still have unsolved knots in their hearts. Chu Yan, who knows how dangerous the future will be, also has knots in his heart. Moreover, Chu Yan's character has the tradition of Chinese men and the traditional greed of men, which is the legendary "I want them all, forget it for now and let nature take its course." You can't say for sure what will happen in the future. Because of drinking and sleeping more peacefully at home, Chu Yan slept until dawn and didn't wake up. Suddenly, bang bang bang, knocks on the door continued, and then Naz was heard shouting, "Chu Yan! You bastard, get up! Get up! Boom, boom, boom! Get up! Boom, boom, boom!" Chu Yan, who was sleeping soundly, covered his ears but couldn't stop it. After hearing it tirelessly, he yelled, "Stop making noise!" Boom boom boom! There was a slight earthquake in the men's dormitory and the surrounding area. Even the fairy tale guild in the distance felt the earthquake. Although it was not big, it was the level of shaking the wine in a wine glass, but everyone in the guild was shocked. Earthquake! How can it be? It must be Chu Yan. Who provoked him again? In the guild just now, it seemed that Natsu said that he wanted to find Chu Yan for a showdown. I have a bad feeling. This guy went to wake Chu Yan up while Chu Yan was still sleeping. It seems that fool. Chu Yan also woke up when the earthquake occurred. He forgot that he was not in the restricted area of life but in his own house. Seeing that there did not seem to be any serious earthquake, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the door and saw Natsu and Ha Bijou hugged each other outside the door, with a frightened expression on their faces. They seemed to have discovered that they had done something they shouldn't have done. What to do? I'm still sleeping. Chu Yan, let's decide the outcome. You promised me. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Chu Yan scratched his hair and said drowsily, "Is there such a thing? Why can't I remember?" "Of course. Just let it be, I'll get dressed and go to the guild, and have something to eat in the guild on the way." Chu Yan quickly came to the fairy tale guild after putting on his clothes. Everyone in the guild also knew that Natsu was going to have a showdown with Chu Yan, so they all came to watch. Chu Yan was an S-class demon in the guild. Wizard, and is rumored to be the strongest wizard in fairy tale. This statement is affirmed by many people and belongs to the legendary wizard. Natsu is a wizard who uses powerful dragon-slaying magic and belongs to the fairy tale guild. A fight between two famous masters would definitely be exciting. "President, can you not stop them?" Makoto said to the President Makarov. Under the healing magic, Makoto is as good as a normal person today. Makarov said with a calm expression, "No problem, the magician is here. You should believe in your own path and move forward." Yesterday, Makarov burned the document sent by the council, saying that wizards should not be bound by these rules. Since the two people are going to confront each other, they cannot stop it. Someone shouted, "President! You can actually take back what you said yesterday." Makarov shouted with a slightly trembling voice, "Amen, you will never regret what you say." He prayed in his heart that he would not be destroyed by the town. Chu Yan, a brat who just came back for a day, should not cause trouble. He had just been sprayed by the Magic Council and did not want to go there again. Elfman shouted, "The president is a real man. Come on, Chu Yan. Let Natsu know what is the strongest. Come on Natsu. Be sure to stick to more than 10 moves. Come on Chu Yan. Don't be polite, defeat Natsu in one move." Lucy came over curiously at this time and asked, "What are they going to do?" Myra Jane explained, "Chu Yan seems to have made an appointment with Natsu to decide the outcome. Chu Yan wins, and the winner can be determined within 15 moves." After thinking for a long time, Habi took out a 10,000 J note and put it in front of Kana, who was opening the market. Lucy also noticed this and glanced at the betting options. If you press one move, Chu Yan wins. If you press within 5 moves, Chu Yan will win. Yan wins, Chu Yan wins within 10 moves. There is no option for Natsu to win here. Lucy couldn't help complaining. AI. Because there is no need, Natsu will definitely be defeated. When he wins depends on Chu Yan's mood. You unfaithful cat. Is the gap really that huge? But I think Natsu is really strong. AI. I also want to survive. Snapped. Natsu touched his fists in front of him, looked at Chu Yan with fire in his eyes and said, "Let's talk first, Chu Yan. I have gone through hard training, and I won't be defeated by you so easily this time." Lucy complained, "So you know you will be defeated?" Chu Yan smiled and said, "Oh. Then let me see how much progress you have made this year. I hope you can finish the warm-up exercises." Chapter 024. Chapter 24 Battle Master. Here we go, here we go. The onlookers also moved back to avoid being affected by the battle. Chu Yan put his hands in his trouser pockets, looking at ease. Call. Natsu's fists and feet were ignited with flames. Natsu smiled and said, "I'm going to break your ease. Watch the move. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist." Natsu quickly rushed towards Chu Yan and stood in front of Chu Yan. At that time, he punched Chu Yan with his fist. Chu Yan ducked sideways, and Natsu followed closely. Use flames to accelerate your running speed, and then use flames to increase your attack power. The source of all this is the practice of dragon-slaying magic. It will naturally turn people to the dragon's physique, and the speed is very fast. However, Natsu, your actions are still too simple. Yes, it will be used by the other party, for example. When Chu Yan was dodging, he suddenly stretched out his foot, blocking Natsu's advancing legs and tripping him. Bang! With a bang, Natsu hit the ground with his face, making a crater on the ground. Lucy complained, "Ah! How despicable! Blindly rushing forward and focusing all your attention on the attack will create such a gap. If you are not sure, you will use 7 points to leave 3 points. The hook of the fire dragon." Natsu put his hands on the ground, the flames on his feet exploded, and he quickly swept towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan jumped up slightly and continued, "You also need to learn to anticipate the opponent's movements. Fire dragon's wing strike." Natsu's arms were wrapped in blazing flames as he jumped hard, and flapped towards Chu Yan like a dragon's wings. Chu Yan quickly rushed towards Natsu and kicked Natsu in the abdomen before his arms could be closed. Wow! Natsu fell to the ground, making a small crater in the ground. Such swaggering moves depend on who the opponent is before unleashing them. Hateful! The roar of the fire dragon. Bang! Chu Yan's body moved quickly in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Natsu again. Natsu was about to turn around and aim at Chu Yan. Then he saw Chu Yan quickly hit Natsu's chin. He lifted it up and said, "Whoa!" Natsu's face turned red immediately. Call. It's like a deflated balloon flying out on its own. Boom. A wall was smashed into pieces with a sound. Makarov's face turned pale, and he began to calculate how much money he would have to accompany him this time. After a while, Natsu crawled out from the broken stones. The sorcerer's physique was originally it is very strong, and the Dragon Slayer mage transforms the human body into a dragon, with the same vitality as the unbeatable Xiao Qiang. This level of impact is child's play for Natsu, the Dragon Slayer mage. The fire dragon's sword horn. Boom! Natsu's whole body was ignited with flames, and his body rushed towards Chu Yan like a cannonball. Chu Yan stood on the spot, raised his right hand to block it in front of him, and released a pale white halo from his palm, aiming at Natsu. Buzz! A wave of vibration emitted from Chu Yan's palm. The flames on Natsu's body were immediately shattered, and his body's forward speed also slowed down. When he was in front of Chu Yan's palm pressed against Natsu's body. When Z's head was hit, there was almost no impact. Bang! Wah! Natsu's body was blown away as if he had received a powerful impact. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Boom. Another wall was smashed with a sound, but Natsu stood up again in the blink of an eye. Makarov shouted dissatisfied, "You bastard, please be gentle." Natsu did not give up but looked at Chu Yan excitedly and said, "Damn it! So strong! Really strong! Listen up, Natsu, the flames of Dragon Slayer magic are emotional flames, so the power is almost always released according to the user's emotions, but you also need to experience the power of the flame itself. In terms of destruction, flames have two characteristics. One is burning, which uses temperature to increase the destructive power. If the temperature reaches too high, I dare not force it. This requires you to constantly practice dragon slaying magic, which will happen naturally. Will improve. And the other one is explosion. The power of explosion is more destructive and has a wide range of applications. The acceleration of flames attached to your limbs is this characteristic, but the way of using it is a bit too stupid. The characteristic of explosion is very useful. If it is really flexible, it is possible to control this level. Chu Yan's body disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when it reappeared, it was right in front of Natsu. Natsu's expression changed, and he was about to punch Chu Yan, but before he could take action, Chu Yan's body had already been punched. Knock! Hateful! Chu Yan's body appeared in front of Natsu's flight, and then kicked Natsu on the back and kicked Natsu into the air. Wow! Bang! When Chu Yan reappeared, he was already in mid-air with his hands clasped together. As soon as Natsu had time to open his eyes, he was hit hard in the abdomen. Call out! Natsu's body fell to the ground at a faster speed. Boom! With a loud noise, a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Habi raised a small white flag and complained, "KO! Oh 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 oh! So handsome!" As expected of Chu Yan. The movements are crisp and neat. Amazing! He beat Natsu until he was unable to fight back. A man among men. Gray said, dissatisfied, "Damn it, Natsu, this guy has earned it. I wish I had known that I would challenge him too." AI. Lucy complained, "Why? She was obviously beaten so badly." Habi explained, "Because Chu Yan is a fighting master and is proficient in almost all fighting methods. Occasionally when he is in a good mood, he will give people some advice, which will greatly improve the strength of others, so many people in the guild want to those who become stronger will look to Chu Yan for guidance." The fire dragon Igneel gave Natsu the dragon-slaying magic as his master and father, but in terms of combat, Chu Yan can also be regarded as half of Natsu's teacher. Chu Yan is so strong. Ah! Maybe he is the strongest in the world. Habi is one of the few members of Fairy Tail who has seen Chu Yan show off his power. Chu Yan was only 15 years old at that time, and no one knows how powerful he has become over the years. But at the age of 15 his strength at that time was beyond the reach of almost anyone else in his lifetime, and he was one of the most steadfast supporters of Natsu's failure in challenging Chu Yan. Chapter 025. Chapter 25. Erza is back. After a while, Natsu was pulled out of the ground. He was almost uninjured. The Dragon Slayer's physique was not bad. Just from the ability to withstand beatings, it was much stronger than before. Even if the pistol bullet hit Natsu's body, it would only hurt a little. After being taken out, Natsu shouted that he would definitely challenge again next time. He didn't hate this kind of Chu Yan and expressed that he was welcome at any time. As for the so-called fighting master, Chu Yan himself has never said that, but he has given some suggestions to others. After all, as a man who has read so many fighting comics, he naturally knows a little more. After watching a good show, everyone returned to the guild in a lively manner. Some won money, and some lost money. They were happy to win, and those who lost had no regrets. After all, they saw a wonderful show. Fight tickets are also more expensive than this. Makarov breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the damage caused was not big, and the little devil Chu Yan seemed to be much more powerful. His control over magic when he defeated Natsu was extraordinary. "You kid, do it when you get back." There was an earthquake. "If the committee finds out, I will be scolded again." Chu Yan smiled sheepishly, "I didn't pay attention. I won't do it next time." "This is your first time. Please be more honest these days." "I am going to attend the regular meeting of the president of the Magisters Guild. How about you go with me?" Chu Yan immediately refused and said, "I won't go. They are all bastard old men and there are no beauties. What am I doing there?" "You brat." Chu Yan immediately slipped away to chat with Myra Jane. No matter what the future outcome is, a man must take the initiative. Myra Jane was very happy to see Chu Yan coming over, but she was a little embarrassed. After all, among the guilds with so many people watching, it's hard to be too obvious. 3 days passed by, and the atmosphere between Chu Yan and Myra Jane became more subtle. Chu Yan's application for a date was dismissed by Myra Jane as a job. He hurriedly refused, because now the President Makarov went to hold a regular meeting, so Myra Jane was responsible for all the tasks. Although the date application was rejected, he agreed to let Chu Yan help buy something together, which was a change of approach. Chu Yan was greatly encouraged after agreeing to the date invitation. Suddenly, the door of the guild was opened, and Loki rushed in and shouted in horror, "It's not good. Erza is back." Everyone in the guild seemed to be frightened. Lucy quickly asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Soon I saw a figure walking in from the guild gate with something like a huge monster's horn on his shoulders. He had long red hair, a beautiful and delicate face, and looked heroic in silver armor. It's none other than Fairy Tale Guild's S-class mage fairy queen Erza. Boom! With a sound, Erza put the monster's horn on the ground. I'm back. Will the president be here? You are back. The president has gone to hold a regular meeting. Miss Erza, what's that oversized thing? Erza smiled and said, "Hi. This is the horn I used to defeat demons. The locals gave this to me for decoration. I thought it was very beautiful and brought it back. Is it in the way?" No, nothing. Demons' horns? Amazing. She is worthy of being the fairy queen. Erza frowned and the atmosphere suddenly changed. Compared with this, you guys are causing trouble again. I will not forgive you if the president forgives you, Kana. As a girl, how can you hold a barrel and drink all day long? Wakaba, you are flicking cigarette ashes on the table again. Nobu, you are still hanging around in front of the official version as always? Go to work. Macau, well. Erza looked at Makao and sighed. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels. Macau was so uneasy. Compared to causing trouble, it was very embarrassing to be defeated by a monster while talking about the mission. You should say something. Really, everyone is heartbroken. As for Natsu and Gray and Natsu put their arms around each other and said, Yo! Erza, we got along very well today too. AI. Lucy complained in horror. Natsu and Happy have become the same. Because both of them were beaten badly by Erza. Erza nodded with satisfaction and said, Really? Good friends sometimes quarrel, but I like to see you getting along in harmony. I've said it many times, we are not good friends. AI. Erza ignored him completely. Chu Yan, where do you want to go? Erza stopped Chu Yan, who was about to leave secretly. Yo! Erza, long time no see, you have become even more beautiful. Ilessa had no reaction to Chu Yan's flattering words, and began to scold Chu Yan. You left without saying a word for half a year, and I didn't know which woman seduced you away for half a year. I thought you wouldn't come back. It's over. Chu Yan was a little confused. Why did he feel like he had heard these words not long ago? You didn't do any work, and it caused tsunamis and earthquakes as soon as they appeared. I also heard on the road that there were earthquakes here a few days ago, which disturbed the local residents. It's all your fault. Chu Yan was scolded and broke into cold sweat. Well, I didn't pay attention to that either. Have you done any tasks these days since you came back? Chu Yan said righteously, I just came back, I must have a good rest. This reason works well for Makarov, but it doesn't work for Erza at all. As an S-class mage in the guild, you don't work actively and spend all day drinking and picking up girls. How can you set an example for guild members? Which S-class mage in the guild is not more diligent than you? Erza started scolding Chu Yan, and she didn't stop until half an hour passed. Everyone else in the guild was very lucky. Fortunately, there was Chu Yan, the victim, otherwise they wouldn't have known how long they had been scolded. Lucy asked Habby in a low voice, is she the guild's ethics committee? Habby said, if Chu Yan is the strongest male mage in Fairy Tale, Erza is the female in Fairy Tale. The strongest magician. Could it be that Chu Yan was also beaten by her? That's not true, but Chu Yan has been scolded by Erza the most times, so Chu Yan is also a little afraid of Erza. Lucy saw Chu Yan shrinking into a ball and nodded in agreement. You happen to be free, and I need your help with something. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 026. Chapter 26, Forest of Iron. Erza and Chu Yan. Are the strongest men and women in the guild going to be reunited? Real or fake? This is an earth-shattering event. Lucy asked curiously, did the two of them form a team before? Ah. Not long after Erza became an S-class mage, Chu Yan took Erza with him for a while. Later, when Chu Yan went to practice alone, he cruelly abandoned Erza. Ah. Maybe because of this reason, Chu Yan has always been afraid of seeing Erza. Lucy automatically made up a picture in her mind. The two people agreed to live forever, but the man cruelly abandoned the woman in order to become stronger. The woman searched hard, and finally met again in a guild. The collision between the strongest man and the strongest woman, in the end what kind of sparks will be created? Lucy's eyes lit up. It seems that I can write a good novel. Ah. Lucy, you're thinking too much. Erza said to Habi with a gloomy face. Habi. You are thinking too much. AI. Seeing Erza's serious face, Chu Yan asked, what trouble did you encounter? Is such that, Erza began to talk about what she saw on the road. She mainly talked about overhearing a few people talking in the bar. They found a dangerous magical sealed item and wanted to unseal it and take it away. What took away these people was a dangerous thing. Erza is a subordinate of the character allegory. Erza is worried that these people will use this thing to do bad things. Erza feels that her strength is insufficient, so she hopes to use Chu Yan's power to help solve the problem together. Myra Jane said with a serious face, the god of death, Elijah, is the ace of the Iron Forest. He is named because the missions he accepts are assassination missions. However, the Magic Council prohibits the Magisters Guild from accepting such missions, so the Iron Forest Guild was expelled and the president was imprisoned. Now the Iron Forest has become a dark guild. If it is really a dangerous item, if it falls into his hands, people have to doubt whether it will be used for bad things. So this is it. Is it the Dark Guild again? Then leave it to me. Chu Yan no longer deals with one or two dark guilds. The number of dark guilds that have fallen into his hands in the past few years has exceeded double digits, so Chu Yan's bounty amount in the black market is so high. No, this time I invite you to come with me. Although you are very destructive, there are many enemies and there is no guarantee that unexpected situations will not occur. The matter is settled like this. We will gather at the train station early tomorrow morning. After Erza said that, she turned and left. Chu Yan said helplessly, you are still going your own way, Erza. It's a pity that tomorrow's date with Myra Jane has been ruined. Myra Jane whispered in Chu Yan's ear, you have always had your own way of doing things, but you still have the nerve to talk to Erza, and you have teamed up with Erza after a long time. Wouldn't you be able to be fair and upright with Erza? We went on a date together, you are actually very happy, right? Absolutely nothing. No matter what you are thinking in your heart at this time, you must never admit it verbally. Myra Jane rolled her eyes at Chu Yan and said, it would be weird to believe you. I don't know about you yet. Mirage is gentle and kind in front of everyone in the guild. Only in front of Chu Yan will she occasionally lose her temper, which makes Chu Yan seem to see the old Myra Jane who never admits defeat. Early the next morning read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. When Chu Yan arrived at the train station, he saw Erza pulling a car full of people to salute. Chu Yan felt a slight toothache and said to Erza, Elsa, every time I see you salute, it's so spectacular. Trouble? That's not the case. Let's go. Wait a minute, I also invited someone. Aha. Then my date with Erza was ruined. Erza blushed after hearing this, and slapped Chu Yan on the ground. What are you thinking about? This time is just a mission, not a date invitation at all. Erza. Chu Yan saw two people running towards this side. They had cherry-colored hair and dragon scale scarves. They were Natsu and Habi. Next to them was Lucy, a newcomer to the Fairy Tale Guild. Soon. I was sitting on the train, and Natsu started to get motion sick as soon as he got on the train. Hello, Miss Erza, I am new to Fairy Tale. My name is Lucy. Erza looked at Lucy and said, "Oh. It turns out that you are the newcomer Lucy who made Chu Yan become a beauty and destroyed half the town in one fell swoop. She is indeed very beautiful. You don't need to call me Miss Erza, just call me Erza. Hey. Why is the version getting more and more evil? I was just helping out, and I destroyed half the town. I just shook the town in half. It must be those bastards from the Magic Council who are trying to trick me, and Lucy, why are you here?" "Ah. Lucy and Natsu team up." Erza said, "Oh. Really?" Natsu, who has always been alone, has started to form a team. He seems to trust you very much. Didn't Erza form a team with Chu Yan? Why separated? Lucy was very curious about this kind of gossip. Erza smiled and explained, "It's nothing. I had just become an S-class mage at that time, and the task I took on was a high-level crusade, so Chu Yan took me on it. It was just a few missions. Later, when I felt that I could complete the mission alone, the team disbanded." "Ah. So it was actually Miss Erza who dumped Chu Yan." Erza smiled bitterly and said, "That's not the case. Chu Yan is very diligent. Although he works very little, the work he does is all high-risk work. I can only do a disservice to him and waste Chu Yan's precious time. So I choose to leave. It turns out that if you love him, you must learn to let go. The love story between magicians turns out to be so unforgettable." Chapter 027. Chapter 27 Let's Chase. "Ah. Lucy, you have a lot of inner drama." Erza blushed and said, "He and I don't have that kind of relationship." "Lucy, don't talk nonsense, and not only Chu Yan and I have formed a team, but Myra Jane has also formed a team with Chu Yan." Lucy's eyes lit up and she said, "Is it a complicated triangle relationship?" "AI." Boom. Erza hit Lucy and Happy on the head each, shattering the gossip souls of the man and the cat. "I came out this time to destroy a dark guild, not for fun." After being punched, Lucy and Happy both became honest. "Hey. Is this the Dark Guild Iron Forest? It looks really scary." Lucy looked at the dark and bare branches around her, as if they were the location of the bad guys in fairy tales. With the map Myra Jane gave them, they didn't take any detours and arrived quickly after getting off the train. Iron Forest Guild Headquarters. Boom. "People. Get out of here." The door was kicked open by Natsu, but the guild was quiet. Erza frowned and said, "There's something wrong with the atmosphere." Happy flew around the guild and said, "No one." Chu Yan touched the teacup and felt the temperature. "The teacup is still a little warm. The person left not long ago and we missed it." Lucy saw that no one had the courage to say, "Did the enemy know that we were coming, so they were so scared that they ran away?" Erza immediately rejected it and said, "Impossible. There should be something that requires all members of the Dark Guild to dispatch. I have a bad feeling. I will go to a crowded place and ask first." With so many people acting together, someone must have seen it. A few people quickly rushed towards the downtown area. As soon as they arrived near the downtown area, they heard the noise coming from the train station. Several people quickly walked over. Erza grabbed a train station staff member. He immediately asked, "What happened?" "Someone hijacked the train. A man with a scythe and a large goat man broke into the train station and hijacked the train." "I know those people. Be a member of the nearby Dark Guild." "Correct. I also saw a man holding a skull flute with 3 eyes, and the man holding a scythe seemed very happy after seeing it." Lucy seemed to remember something for a moment and said, "A 3-eyed skull flute. Lullaby, it's a curse song and that flute is lullaby." "What?" Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Lucy explained, "Isn't curse killing magic one of the magic banned by the Magic Council? I have read in the book that the curse song is a black magic that can make everyone who hears its sound die." Erza's face changed. "Is it such a dangerous sealed item? This was my mistake. The god of death, Elijah, got the curse song. They hijacked the train, must have an ulterior motive. Let's catch up. Natsu said, they are taking a train, how can we catch up? Erza grabbed the staff member next to her and asked, when will the next train arrive? The staff member was startled and immediately replied, the next bus is in an hour, but there has been a hijacking incident and the possibility of suspension is very high. There is no other way but to use the magic four-wheeler. Still want to take a car? No vomit. Natsu immediately turned pale when he heard that he had to take transportation. Chu Yan patted Erza on the shoulder and said, don't worry Erza, nothing bad has happened yet. Everyone complained that fairy tale ended too early, and it took a long time for him to travel through time. In the anime, I can't remember many things that happened. The only thing I remember most clearly is the black dragon Akunalalaya, who has always been Chu Yan's imaginary enemy. As for the rest, the world line has changed since he crossed over, and there is no need to refer to the plot or anything else. Chu Yan will not admit that it is because of his poor memory. Erza calmed down after hearing Chu Yan's words, sorry, I lost my temper a little. Erza felt that she had discovered it but had not solved it. If what happened was her responsibility, she would naturally feel a little anxious. Chu Yan smiled and said, you are an S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. You have to believe that there is nothing you can't solve. It seems that your practice over the years is not enough. Then Chu Yan asked the station staff. How long has it been since the train was hijacked? It's been almost 20 minutes. Chu Yan touched his chin and said, is it almost 20 minutes? It should still be possible. After saying that, Chu Yan jumped off the platform. Others were stunned when they saw Chu Yan jumping off the platform. They all started talking and didn't know what Chu Yan was going to do. After all, people usually don't do things like jumping off the train tracks from the platform. I will do it. Soon I saw Chu Yan, clenching his fist with his right hand and accumulating strength. Buzz. A white mask appeared on his fist, and then Chu Yan smashed his fist on the railway track. Click, click, click. A crack appeared in the space. The rail track hit by Chu Yan's fist suddenly began to bulge abnormally, ding ding. All the spikes on the railway track were ejected, and then they were quickly transmitted to the distance like ripples, and the railway tracks passing through the shock wave were all shaken up, flying all over the sky to form a very spectacular scene. Then they all stuck to the ground. Everyone in the station was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Oh my god, what happened? Natsu said excitedly, ahahaha. As expected of Chu Yan. What you do is always unexpected. Alright. Now, let's chase. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 028. Chapter 28, Natural and Man-Made Disasters. It's so unexpected, it's so scary. Lucy complained loudly. She was indeed frightened. The rails were flying all over the sky. It couldn't be too scary. AI. Although hubby was a little scared, he seemed very excited. The train has left for 20 minutes, right? What will happen to that train? Haha. It should be able to fly into the sky. Just thinking about it makes me burn. Natsu had no doubt that Chu Yan could do it, because Chu Yan had seen all kinds of unexpected things since he was a child. Lucy's eyes widened, a train flying into the sky. I can't even imagine what that scene is like. It was indeed a natural disaster. She already had a premonition of how miserable the members of the other guild would be. Ah! Lucy, this is a man-made disaster. After seeing this scene, Erza also showed a smile on her face and said, a train. After this time, the president will be scolded by the council members again. Elsa also believes that Chu Yan can take care of the train. As long as the train stops, they can catch up in a short time. It's okay, the old man has always turned a deaf ear to what those people said. Soon, several people rented a magical four-wheeler and set off along the railway. Lucy asked curiously, "But why are there so many dark guilds? Will the Magic Council care?" Chu Yan explained, "The Magic Council is only responsible for the management of joining the regular Mage Guild. It actually has no management rights over the Dark Guild, because the Magic Council is just an organization after all. You can't say you don't want to join us. We are going to kill you." Whether it is the Magic Council or others, they are actually affiliated with the royal power. Moreover, the Dark Guild actually has an alliance organization. If it goes too far, the Dark Guild will also retaliate against the regular guild. Therefore, the Dark Guild has existed like rats in the sewer for a long time. Lucy was startled and said, "Wouldn't we be retaliated against?" There were indeed some, but those who sought revenge have disappeared. Why did it disappear? Chu Yan said lightly, "You were destroyed by me." Scare. If I don't provoke Fairy Tale, I usually won't go to trouble with those mice, but if I provoke Fairy Tale, there's no point hiding anywhere. I just have to kill them until they're too frightened to do anything to Fairy Tale. After saying this, Chu Yan's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent, and the air seemed to cool down. As an S-class mage in the guild, Erza naturally knows many things that others in the guild do not. When members perform tasks, why they rarely encounter Dark Guild members causing trouble is because Chu Yan is in shock. At this time, on the train, the ace of the Iron Forest, the god of death, Eli Gore, was playing with a skeleton flute in his hand. Unexpectedly, Lullaby, known as the curse song, is such a flute. This flute was originally a prop used for curse killing, but the great black magician Zeref made it evolve into a more advanced magic weapon. The flute is really a terrible thing. It is said that everyone who hears the sound of this magic flute will be cursed to death. With this thing, the plan can be perfectly executed. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Kaga. You did a good job this time. It's just good luck, I don't dare to take credit. The god of death, Elijah, said with high spirits, "The era of the Magic Council ruling the magicians is coming to an end, and next will be the era of the leadership of our Dark Guild Iron Forest." Oh! Yi Junyang Iron Forest's magician shouted excitedly. Ding ding ding! The god of death, Elijah, suddenly frowned and said, "Did you hear anything?" "What sound do you hear?" "The sound of a train moving." Suddenly, there was a violent vibration in the train carriage, and all the carriages of the moving train were tilted towards the sky. Ah! Wah! What happened? Amidst the screams and screams of all the Iron Forest members in the train carriage, their bodies kept bumping around in the carriage. The carriage also changed its shape, and some were even thrown out of the carriage directly, and then their bodies where the car behind was smashed into pieces. Boom boom boom! The train car didn't stop even after it fell to the ground. Due to the effect of inertia, it kept sliding, bumping into each other. It took a while before it completely stopped. Swish! Click! 2 wind blades passed by, and a train carriage was cut in half. The god of death, Elijah, walked out of the carriage. He didn't seem to be seriously injured, but there was blood on his forehead. Ah! Damn bastard! What exactly is going on? The god of death, Elijah, roared angrily. He had never been attacked so miserably by someone, and he didn't know where the attack came from. He felt very aggrieved and had nowhere to vent. After a while, one after another, people crawled out of other carriages, looking very miserable. They no longer looked as arrogant as if they wanted to rule the world. This disaster suddenly caused the death of more than half of the members of the Iron Forest Guild. This was because the reason why magicians are so tenacious. Hello! Look at the railroad tracks behind. The survivors also noticed that the rails were abnormally curved and were not laid on the railways, as if they had been destroyed by some terrible destructive force. The enemy attacks from behind through the rails. Magicians are not fools. After all, it takes some brains to learn to cast magic. They quickly guessed where the attack came from. They. God of Death, Elijah, said with an ugly face, is it because the news was leaked or because of the hijacking? Because of the train, no matter what it is, it can't ruin my plan. Everyone who survives is here to stop the enemy and not allow them to interfere with my plan. Someone must hear the sound of this flute. After saying that, a storm appeared at my feet, and I rode the storm and flew forward along the railway track. Chapter 029. The legendary one in Chapter 29. After a while, accompanied by the sound of the magic four-wheeler, Erza and others arrived at the scene of the disaster. Looking at the badly damaged train, Lucy felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, she was not the one sitting on the train. The scene was so tragic. She finally understood how Chu Yan got his title. Come out, everyone. The survivors of the Iron Forest from the surrounding hiding places also came out. After seeing Erza, they were stunned and said, "It's you." Because Erza's long red hair, beautiful appearance, and habit of wearing armor are naturally easy to remember. It seems that they accidentally leaked the news. Fairy Tale Guild. These people also noticed the guild's logo on several people. Erza asked coldly, "Where is Larabai?" As expected, I came here to worship Lala, so give up. Larabai has been taken away by the god of death, Eligari, and they may have all been used by now. You are too late. Buzz. A white halo suddenly appeared on Chu Yan's fist. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to take action, these people were startled and said quickly, "Wait a minute. Don't you ask what Eligari is doing with Larabai?" Chu Yan said coldly, "It's not necessary. If any of you survives, you will definitely be willing to tell me." Click, click, click. Space fragmentation. Boom boom boom. A terrifying impact directly knocked these people away. Wow ah ah ah. Almost all those who survived the disaster were wiped out. It's you. You were the one who just attacked the train. Strange, monster. Now, is there anyone willing to tell me where Iligor went? Yes. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you. Chu Yan glanced at him and said. Say. Yes yes. Elijah took Larabai and went to Kobo City. Erza's face suddenly turned pale and ugly. Kobo, that's where the presidents are meeting. At this time, one person smiled miserably and said, "Haha. That's right. It's the place where those old guys hold meetings. As long as the lullaby is played, all the regular guild presidents in that place will be cursed to death." Before the man finished speaking, Chu Yan punched him again. Boom. The man's body was deformed by the hammer, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Chu Yan said, "Habi. You fly over with Natsu. With Natsu's flame spray, you are the fastest. If you can beat him, fight him. We will be there soon." AI. Natsu said, "Take your time. If you dare to attack the president, I will defeat that guy named Elijah." Habi immediately flew forward with Natsu. Chu Yan and Lucy also immediately boarded the magic four-wheeler. "Get a grip." Erza set off quickly with full firepower. After all, Chu Yan was using devil fruit power and could not provide power to the magic four. There is also a corresponding explanation for this. The super magic power was destroyed before it could be driven. Now, Gildas has no way to use this magical tool. Seeing Chu Yan and others disappear, the people who survived the two disasters gathered together. From the time when they set out with great interest not long ago, there are only a few survivors now. It didn't take more than an hour in total, and everyone's eyes showed the look of surviving the disaster. That person, if I'm not mistaken, it should be that one. Who? The newcomers who survived did not know what the old member of the guild was talking about. It was a legend. 5 years ago, the Destroyer destroyed 13 powerful Dark Guild alliances overnight. I always thought it was just a legend. After all, no one had seen it with my own eyes. I didn't expect that there really was such a one. People. He is actually a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Because everyone I saw with my own eyes was already dead. We are so lucky to be alive now. On the magic four-wheeler, Lucy tried her best to grab the handle to keep herself from being knocked around and asked, "Chu Yan, are you always so direct in doing things? That was the most efficient way just now." "Erza, don't be too anxious, your magic output is too fast." "But, President..." Chu Yan smiled and said, "The old man is the guild president of Fairy Tale. One of the top 10 holy wizards, and there are so many guild presidents there, how can it be easily killed by a curse-killing tool?" "Yes." Erza calmed down after hearing this. "Yes, Guild President Makarov is one of the top 10 holy wizards. How could he be killed simply? Unexpectedly, I haven't been active in recent years and those rats have reappeared. It seems that another round of cleaning is needed." When Chu Yan and others arrived, they saw Natsu fighting the god of death, Elijah, and also saw many guild presidents, including President Makarov. Erza saw Makarov, her husband, was safe and sound and immediately shouted in surprise, "President! Very good! You're fine!" As he spoke, he hugged Makarov. Makarov's head hit Erza's armor, and Makarov screamed, "It's so hard! President, why are you here? Why are you here? We were chatting happily just now." Suddenly there was an earthquake in the whole city. The regular meeting was naturally suspended first. Then I sensed that there was magic colliding here, so I came here. That guy is the Dark Guild. Elijah, the god of death in the Iron Forest. What happened? Earthquake? Lucy and Erza immediately turned their attention to Chu Yan, because when they heard the word earthquake, they would immediately think of Chu Yan, but Erza immediately began to explain to the president the reason for coming here. Dragon Boat Festival. Reading discount. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 030. Chapter 30, Get Up and Brag. All the guild leaders were a little scared when they heard Erza's words. They didn't expect that someone would dare to do such a thing under the eyes of the guild leaders. Oops! Xioma, I seem to appreciate your love this time. A chubby, bald man wearing a tight-fitting purple suspender top, with a face that looked like a transvestite with heavy makeup. When Lucy saw this outfit, she felt a chill and asked, "Who is it?" Erza said, "This is Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus of the Magisters Guild." Cyan Pegasus? Is it that super famous guild? Is this what the president is like? Lucy often watches the Wizards Weekly. Cyan Pegasus is also a very famous wizards guild. The main reason is that Cyan Pegasus members have many handsome guys and beauties. Oops! Little Erza has grown up and has become so beautiful. Isn't this Xiao Chu Yan? It's getting cuter and cuter. If you want to come to my guild to develop, I can introduce you to the most beautiful girls in our guild. Makarov said, dissatisfied. Hey! He actually poached someone in front of me, the president of Fairy Tale. Well. Just kidding. I will dig it secretly next time. Babu said jokingly. Although he knew that President Babu actually just wanted to better play the role of mother in the guild and became like this, Chu Yan still couldn't get used to it every time he saw her. What? Is he Chu Yan? Unexpectedly, he is so young. A hero comes from a boy. Many presidents of the Magisters Guild looked at Chu Yan and talked in low voices. Lucy curiously asked Erza, "What? Is Chu Yan so famous?" Erza explained, "Chu Yan is quite famous among the presidents of various guilds. After all, Chu Yan is the first destroyed half of the Magic Council." At this time, Makarov came to Chu Yan and whispered, "Hey! Brat! Don't admit the earthquake. Hearing Erza's explanation as well as Chu Yan appearing here, Makarov was the first not to believe that the earthquake that had just occurred in Kobo City had nothing to do with Chu Yan. Chu Yan looked aggrieved and said, "President. What are you talking about? I just arrived. You can't just rely on me for an earthquake. Even if you are the president, you can't insult my character." Makarov nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. Brat. Your shameless appearance is very similar to my youthful style." Suddenly, Natsu fell to the ground in mid-air. Death God Elijah was good at wind magic. The air combat advantage is great. Natsu relies on Habib to fly, and he just went all out to catch up with the opponent. Both Habib and Natsu consumed a lot of magic power. "Asshole! Come down and fight me if you dare. Let's fight it out!" Natsu shouted at Elijah. Death God Elijah laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha! Who wants to fight you? I'm just waiting for people to come together. At this time, as long as this curse song is played, everyone will be cursed to death." "What?" Many guild presidents were shocked. "You don't have the right to do this. Right? Yes, you have deprived our guild of its rights and left us with nothing with just a few words. How dare you talk to me about our rights? That was no longer my pursuit. What I pursued was power, the power to sanction this unfair world. All sins are judged by me. All sins are punished by me. I want to create a dark world. It is up to you, the presidents of the regular Magisters Guild, to open the door to the dark world. Be afraid. Haha, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Click, click, click. The space shattered, and cracks appeared in the air. Then a pale white air pressure mask hit Eli Gore, who was laughing. "Wow ah ah ah!" The god of death, Elijah, screamed loudly and flew into the sky. After a while, he fell to the ground, covered in blood, and was already in a half-dead state. There was silence in the air, as if no one's mind had turned around. Soon, Chu Yan was seen kicking the half-dead Elijah with his feet and said angrily, "You are bragging. Bragging. I have been waiting for you for a long time and you still don't brag. You said so in a grumpy way. If you talk too much, I'm impatient to wait. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Get up. Blow me up." All the guild presidents and Lucy were stunned. "Pony? Is Xiao Chuyan such a violent character?" Cyan Pegasus President Babu asked. "Forward, young people. You're always a little angry, aren't you?" Makarov also sweated. He didn't expect Chu Yan to be so violent outside and not very kind when he was in the guild. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded, "Since you want to hear it, let me blow it for you." "What?" Then a burst of green smoke emerged from the skull flute, and then formed a huge and terrifying monster more than 20 meters tall. Monster! Something bad happened. The president of the four-headed hounds saw it and said with an ugly face, "It's the devil in Ziref's book. I'm so hungry. Let me taste your soul." "What? Is the soul delicious?" Natsu asked as he drooled and looked at Lucy. Lucy spit out, "How do I know? And don't drool while looking at me." Erza asked, "What's going on? Why do monsters appear in the flute?" "That monster is the song, it's living magic, Ziref's magic. Black Mage Ziref, the most ferocious black mage in the history of magic, never expected that the legacy from hundreds of years ago would appear now." The monster said with a playful look on his face, "Which one should I eat?" Chu Yan's faint voice sounded, "Don't talk nonsense. Blow me. If you keep grinding, I will kill you." Chapter 031. Chapter 31, Call It a Day. Lurabai was also made angry by Chu Yan, "Since you want to listen, then let you listen. That sound is full of terror and death. Not good. The curse song is about to sound. Run away. Poof, puff, puff. Lucy said, "Is this a curse song? Why is it so similar to the sound of farts? Roar, asshole. Were there any cracks in the flute during the previous attack on the train and just now? Hateful. Eat your souls and that will fix it." Lullaby stretched out her huge paws and grabbed Chu Yan. Not good. Buzz. Chu Yan's fist was condensed with the power of the shaking fruit, a pale white aura appeared on his fist, and he punched Lullaby's paw. Click, click, click. This time, the traces of space fragmentation are more obvious, and exaggerated cracks appear in the space. Space. The space was shattered. Is this the vibrating super magic? Lullaby looked in disbelief. How is that possible? How could there be such a destructive magic? Chu Yan said, "I originally wanted to know what kind of sound can curse people to death, so that I could have a reference. But after waiting for a long time, I heard this kind of sound. I was so disappointed." Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that Lullaby's claws were turning into fly ash and began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, Lullaby's huge body was wiped out. Call it a day. Chu Yan clapped his hands. Zeref's demon was killed so easily. And it was completely destroyed. Makarov laughed proudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Did you see it? This is the wizard from fairy tale. Little Chu Yan, do you really not consider joining the Cyan Pegasus? Even if you don't like pretty girls, you can still choose handsome guys." Makarov looked at Bob defensively and said, "Go away. Bob. How can you Cyan Pegasus have cuter and more beautiful girls than our fairy tale guild? Our guild's poster girl Myra Jane, and our signature wizard Erza, even the newcomer Lucy's figure is not comparable to that of your guild." Lucy complained, "Why do you talk about your figure when you come to me?" "Ah. Because Myra Jane and Erza have more beautiful faces. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels," Lucy said a little proudly. "That means my figure is getting better." As he spoke, he showed off his enchanting figure. Makarov waved his hand and said, "No, I didn't mean that at all. You perverted old man." Makarov said with a smile, "In short, the matter was resolved satisfactorily without causing any damage. This is the best." Erza seemed to remember something and whispered a few words in Makarov's ear. Makarov's face became paler and paler. "Ga." Makarov rolled his eyes and fainted. President Makarov fainted. Is it a curse song? Could it be the delayed effect of curse song? President Makarov has been cursed to death. What should we do? Magic Council era. He got rid of a dark guild, the Iron Forest, but destroyed an entire train, destroyed more than 40 kilometers of railway tracks and caused an earthquake in Dianakroba. Compared with the Dark Guild, such a guy is worse. It is even more dangerous. There is no telling which day a super earthquake will occur and destroy the entire country. Such a dangerous person should be restricted and not allowed to do whatever he wants. Yajima, a short old man among the commentators, said, "We are talking about the Dark Guild. Why should it be related to Chu Yan? Moreover, Chu Yan destroyed 2 dark guilds in a short period of time. But it's something that even the Magic Council can't achieve. And the damage caused is within the control range, isn't it? It's a bit unreasonable that you don't pursue the enemy but want to punish the meritorious ministers." Congressman Reggie. "Well. Magic Council Chi Keelane said, this incident is very dangerous. If the presidents of many guilds are really killed, everyone here will definitely be held accountable, and is Chu Yan really going to be arrested? This matter still needs to be discussed further." The Magic Council adjourned after a while. In the councillor's office, Chi Keelane frowned and asked Arusha, "Why do a few old guys always keep silent every time they talk about arresting Chu Yan?" "I know a little bit about this, because the Magic Council arrested Chu Yan once 5 years ago, and some unruly people below planned to torture him privately. As a result, Chu Yan became furious and destroyed half of the Magic Council. And the 10 members who came out at that time failed to stop it. I heard that they were more or less injured. In the end, it was Makarov who came forward to calm it down. Otherwise, the Magic Council might have been destroyed at that time. As a direct result, half of the 10 commentators resigned. This incident was also regarded by the Magic Council as the biggest shame in the history of magic, and all the information about that battle was deleted. Since then, the Magic Council has been much more cautious in its attitude towards fairy tale. Only the members of the council who join will be aggressive towards fairy tale. Chi Qilane showed an interested smile and said, Chu Yan. Is it really strong? Destroying buildings is not a skill at all. Earthquakes and tsunamis are just magical effects. What's the use of fighting? The old guys in the Magic Council are too exaggerated. Maybe they don't have any skills for themselves. Cover it up. Arusha said with a rare serious look, no, according to the judging from the data, it is very strong. Chapter 032. Chapter 32, Guild Second Floor. Strange, it was uploaded before, but it disappeared. I hope it's not a duplicate chapter. Please give me flowers and collect it. The people in Iron Forest are being held captive, and the incidents are all in the newspapers. After all, there are so many presidents of the Mages Guild, it is not easy to cover up this matter, and in order to shock the Dark Guild, the Magic Council has no intention of covering up. Fairy tale is in the limelight, there is no guarantee that there is something wrong with it. Everyone knows that whoever has bad intentions will be shot first. As for the cause of President Makarov's coma, there is no doubt that the train and railway were destroyed by Chu Yan. The good news is that the train and railway themselves are insured, so the amount of compensation this time is not too large, otherwise the Goblins the Tales Guild may really declare bankruptcy. Chu Yan has always wanted to buy an insurance on his own, but unfortunately he is a shady account of an insurance company. No insurance company is willing to sell insurance to Chu Yan. The reward for destroying the volcano demon is 1 million J. The location is Mount Krista, which is not too far away. It only takes 3 days to go back and forth by train, so that's it. Chu Yan picked up a task on the task panel and came to Makarov. President, this is the task. It's really rare that your kid can actually do tasks. Don't you have to take a month's rest? Makarov raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Yan and said, I have no choice, I'm poor. After destroying the Dark Guild and saving so many presidents of the Mages Guild, they actually asked me to pay. It's hard to be a good person in this world. Money is not everything, but nothing is impossible without money. Pooh! You little rascal, you are not a good person, but the saying money is not everything, no money is everything is very reasonable. Give me the task. Destroy the volcano demon, no, change it. Why not? Makarov crossed his arms and closed his eyes and said, then why do you need to ask? Tsunamis and earthquakes are enough for me to worry about. I don't want to see any more volcanic eruptions. You know how much spit I got sprayed in the council this time because of you, so you can't let me rest for a few days. Then this, destroy the snow mountain monster, the task reward is 1.5 million J. Instead, I am not limited to seeing avalanches. What about this, destroying the Loch Ness monster, the mission reward is 2.5 million J. Makarov opened his right eye slightly, don't you know how to swim? He has watched Chu Yan grow up. Chu Yan is very picky about tasks. He usually does not accept tasks on a certain island, and rarely accepts tasks across the ocean. It's okay. I have no intention of going into the water. Change. Makarov didn't even want to listen anymore. If he didn't go into the water, he would definitely do something unexpected again. The man's sixth sense told him that it was definitely not a good thing. Snapped. Chu Yan arranged the task list on the table. I am angry. Old man, you usually complain that I don't have enough tasks to do, but as a result, I have to do tasks, and I won't be allowed to take on this task or that task. Do you want me to run away from home? The president of Cyan Pegasus said that he would introduce the most beautiful girl in the guild to me. Other guild presidents also offered me very generous offers, and I could choose between eldest sister and little sister. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. There is murderous intent. Chu Yan suddenly sensed two murderous auras, and his hair stood on end. He looked in the direction of the murderous aura and saw Myra Jane wiping the wine glass with a smile. When he looked towards the other murderous aura, he saw Elu. Sha was wiping his sword. A smile appeared on Makarov's face and he said, "Bastard, what did you just say?" Chu Yan quickly waved his hand and said, "I was just joking. It's nothing. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. I'll go up to the second floor and see if there are any suitable tasks." Just when Chu Yan was about to go up to the second floor, suddenly, a strong feeling of sleepiness came over him. Chu Yan immediately used the power of the shock fruit to shake his spirit, and instantly got rid of the sleepiness. This is sleepy. Bang bang bang. Everyone in the guild fell asleep. Only Makarov could barely stay awake. Erza was struggling to hold herself back from falling asleep. At this time, one person covered her face and body with cloth and clothes. The real man walked in. Makarov raised his head with difficulty and said, "Mr. Gang." Chu Yan greeted Mr. Gang and said, "We haven't seen you for so long, but the way you appear has not changed. Mr. Gang, don't always do tasks alone, have a drink together when you have time." Although Chu Yan doesn't remember the plot, most of the characters remember it. He also remembers clearly that Mr. Gang is Jalal in another world. In other words, he can be regarded as a fellow traveler. Mr. Gang pointed at Chu Yan. He nodded and said hello, then picked up the task list for exterminating the volcano demon that Chu Yan had just brought over, waved it in front of Makarov and said, "I'm leaving first." Makarov said, "You undo the sleep magic. 5 4 3 2 1. As Mr. Gang counted down the seconds, his figure gradually moved away. After the countdown ended, almost everyone woke up. This feeling, is it Mr. Gang? That bastard. This hypnotic magic is still as powerful as ever. Lucy asked curiously, "Mr. Gang? One of Fairy Tale's S-class wizards?" Loki replied from the side, and then he was immediately startled when he saw Lucy next to him. Lucy said in surprise, "Isn't that the same level as Chu Yan and Erza? But why use sleep magic?" Gray explained, "I don't know why he doesn't like others to see his face. It seems that only the president and Chu Yan in the guild have seen what he looks like." Suddenly, a voice said, "Not just the two of them, I have also seen what Mr. Agon looks like." La Casas. Chapter 033. Chapter 33. Date invitation. He has short blonde hair, a lightning-like scar on his right face, a headset in his ear, and the look of a bad boy. He is leaning on the guardrail with his elbows on the second floor of the guild, looking down at the guild with a leisurely expression. "Everyone. Laxis. You are actually here. Laxis. Come down and have a showdown with me." Natsu shouted immediately when he saw Laxis. Laxis said playfully, "Come up if you can. Wait for me." Natsu yelled and was about to run up to the second floor. Suddenly, a big hand fell from the sky and punched Natsu to the floor. "Not yet. You can't go up yet. Yo yo yo. You made the old man angry." Makarov said, "Laxis, you should stop it a little bit. I'm done. You should tell the guy next to you to stop. The reputation of the guild has been ruined by that guy. Fairy Tale is the strongest magician in the guild. How come no one outside has ever heard of this? Is he still the strongest? And after so many years, your strongest shelf life has been too long. It's time to let it go. Now I am the strongest in the fairy tale guild. Wait. One day I will personally grab the strongest title. I believe this day won't be long. Ha 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 ha. Laxus laughed and turned to leave. Lucy curiously asked, "Who is he? He seems to be provoking Chu Yan all the time." Laxus' arrogant appearance can easily arouse others' disgust, and Lucy felt a little uncomfortable. Myra Jane explained, "Laxus, the S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild, is normal for provoking Chu Yan. After all, Chu Yan is now recognized as the strongest mage by most members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Warrior, Laxus has always aimed to be the strongest, and Chu Yan is the biggest mountain standing in front of him." Lucy waved her little fist and said to Chu Yan, "Chu Yan, he is provocative, why don't you behave well? Teach him a lesson, just like you taught Natsu." Chu Yan waved his hand and said, "I have no skills against that kind of middle-class boy. You can't just hit people casually, right? Not to mention it's a guild. A companion, but he is also the grandson of President Makarov after all. He does not look at the monk's face but the Buddha's face." For the sake of the old man, Chu Yan will not care so much with Lacases. Lucy looked like, "I believe you. If you had said this before, I might have believed it, but we only walked together twice, and each time we didn't hit people casually. Are you afraid? Are you afraid of yourself?" The strongest throne was taken away. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Before Chu Yan spoke, Myra Jane immediately explained, "No, it's just that Laxus was beaten badly by Chu Yan, and Chu Yan felt a little guilty and never paid attention to him." Provocation: Laxus was silent in front of Chu Yan in the past few years, but recently he seems to have become stronger and feels confident to challenge Chu Yan. Lucy heard Marajana's explanation and thought about Chu Yan. Yan Na can cause horrific damage with just a few moves. It's not very likely that there is someone stronger than him. Then why didn't the president let Natsu go to the second floor? It's too early for you. The difficulty of the tasks on the commission board on the second floor is not comparable to that on the first floor. They are all S-level tasks. Any wrong judgment in the task may cost your life, but correspondingly the reward is also very high. Only S-level magicians in the guild can accept the commission. There are currently only 6 people in the guild who can climb to the second floor to accept S-level and above tasks. 6 people? Amazing! Who are they? They are Guildarts, Chu Yan, Erza, Miss Dogon, Laxus, and finally me. Lucy said in surprise, "Miss Myra Jane too." Mirage has always looked like a weak girl in the guild. She had no idea that Mirage was actually an S-class mage in the guild. Why did Miss Myra Jane retire so early? When they first heard that Miss Mileage had retired, many people felt very sorry. Myra Jane's eyes showed a little pain and she said, "Because a lot of things have happened, and I am very happy to help everyone in the guild like this." Chu Yan went up to the second floor. There were only a few commissions on the mission board. After looking at it, he found that there were no suitable missions, so he came down. He took a look at the time and it was already late. The guild was about to close. Chu Yan was also ready. He left and went back to the dormitory to rest. After leisurely hanging out in the guild for a whole day, it reminded him a little of the time when he worked in a state-owned enterprise. Every day was just dawdling, going to work at the same time and getting off work at the same time. After finally traveling to a different world, he shouldn't have to go to another world every day. Is it necessary to live a wonderful life? A few years ago, Chu Yan may have had a passion for adventure, and he did so, but after a long time, he returned to the original point. In fact, this kind of dawdling is the most comfortable. Chu Yan just came. Out at the guild gate, I heard someone calling my name from behind. I turned around and saw Myra Jane not far away. Myra Jane looked around cautiously and found that no one was paying attention and walked over quickly. Said to Chu Yan with slightly red cheeks, "Chu Yan, didn't you promise me that you would go shopping with me? And there is no suitable task for you yet. Now that the president is back, I have time to relax. We will gather under the big tree in Nanko Park at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. See you there then. After Myra Jane said that, she turned around and left quickly. Chu Yan was stunned. His mind was filled with thoughts of see you there, not parting, and Marajana's blushing cheeks. Was he being invited on a date by Myra Jane? Although according to Mirage, it was to fulfill the original agreement, but those who were lucky enough to be invited by Mirage had never heard of it. Bang bang! Chu Yan gave himself 2 slaps. It hurts, it is true. Chu Yan's mood surged. YSE. 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 Chapter 034. Chapter 34 Expectations and Actions. Early the next morning, Chu Yan rarely got up early. Normally, when he had nothing to do, he would sleep until close to noon before waking up. After taking care of himself carefully, he looked in the mirror. Looking at his own appearance, he said very narcissistically, "Handsome." After taking a look at the time, it was still early, but he should arrive 10 minutes early, and immediately rushed to the date. When Chu Yan arrived, he saw Myra Jane already standing under the tree, wearing a pink dress. Her beautiful and delicate face did not need too much embellishment to be the most beautiful in the world. Even if she was just standing quietly, she was in Nanko Park. The most beautiful scenery among them attracts everyone's attention. As a park in the town of Magnolia, Nanko Park has beautiful scenery and is the most suitable place for male and female couples to date. The men and women who started spreading dog food early in the morning can't help but look at Myra Jane when they pass by. Myra Jane. When did you arrive? You've been waiting for a long time. Mirage smiled like a flower and said, "No, I just arrived not long ago." Myra Jane, you look so beautiful today. Myra Jane blushed slightly, then looked at Chu Yan with a playful expression and said, "Oh. So am I beautiful today or yesterday?" Chu Yan quickly passed many answers in his mind, just as beautiful. Myra Jane pretended to be angry and said, "You mean a day has passed and I haven't become beautiful? Beautiful today? Does that mean yesterday was not beautiful? Beautiful every day, more beautiful every day. The most beautiful in the world." Chu Yan really admired how resourceful he was at this time. A man's desire to survive can be so strong. Snort. Guess you know the truth. Chu Yan blinked and said, "Mirajan, you are wearing the necklace I gave you." Myra Jane blushed and said, "I just happened to see it, I didn't wear it on purpose. It's best to wear it all the time. This is the amulet I worked so hard to get. It will keep you safe when I'm not around." Chu Yan said seriously. "Who knows if you bought it from a street stall and returned the amulet? You have loved lying to people since you were a child, especially girls. It would be strange to believe you." Chu Yan shouted that he was wronged. He did tease a lot of girls when he was a child, but it was all a joke at that time. At that time, he had just traveled through time and had not awakened the soul of Lilicon. In fact, it didn't make much sense to take advantage. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Okay, let's go, you hold that. Myra Jane pointed at something and said. Chu Yan looked in the direction of Mirajana's finger and saw a rickshaw placed there. It was the kind of two-wheeled cart that was pulled by people in front. Myra Jane, aren't we here for a date today?" Myra Jane smiled mischievously and said, "I never said it was a date. I always talk about shopping. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Go." Chu Yan immediately started to pull the cart and walked behind Myra Jane. Myra Jane seemed to be in a good mood. She walked briskly along the way and hummed a song. She seemed very relaxed. She would buy something she liked after bargaining for a suitable price. Beauty, the discount was quite large, and then he threw it into the car and let Chu Yan pull it. Unknowingly, the big car was almost full. Shopping is a woman's nature no matter in which world, as long as it is to buy things. Is it useful? He has no strength at all, but men are different. Even buying a set of clothes is too heavy. To be honest, walking around for an hour is more tiring than performing an S-level mission. Miss Myra Jane. You are as beautiful as an angel. Please marry me. On the crowded street, a man knelt on the ground with a bouquet of flowers and said to Mirage. Mirage refused with a smile, I'm sorry. I have no plans to get married yet. Chu Yan looked at it boredly, yawning and said, Is this the 20th number? None of the lines are fresh, so I was expecting so much. This kind of thing has never stopped since she took to the streets. Myra Jane is the cover girl and is very famous in the kingdom of Fiori. What's more, in Magnolia Town, almost everyone, male, female, old and young, knows Myra Jane. The charm is unstoppable, and it is easy to cause a sensation wherever he goes, so Myra Jane rarely goes out to go shopping. Even the little ghosts under 10 years old came over several times to confess to Myra Jane, saying that they would like Myra Jane when they grow up. G is just a brat when he wants to be his bride. He is really arrogant. What to expect? Your back and forth was just a few words, and it was useless for me to expect so much. Chu Yan was embarrassed. He didn't know how to say sweet words to begin with, and even less so after traveling through time. At least I still have the courage to take action, unlike someone who doesn't even dare to take action. Myra Jane said as if she was angry, but just after she finished speaking, Myra Jane realized what she had said, and her face suddenly turned red. Chu Yan was also stunned. Myra Jane said this. For the sake of it, if he hesitated, would he still be considered a man? Chu Yan reached out and grabbed Mirajana's hand. Myra Jane struggled slightly and then stopped resisting. She just turned her head away, her face flushed and she didn't dare to look. Chu Yan, Mirajan. Suddenly, a voice sounded, Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Hearing someone calling Chu Yan's name, Myra Jane quickly pulled her hand out of Chu Yan's palm, as if she was afraid of being discovered. Soon I saw someone running over in the distance. It was Solasuk from the Lane Engine team. He had magic feet and moved very fast. Chu Yan thought to himself, what a pity. It was obviously a good opportunity just now. Chu Yan, ah. Miss Myra Jane is here too. Are you dating? Myra Jane immediately blushed and denied, no. I'm just shopping so that he can find something to do when he's free. Is there anything wrong with Sarasuk? It was the president. The president asked Chu Yan to return to the guild quickly. Myra Jane said, I just happened to have bought all the things I wanted to buy. There must be something wrong with the president calling Chu Yan. Let's go back. Chapter 035. Chapter 35, Devil's Island. Chu Yan returned to the Fairy Tale Guild and said to Makarov sitting on the counter, Old man, why are you calling me back in such a hurry? I am talking to Mirage is on a date. Dating? Everyone in the guild looked over. Myra Jane quickly denied it and said, it's not a date. Just let him do some work. Save yourself the whole day doing nothing. Miss Myra Jane, just call us whenever you need help. We have nothing to do. Guild President Makarov roared angrily when he heard this. Is this something worth being proud of? You should go to work for me. Myra Jane asked. President, what is going on? There is one missing order on the second floor. Someone picked it up and it was Hubby who took it away. Hubby. Which means Lucy and Natsu are also involved. No wonder I didn't see them both this morning. It turns out that he secretly went on an S-level mission. What is this Juniang idiot thinking? Chu Yan asked, which mission is it? Makarov said, it's the Devil's Island. Everyone in the guild was silent, and Chu Yan also felt a little bit pained. Chu Yan usually doesn't look at missions that require him to go to sea, because he doesn't have a teammate, and he doesn't like to put himself in the danger of drowning. These two bastards actually caused trouble for him. Not to mention that the date was ruined, the woman my friend almost succeeded just now. Makarov said, "Go and bring those two idiots back." "Gray, you go with Chu Yan." Gray was stunned when he heard this. "Me? Chu Yan alone is enough." Others everyone nodded. Not to mention one Natsu, even 10 Natsu. Chu Yan alone would be enough to catch them all. Chu Yan can't swim. Your ice magic can also be released in sea water. To provide help to Chu Yan, you two must bring Naz back. If the task is required, you can complete it by the way. Chu Yan looked at Makarov speechlessly and said, "Old man, are you sure your purpose is really just to let me bring Natsu back, and not to let me complete this S-level mission?" Makarov said righteously, "Am I that kind of person? You are insulting my character. Hurry up and get ready. Get going now." Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Chu Yan and Gray. What a great combination! It seems that no matter who Chu Yan is paired with, it will be great. This is really the case. But this combination is more powerful, so it can circumvent Chu Yan's biggest weakness of not being able to swim. By the way, why can't Chu Yan swim? Yes, why? Chu Yan usually shows strength that is far higher than others at more than one level, as if he is omnipotent, but he has a weakness that makes people speechless. When Makarov saw Chu Yan set off, his face showed relief. With an expression on his face, he lit up his pipe and took a puff of it happily. After all, he had watched Chu Yan grow up for 7 years and understood more than others. He once had an in-depth conversation with Chu Yan. According to Chu Yan, it was not impossible. Swimming is cursed by the sea. He cannot swim in the sea water. He will sink when he enters the sea and the magic cannot be released. Through some magic props, Chu Yan can breathe underwater so that he will not drown in a short time. Maybe the problem of releasing magic cannot be solved. The best way is to find a teammate for Chu Yan, especially a teammate who can help him on the sea. Gray in the Fairy Tale Guild is very suitable. But the original Gray compared to Chu Yan, he is too immature. If they are arranged together, it will have an impact on the growth of both parties. For example, now is a good time. However, Chu Yan, a brat, grows up too fast. He is too strong, so strong that his fatal weakness has become dispensable, overturning all his original plans. How could this brat become so powerful? It is simply unscientific. Harujun Town. Wow! What a deep canyon! There is such a canyon in the town that divides the whole city into 2 halves. It is really a strange landscape. Gray said with emotion while walking on a bridge. Chu Yan's angry punch shook a crack in the town. Because the crack was relatively large, the town decided not to fill the crack, but to build a bridge over it. After all, it is a port city, and it is normal for the seawater level to rise every year during the rainy season. With this crack, there is no need to worry about drainage problems when the water level rises in the future, and even if there is a flood or tsunami in the future, there will be a natural. There are still many people coming here for sightseeing, so it's hard to say whether Chu Yan's punch was a bad thing or a good thing. Okay, stop looking and go chase Natsu and Lucy. It's best if nothing happens to these 2 idiots. The 2 people quickly rushed to the pier and asked if they had seen a man and a woman taking a cat to Karna Island. After asking, they actually asked. There were indeed 2 people asking whether they had gone there. No one there took the job. After all, it was the rumored Devil's Island. Anyone who went to that island would be cursed to become a devil. Suddenly, a punting uncle asked, "You 2 are also magicians of fairy tale scholar? To solve the Alcatraz Island mission." "Uncle, who are you?" "The 2 fairy tale wizards in the morning were the Karna Island I went to on my boat. They said they had accepted the mission to solve the curse of Devil's Island." Gray said, those two guys escaped secretly, and we are the two magicians of fairy tale who are really here to solve the task. Chapter 036. Chapter 36, Devil's Island, 2. That's it, come on board. I will take you to Karna Island. Chu Yan and Gray boarded the boat together. The boat drifted on the sea and sailed towards Karna Island. Next to it was the sea water that could make devil fruit users unable to use their abilities. However, Chu Yan was not afraid at all. At that time, he would take a bath in sea water every day. Sea water has a very strong ability to restrain the ability of devil fruit. It is almost impossible to actively use the power of devil fruit. And no matter how good you are at swimming before taking devil fruit, no matter how much you flutter after taking a devil fruit, it will sink very quickly. From a scientific point of view, the body density of a devil fruit user after contact with sea water is much greater than that of sea water. If you let a stone swim out, flowers will still fall when they bear fruit. Sea water has a strong restraint on abilities, and it also imposes great restrictions on the physical strength of the ability user. However, this does not mean that devil fruit ability users will definitely become lambs to be slaughtered after being exposed to sea water. As long as through exercise, the body it seems that they can develop some resistance to sea water, and they can still have a certain degree of mobility even in sea water. For example, Luffy and Kid can still move heavy objects as fast as they can even if they have sea stone chains on their bodies. Much more powerful than ordinary people. Ahead is Karna Island. I can't go past it. If I get closer, I will be cursed. Just send it here. Thanks, Uncle. Gray used ice modeling magic with both hands. Ice make floor. Ice quickly formed on the sea and connected to the island. Chu Yan and Gray jumped on the ice together and quickly slid to the island, and then walked towards the island. How about it, Chu Yan, my ice modeling magic? Chu Yan nodded and said, well, it's a very versatile magic, and it's free magic. To be honest, I can't give you any advice in this regard. It's not like you have a hard time with Natsu's brain and are used to using it. Instinct to fight, but ice should not only freeze, but also have properties similar to annihilation. For example, some people's arms or legs become necrotic due to freezing, and then they cannot return to their original state no matter how high the temperature is. If they want to survive, they may even have to have their limbs amputated. Gray perked up after hearing this. He had never thought of this level. Even his former teacher Wolo had never given guidance in this area. Sure enough, it was right to ask Chu Yan. Then can I become an S-class mage this year? Gray is quite persistent in becoming an S-class mage of the guild, and Chu Yan is the biggest difficulty everyone faces in the S-class assessment. Starting with Laxus, then Erza, then Misturgan, and finally Myra G, the person responsible for whether these people can pass the S-class magician assessment is Chu Yan. Whether they pass or pass is all decided by Chu Yan. There have been no new S-class magicians in the guild for 2 years since Myra Jane. He has become a wizard, and the S-class wizard assessment is held every year, which means that Chu Yan has not allowed anyone to pass for 2 consecutive years. Many people who are qualified to participate in the S-class wizard assessment will taste what it means to be powerful. What is an S-class mage? This is the main reason why Chu Yan has such a high prestige in the guild. Chu Yan smiled and said, be more confident in yourself, and be more confident in your magic. Can you pass me? I don't know, but I know that people who are not confident can't pass. The 2 people soon came to a village. In order to prevent being attacked by wild beasts, the village had built high walls with trees, and the words no entry were written on the gate. Gray shouted loudly, hey, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Anyone there? Soon several figures appeared on the wall. Who are you? We are the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. Did a man, a woman, and a blue cat come here today? Natsu and Lucy heard this familiar voice and immediately said, no. It's Gray. They must be here to take us back. Natsu quickly told people, shh. Just say that they have never seen us, they are not welcome here, and tell them to leave. He is here to take us back. If we leave, no one will come to help you solve the curse. Without, didn't see it. Outsiders are not welcome here. Please leave. Chu Yan frowned, buzz. A light white transparent mask appeared on the right foot, and then he lightly stamped his foot. Boom boom. There was a slight earthquake throughout the island, but the shaking was the most violent here in the village. Wow! What's wrong, earthquake? Why do earthquakes occur? Natsu, Lucy, and Happy all changed their expressions. In the fairy tale guild, when they said earthquakes, they didn't do what other people thought. Louder sounds would cause earthquakes, and stronger attacks would cause earthquakes, which would make people feel like they were falling. A super dangerous person who can cause major earthquakes even if you fight. Oops! It's Chu Yan. Whoever comes here is bad. It's Chu Yan who comes here. They have no resistance against Chu Yan. Just as they guessed, Chu Yan's loud voice sounded, "You idiots! Why don't you hurry up and ask someone to open the door? Do you want me to catch you personally?" It seemed as if the whole village might be destroyed by this sound. Natsu, Lucy, and hubby were all frightened, and quickly asked someone to open the door. Listening to the sound, Chu Yan was obviously angry. What if this island was destroyed? But what's worse, Natsu and hubby have seen it with their own eyes. Destroying an island is not difficult for Chu Yan at all. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Squeak. Squeak. Soon the door was raised and opened. Natsu, Lucy, and Habib all knelt there obediently, as if they knew something was wrong. An old man who looked like a village chief looked at Chu Yan with an uneasy expression. Asked, "Hello, who are you?" Just now, Chu Yan scared everyone in their village. Chu Yan said, "I am the magician who is here to solve this commissioned task of fairy tale." Chu Yan, the two idiots in our guild have not caused you any trouble. Please trouble me. Chapter 037. Chapter 37, I'm not scared by you. No, 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 both wizards are very good. Feel sorry. Originally, the two of them were not qualified to accept this task due to their level. They sneaked to the second floor of the guild, stole the task order, and ran over privately. Now I am responsible for this task. When he heard that his mission was about to fly, Natsu immediately said, "Wait a minute. Chu Yan, I'm obviously the one to pick it up." Chu Yan's eyes widened, a pale white halo appeared on his palm, and then he flicked it. Call out. Natsu's body flew backwards. Boom. With a sound, a hole was opened in the wall. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Happy quickly flew to Chu Yan and cried, "Chu Yan, you don't care about my business. Natsu and Lucy ordered me to do it." Lucy heard what Happy said and said immediately, "You unfaithful cat. Do you three know how dangerous S-class missions are? How dare you accept an S-level mission privately? Do you feel like your wings are stiff? He even dares to violate the guild's rules." Boom boom boom. The whole island was shaking, and everyone was frightened. Even the thorny Natsu didn't dare to speak. Lucy had never seen Chu Yan looking so angry. Chu Yan was usually very angry. Kind, even though Lucy had clearly seen Chu Yan going on a killing spree, she still felt that Chu Yan was a very talkative person. Today, she really felt that Chu Yan was angry. She didn't expect that Chu Yan would be so scary when he was angry. Just angry, the world seems to be shaking, to be precise, it is indeed shaking. Do you know how many people in the guild will be worried if you do this? If you are not strong enough, you should work hard to improve. If you want to take on S-level missions, then work hard to become an S-level mage. Think about it, if everyone in the guild practiced such crooked ways like you, what would the guild look like now? The old man is 88 years old, and his health is not as good as before. As a child, parents can worry, but they must not worry him. Gray came to be the peacemaker at this time and said, "Chu Yan, calm down, Naz and the others already know they were wrong." As he said that, he immediately gave Natsu, Lucy, and Happy a look. Several people immediately understood what Gray meant. "I'm sorry. We were wrong." Gray shouted, louder. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Sorry. We were wrong. Look at Chu Yan, they have all admitted their mistake, so don't be too angry, otherwise the island may be destroyed. Chu Yan took a deep breath, and then calmed down. Now he is on the verge of awakening his devil fruit ability. To fully awaken, he does not need to practice, but to slowly absorb and control it. This is a hard work. Severe emotional fluctuations may trigger the power of awakening, and the destruction of such an island may just be an unintentional result. I hope this is the last time this happens. After this mission is over, follow me back to the guild obediently and go to the old man to apologize in person. Whether you can continue to stay in the fairy tale guild depends on the old man's wishes. Village leader, you can tell me about the mission content. The village chief and the villagers were so frightened that they all knelt on the ground. They looked at Chu Yan as if they were looking at gods. Only gods can have such power when they are angry. Yes, yes. The village chief began to explain the task entrustment and the contents of the curse in detail, and in front of Chu Yan and others, everyone turned into demons. That posture made them think they were well informed. Chu Yan was startled, but this scene felt inexplicably familiar to Chu Yan. It seemed that there was this plot in the animation, but the difference between the animation style and the real style was too big, and it took so long that he couldn't remember it. It seemed that it was quite a reason. It's getting late. All the magicians must be very tired after traveling for a day. Please go into your room and rest. Chu Yan and others entered the room. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy were all a little scared. It was too scary when Chu Yan was angry just now. What are you so afraid of? I'm not a devil. A few people shook their heads quickly and said to themselves. You are much scarier than the devil. The devils in this village combined are not half as scary as you. Okay, let's all go to bed early and go to the island tomorrow to check what caused it. Chu Yan would never take on this kind of mission if he found it too troublesome. He usually only takes on subjugation missions, and it's over after killing monsters or bad guys. He's not very good at magic or curses. A few people can do it. They all lay down on the floor and started to sleep. Najgra quickly picked the one farthest from Chu Yan. As soon as he lay down, he began to snore, leaving the closest one to Lucy. Lucy secretly cursed these two bastards for not talking. I feel loyal, but I feel a little more at ease when I see that Chu Yan has begun to close his eyes and rest. I secretly took a look at Chu Yan sleeping, as if he was a child, very quiet, and I couldn't imagine what he would do when he was angry just now. The mountains are shaking, as if the sky is about to fall. And the angry look just now is actually really handsome. Although the strength is as terrifying as a monster, lying next to him still makes people feel very at ease inexplicably, making people want to be there. He kept lying next to him. Suddenly, Lucy's heart was pounding, and her face suddenly turned red. How could she have such a bold idea? Could it be that she actually, no, impossible, had only seen just a few times? Could it be the legendary meeting? No, that's impossible. Several people woke up early the next morning, and breakfast was prepared early. All the villagers treated Chu Yan with great respect, which puzzled Chu Yan. After eating breakfast, he asked someone to open the door and go to the island to investigate. People in the whole village began to pay tribute. Chu Yan said, the people in their village are really polite. Several people complained in their hearts, it's not because you scared me. Chapter 038. Chapter 38 Chu Yan's Mission History. There is a forest outside the village. Because this island is known as the Devil's Island, almost no outsiders come here. Even pirates dare not visit. The environment is very primitive. It is indeed an S-level mission, the feeling is just different. Natsu returned to his usual appearance after a night's sleep. He is completely the type who forgets afterward. Chu Yan, what is the approximate difficulty level of S-level missions? Only Chu Yan here thinks that he is a senior S-class mage. He is second only to Guildarts in becoming an S-class mage in Fairy Tail. I don't know. I only do subjugation missions. I never take on missions like lifting a curse. Natsu's eyes lit up. Cruelty mission. Isn't that what you are trying to conquer? Powerful. It's no problem to beat you 10 times, so improve your strength honestly. 10. A few people were shocked after hearing this. Natsu's strength is considered to be the top among Fairy Tail. Dragon Slayer magic has powerful attack power. But the main reason is that practicing Dragon Slayer magic gives Natsu it brings an inhuman physique. If you hit me 10 times, I will hit you once and it will be over. It can be called a bug level defense. Ah! Natsu has become a unit of measurement. Chu Yan, what is the most powerful monster you have ever encountered? Chu Yan recalled it and said, the most powerful one. It is to carry out a 10-year mission, an abyss demon dragon, what is it called? I can't remember clearly, but it is said that one day it suddenly descended on the royal capital of that country, turning the capital into a hell-like environment. Several people shouted in shock, magic dragon. This world is very scary as long as it has anything to do with dragons. The strength of dragons is simply not something that humans can compete with. Isn't it called Igunalu? Lucy complained, Igunalu is a fire dragon, not a magic dragon. Natsu said excitedly, then maybe it knows where Igunaru is. Chu Yan, did you kill that demon dragon? Slay the dragon? It's impossible. Those are all myths and legends. Lucy and Gray shook their heads together. Even if they knew that Chu Yan was very powerful, humans would definitely not be able to defeat a dragon. That was a dragon, an existence comparable to a god. Chu Yan shook his head and said with a smile, kill it. Don't be kidding, how is it possible? He is also a dragon after all. Moreover, he is a high-ranking demon dragon among the dragon clan. He can also fly. How can he be killed so easily? That guy's body is quite resistant to beatings. A single punch will only slightly hurt him. In the end, I just beat it away. I don't know where it went. Because the mission of that country was to drive away the dragon, so the mission was finally completed. Natsu, Lucy, Gray, and Habi all looked at Chu Yan with their mouths wide open, as if they were looking at monsters, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They said we should stop. Joking. Are you sure you are not the one joking? In my mind, I couldn't help but imagine a human-dragon battle. The result turned out to be a scene of a dragon being beaten on the ground by humans. The scene was so beautiful that they didn't dare to look at it. Several people shouted in their hearts, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Monster. There are monsters scarier than dragons in this country. If the king and the magic council knew about this, I wonder if they would be able to sleep at night. Forward, you don't have to look at me like I'm a monster. I'm not as powerful as you think. Physically speaking, Natsu's physique is much stronger than mine. Suddenly, Zhizi. A huge rat about 10 meters tall suddenly appeared and rushed towards several people. Ah! Big mouse! A few people were so frightened that they screamed. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed and he uttered 3 words, get away. The hair of this huge mouse immediately trembled. He looked at Chu Yan with horrified eyes, slowly stepped back a few steps, then turned around and ran away quickly with a pitiful whining sound. Gray said with a serious look on his face. This, could it be the legendary murderous aura? Lucy said, it's amazing. Just a look can scare away this giant rat. It is indeed a monster that can defeat the dragon. AI. Hubby couldn't agree more. Naz said to Chu Yan excitedly, so handsome. So cool. How does Chu Yan practice this move? Can you teach me? Gray was startled and said to Naz seriously, idiot. That is murderous intent, the kind of murderous intent that can be condensed by killing thousands of people. How can you learn it? Maybe Chu Yan ruined a country with an earthquake. Thousands. Lucy and the others looked at Chu Yan with even more horror. They changed from looking at monsters to looking at the devil who killed countless people. Chu Yan flicked the foreheads of several people one by one with his fingers. What are you thinking about? Woolen cloth. That's my magic. When I speak, I use my voice to transmit vibrations and simulate the effect of mental shock. It's a little magic I created in order to make the training environment quieter. When I was practicing in a remote place, there would always be creatures coming to disturb me, so Chu Yan used vibrations to drive them away, but they would always come back. He tried to find a way to make these guys remember a little longer. He captured a few creatures alive and studied them for a long time. Only then did he study out the vibration wavelength that matches the fear of almost all living things. It was also at that time that he discovered that not only matter, but also the spirit can actually vibrate. Perhaps this is the key to awakening the devil fruit ability, but he has no intention of vibrating himself. Head, because the only result was concussion. As for the creatures studied by Chu Yan committed suicide as soon as he released them. So Chu Yan studied for half a year, and the biggest gain was that it's similar to the effect of Overlord's domineering aura. Several people complained in their hearts, is this considered a little magic? So what qualifies as great magic? Naz said to Chu Yan, use it on me with all your strength. Let me see what the effect is. Chu Yan shook his head and said, I advise you not to try it. All the creatures I tested in the past committed suicide. Chapter 039. Chapter 39 Deliola. Suicide. A few people were frightened. Chu Yan smiled and waved his hand and said, haha. Just kidding, those who commit suicide are just some living things. The human spirit is much stronger than those living things. At most, it is just a few months of psychological shadow, unable to eat or sleep well. This joke is not funny at all. After a few months of psychological shadow, I couldn't eat well, couldn't sleep well, that's all. If I were mentally fragile, I wouldn't really commit suicide. Lucy suddenly said with emotion, I suddenly found out that I could be in the same guild as Chu Yan. The members are so nice. Natsu, Gray, and Habibi all nodded together. Because they are members of the same guild, at least they don't have to worry about Chu Yan, a terrorist, attacking them. Is there anything in the world that is luckier than this? Hello. Look. There is a building in front. Through the jungle, a building connected to the mountain appeared in front of several people. Several people walked in together. Inside was a very spacious hall. Wow, so big. This place is dilapidated, I don't know when it was built. Look. There is a moon-like coat of arms on it, and didn't the village chief say that this island used to be called Moon Island? Moon Island and Moon Emblem always feel suspicious. This place is so shabby, is there any problem with the floor? Natsu said as he kicked the floor hard twice. Fool! Don't try so hard. Boom! The floor suddenly shattered, and a big hole appeared. Several people fell in, and Chu Yan was also injured without paying attention. Bang bang! A few people turned over the gravel and crawled out. When Naz saw Chu Yan also became disgraced. He immediately laughed, ha ha ha. Chu Yan became disgraced. Gray and Lucy originally wanted to scold Natsu, but when they heard Natsu's words and saw Chu Yan's disgraced look, they relaxed a lot. Although it seemed that Chu Yan was as strong as a monster, he was also not omnipotent. Chu Yan said angrily, "You idiot! Use your brain before doing anything." Suddenly, Natsu's eyes widened and he looked in one direction. Then, "What is that? There's a big monster frozen." Several people also looked at Natsu's gaze. After Gray saw the monster, his expression immediately became panicked, and he shouted the monster's name as if in disbelief, "Deliera! How can it be? Deliera will appear here. No, it's impossible. It can't be in a place like this." Chu Yan said calmly, "Calm down. Gray is nothing more than a monster frozen in ice." Chu Yan had some impression of seeing this monster and Gray calling out Deliera's name. When he heard the monster's name, he roughly remembered the plot. When Gray heard Chu Yan's words, he felt slightly calmer. But the body is still trembling obviously, and it can be seen that the heart is not calm at all. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Gray, you know this monster. Deliera, the demon of disaster. Chu Yan twitched his ears and said, "Wait a minute, if there are footsteps, hide first." Several people immediately hid behind the rocks. Soon, two men came over. One looked very similar to a dog, and the other had thick eyebrows that people would notice at a glance. "Is that the sound that came from here just now?" "Whoa whoa. The broken stones seemed to have fallen from the floor above. It was originally a dilapidated building. There were continuous earthquakes last night. It would not be surprising if the whole building collapsed. The broken floor was considered good. Ooh! It really scared me to death. I never thought that an earthquake would happen on this island. There is no way, no one can avoid this kind of natural disaster. Fortunately, the magic circle collected by Moondrop did not break, otherwise a lot of time would have been wasted." Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded, "Yoka, Toby, it's so sad." Angelica was frightened, and now she was in her own hole and couldn't scream no matter what. The man who looked like a dog said, "It must be a mouse. It's not normal to dig into your own hole." "Not a mouse, Angelica is a hunter walking in the darkness, and love." Intruder. Since Deliera was seen, they couldn't let them go back alive. It seemed that he had escaped. Find these intruders and deal with them before Master Zero discovered them. Granting death to the intruder is also an expression of love. Whoa whoa. Just kill the intruder, right? After a while, the three people left, and several people came out again. "There are some strange guys here. The smell on them is different from this island, they are foreigners." Naz said to Chu Yan, "Chu Yan, why don't you just arrest them and torture them? Those guys must be the culprits who caused the curse on the people in the village." "Because it's not necessary." Chu Yan smiled and shook his head and said, "Memory is like a chain, one link after another. He already knows what happened to the curse in the village. He vaguely remembered it last night, which seems to be a very ridiculous reason. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous." Lucy said, "Chu Yan, are you going to destroy this? The curse in the village may also be affected by this monster. As long as this is destroyed, the curse may disappear." Gray immediately stopped and said, "No, please wait. Don't destroy it yet. I want to know who the Zero Emperor is. Why do you want to transport the demon that the Master gave his life to seal away here?" "Master. Seal. Yes, Deliera is you, the Master who taught me magic. He used absolute freeze to seal it at the cost of his life." Chapter 040. Chapter 40, Use Your Brain and Think Hard. Gray began to talk about his encounter with Deliera. His home was destroyed by Deliera, his parents were killed by Deliera, and then he was rescued by his master Uru and followed him. The master learned magic. After learning magic, he heard about Deliera's location and recklessly challenged him. In the end, his master was killed. The expression on Gray's face was filled with pain when he said this, and Chu Yan and the others did not offer any words of comfort, because no one was at fault, but when faced with a choice, Gray's master chose to sacrifice himself to fulfill his dear disciple. I hope you will leave the person named Lingdi to me to deal with. No matter who the enemy is, I will never allow him to smear the face of my deceased master. Okay, leave it to you. Chu Yan said crisply. Natsu, Lucy, and Gray were all stunned. They didn't expect Chu Yan to agree so simply. Don't be too surprised, it's just that this is something you have to do as an apprentice and leave it to you to solve. The main reason is that I am here and I have to agree to whatever they want to do, so you just go ahead and do it. Var. Chu Yan's appearance is so deceptive that it is easy for people to ignore him. This is a man who can run away a demon dragon. In the past, even Gray had always believed that his master Ulu was the most powerful demon. The guide was still defeated by Deliera. But after meeting Chu Yan, he had to admit that there are actually more terrifying super monsters than Deliera among humans in this world. Now what? Go out and beat all those people away? Natsu said with a ferocious smile. Gray shook his head and said, No. Wait a minute, I still want to see what they are going to do. They just said drops of the moon, which makes me a little concerned. Just wait. Chu Yan said, closed his eyes and sat on the ground. What? Still have to wait? But Chu Yan, what are you doing? Practice. Time can never be wasted in vain. The expressions of several people froze. Both Natsu and Gray had practiced hard in the past, but compared with Chu Yan, they were far behind. This feeling was like something. It was like someone was there at the same time. It is used for playing, but some people use it for practice. It is really stressful to be with top students. Lucy whispered to Habi, although I have long heard that Chu Yan is a cultivator, I didn't know until today that I really didn't say anything wrong. AI. Lucy said to herself, but why do you have to practice so hard when you are so strong? Because I don't want to regret it. When there is something that needs to be protected with all my life, I fail to protect it even if I risk my life. I regret it when I lose it. I don't want to see that kind of scene, so I can only use my free time like now to practice. Lucy heard Chu Yan's words and said to herself, so handsome. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. When Natsu and Gray heard this, they both started to practice. After all, Chu Yan had taught them not long ago and they had never thought about it carefully. Now is a good opportunity. Lucy was embarrassed to see three people practicing. After sleeping, he asked Chu Yan, Chu Yan, do you know how to practice star spirit magic? Star spirit magic. Just like that. Turn it on. The Gate of Canis Minor. Nicola. A magic circle appeared in front of him, followed by a white, somewhat magical-looking creature. He was held in Lucy's arms. Chu Yan was speechless. Well, girls only keep pets. Normal. Look, this is Nicola, cute. Chu Yan thought for a while and then said, summoning magic? It is a very powerful magic. The direction of improvement in summoning magic should be quantity and quality. The higher your own magic power, the more space the star spirits can use. As a summoner, you should be able to borrow the abilities of the Protoss to fight, such as borrowing the power of one Protoss, borrowing the power of two Protoss at the same time, borrowing the power of three Protoss at the same time, or more. I don't know much about this kind of thing, and you should not be asking about me, but your own star spirit. Lucy looked at Chu Yan dumbfounded. She just asked with the attitude of giving it a try. She never thought that Chu Yan would really give her the answer, and it was such a reasonable and well-founded answer that was beyond imagination. Oh my God! Chu Yan, how could you know so much? I have never thought about asking the star spirits, letting the star spirits guide me in my practice, and borrowing the power of the star spirits. Because he had seen too much, Chu Yan did not say these words. He smiled and said to Lucy, use your brain to think more and try more with your hands. Powerful magic is created by others. Bravo! Time passes bit by bit. When you immerse yourself in practice, time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, night has arrived. Suddenly, a purple light fell from the sky and shone on the frozen Deliera. There was a lot of movement, which alarmed several people who were practicing. Hello! Look! Moonlight! There is purple moonlight shining down from above. And it still shines on Deliola. This is definitely not a coincidence. Let's go up and have a look. A few people quickly ran up, and then they saw a group of people kneeling and chanting mantras, which seemed to be some kind of cult ritual. While these people were chanting mantras, the moonlight in the sky continued to gather. Lucy said, "They are collecting moonlight. Do they want to use the moonlight to melt the ice on Deliera's body? Will Deliera be resurrected?" Gray immediately denied it and said, "No, impossible. The ice on Deliera's body cannot be melted." Chapter 041. Didn't Chapter 41 say he was lazy? The man with thick eyebrows who was found underground said to a man wearing a cyan coat and a horn mask, "Lord Emperor Ling, I'm really sorry. An intruder was found in the ruins during the day, but has never been found." Intruder? How are preparations for Deliera's resurrection going? The man known as Zero Emperor asked. Gray's face changed after hearing it, this voice. "At this rate, the ice may be melted tonight." Emperor Ling said, "That's enough tonight. Although I don't like blood, I don't want anyone to disturb me at this critical moment. There should be no one on this island except the village on the edge. Go and destroy that village for me." "Yes. Stop your boring behavior, Leon," Gray yelled, and then he immediately used the ice modeling magic with both hands. Ice cones rose from the ground and attacked Zero Emperor. Zero Emperor waved his hand, and a magic that was almost the same as Gray's appeared and collided with each other. After neutralizing Gray's attack, he said, "Long time no see." "Gray!" Hubby exclaimed, "That guy uses ice too." Both parties were surprised when they saw this similar attack. Yuka, a man with thick eyebrows, said, "The magicians of Fairy Tale, are they intruders? It seems that the people in that village asked the Magisters Guild for help." Lucy asked, "Gray, do you know that guy named Zero Emperor? He is my senior brother." Leon. "Senior brother?" Natsu asked in confusion, "Why did your senior brother resurrect the monster that your master sealed with life?" Gray said with an ugly face, "Is this also the question I want to ask?" Leon, "What exactly do you want to do?" Leon ignored Gray's question and said to his 3 men, "Go and destroy that village." "Yes." Suddenly, Chu Yan's faint voice sounded, "That's not possible. After all, I am also the client of this mission. If I get hurt by you, I will be very embarrassed." Boom! The entire ruins shook violently, making everyone unsteady and swaying here and there. "Wah-ya! It's an earthquake. What's wrong? Why was there another earthquake today?" Leon looked at Chu Yan and said, "Who are you?" At this time, a short man wearing a mask and dressed like a native Indian next to Leon said, "Fairy Tale Super S-Class Mage, Chu Yan, who is known as the Humanoid Natural Disaster." Yoka's face changed drastically and he said, "Humanoid Natural Disaster Chu Yan, I once heard the president mention it. It is said that he is an extremely talented magician. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels." Toby, who looks a bit like a dog, said, "Oh. I've heard it too. It is said that wherever you go you will cause landslides, earthquakes, and tsunamis." Shirley had heard of it, but had never seen it. The 3 of them felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Those who didn't know the names of people and the shadows of trees just didn't know. Those who knew didn't dare to underestimate Chu Yan. Leon's face changed slightly and he said, "Saradili, you know him?" "Certainly. Lord Lingdi may never care about things other than Deliera. Chu Yan is a famous figure in the dark world. It was unexpected that such an incredible figure would come here in person. Yuryudi Ya, whose pseudonym is Saludili, cursed secretly in his mind. Didn't it mean that he was lazy by nature and couldn't take on a few missions a year? Besides, he never took on other missions except for subjugation missions. A few days ago, she smashed Larabai in Kroba City. Why are you here today? The magicians who normally do tasks are not as diligent as you. The inexplicable earthquake on the island yesterday gave her a bad premonition. This damn woman's sixth sense is really accurate when it's least needed. Lord Zero Emperor, maybe our plan to resurrect Deliera will be ruined. Yuryudiya decided to stimulate Leon. Leon glared and said, impossible. I don't care what kind of natural and earthly disasters they are. Anyone who dares to stop my plan is my enemy. If they are enemies, they should be destroyed. Ice make Big Eagle. Leon waved his hand, and several ice eagles flew towards Chu Yan and others. Ice make ice shield. Boom boom boom. Gray used an ice shield to block Leon's magic. Leon. Your opponent is me. Leon gave the order to his men, kill them. Many masked men rushed towards Chu Yan and others with weapons. Naz was about to take action, but Chu Yan reached out to stop him. Chu Yan said, I'll do it. Plug your ears. Natsu, Lucy, and Habi immediately blocked their ears obediently. A white halo appeared on the fingers of Chu Yan's right hand, and then pop. I snapped my fingers with a sound. Buzz. A pale white halo spreads rapidly. Bang bang bang. Those who rushed over all fell to the ground. The faces of those who were farther away, including Leon and Gray, turned pale, and their bodies almost fell to the ground. Toby looked at Chu Yan in horror and said, Did you kill them? Yuka and Shirley also looked at Chu Yan in shock. No, as long as it doesn't really make me angry, I won't kill people so crazily, I just let them sleep. This is a move created by Chu Yan that has a similar domineering effect. The sound produced by snapping fingers resonates with the human body, which can knock out people with low magic power. It is perfect for group attacks. Natsu's eyes are shining. Looking at Chu Yan, he said, so handsome. Amazing. Shueli looked at Chu Yan and said, I won't let you ruin Lord Ling Emperor's plan. Come out. Angelica. Boom. A huge rat emerged from the ground with a ferocious look on its face. Angelica. Go kill them. But when the big mouse saw Chu Yan, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. His face changed with fright, and he immediately turned around and got into the hole he had just come from. Chapter 042. Chapter 42. I am very sincere. When he appeared, he was majestic, and when he ran away, he was as fast as lightning. This change shocked several people on Shirley's side. Angelica. Lucy looked at Tingxiang and said, stop shouting. If you let that big mouse come over again, it may commit suicide. It turns out to be you. It was you who scared Angelica during the day. I want to avenge Angelica. Lucy said with a speechless expression, that, it's not dead yet. Snapped. Natsu touched the flames with his fists and said, Chu Yan, you have already killed so many people. The biggest boss was also taken away by Gray. Leave these guys to me. As he said that, Natsu rushed towards Yuka and Toby. Damn it. Wait a moment. Yuka's face changed. Boom. Natsu punched the ground. The ground immediately shattered and a big hole appeared. Natsu and the other party fell in together. Lucy shouted, Natsu. I had to run over and see what was going on. But just after running a few steps, the shattered land suddenly began to recover as if going back in time. In the blink of an eye, it returned to the way it was before it was destroyed by Natsu. Lucy and Habi said in surprise, recovered? How is it possible? Erza smiled strangely and said, "Oh he he he. I have made a fool of myself, the lost magic, the arc of time, I don't know if I can get into Chu Yan adult eyes. Lost magic, it's not the same as Natsu's magic. My magic can restore any object to the time before it was destroyed, so no matter how serious the damage is, even if the island is destroyed, it will be repaired instantly." Hubby said, "Controlling time sounds so awesome." Suddenly, Chu Yan looked at Erza seriously and said, Do you want to follow me?" There was a moment of silence in the air. Both Lucy, hubby and Erza were confused. "What time is it now?" They were fighting. "You actually came to find your teammates, and you also found your teammates from the enemy." "Oh he he he." Lord Chu Yan was joking. Chu Yan waved his hand and explained, No, I'm serious, and the two of us really match each other. You see, my magic always causes damage, doesn't it? If you damage it, you will have to pay for it. If you use a little more force, like this island can be easily destroyed. I was blacklisted by all the insurance companies again. Sometimes the money I earned from doing tasks was not enough to accompany me. If the two of us team up, I destroy and you repair, but it can save a lot of expenses. I will be paid 7 and you 3 for each mission. What do you think? If you are not satisfied with the share, you can still discuss it. I am very sincerely." Lucy and Habby were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Chu Yan would actually consider these things in his mind at this time, and he also thought about it in detail. Is this the benefit of using your brain more and thinking hard? Erza was speechless, and at the same time, he felt a little sullen. She learned the lost magic after enduring so much hardship and suffering. Is it just to clean up your mess? You think so beautifully, right? Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Oh ho ho ho! Lord Chu Yan seems to look down on my lost magic. Chu Yan spread his hands and said, "How could that be? That's the magic about time. Time sounds very high-end and classy. However, I just think that the way I say it can bring out the maximum value of this magic. How valuable this magic is, it's up to you to experience it yourself." Swish! The ground beneath Chu Yan and Erza suddenly seemed to be neatly cut into a circle, and Erza and Chu Yan fell together. Lucy shouted, "Chu Yan! Snort! You should still worry about yourself. So ugly that it scared Angelica away. Blocking the love between me and Lord Zero. I'll show you how painful love is." Shirley gritted her teeth and looked at Lucy and said. Lucy was startled and said, "Why? I haven't done anything. And I'm definitely not ugly, at least I'm prettier than you. Women will never give in when it comes to beauty and ugliness." "Shut up. You are a woman with a head above your head. Puppet attack rock puppet!" Shirley shouted, and the rocks on the ground began to gather quickly, and soon formed a rock giant. Gray shouted, "Happy! You take Lucy and go first. At least leave the ruins. If Chu Yan takes action, this ruins may be destroyed at any time." At this time, Lucy also realized that if she continued to carry it here, it might hinder others from fighting. Lucy pointed at Shirley and said, "After all, I am also a wizard of fairy tale, I can also fight. You guy, come after me if you can." After saying that, Habby grabbed Lucy and flew away from here. Shirley looked at Lucy angrily and said, "I won't let you escape. I will definitely let you taste the pain of love." A series of falls, and when it stopped, it had reached the bottom floor, where a few people had rested just now. The frozen Deliera was right next to it. The purple moonlight shone on Deliera, who claimed that he would never be trapped. The melting ice seems to be slowly dissolving. "It's back." Erza looked at Chu Yan and said, "How is it? My magic can not only restore time, but also accelerate time to age and cause damage." Chu Yan's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh! Can that rejuvenate people?" A few seconds is fine. Yep, I thought it could make people stay young, but the one I mentioned is more valuable. Yuryudiya said with anger in his heart, Master Chu Yan, you seem to have not understood the situation you are in now. Although you are known as the strongest magician in fairy tale, this is underground. If you cause an earthquake wantonly, you yourself will be buried underground. I can exert all my strength here, and it may not be impossible to defeat you here. Chu Yan was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Arusha said angrily, what are you laughing at? Chu Yan said with a smile, it's nothing, I'm laughing at you because you don't seem to understand the situation. Chapter 043. Chapter 43 Arusha. What's happening? Yuryudiya felt something bad when she saw Chu Yan like this. The number of times Chu Yan had taken action was really too few. The Magic Council had not saved Chu Yan's information. No, it was not so much the fact that the number of times Chu Yan had taken action was so small. It would be better to say that most of the people who had seen him actually take action were already dead. It was only clear that Chu Yan was a magician who used vibrating super magic. From the damage caused, it can be seen that there were indeed many people in terms of attacks alone. It's hard to match. In the Dark Guild Devil's Heart where she belongs, Chu Yan is also marked as extremely dangerous. The level of danger is far higher than the top 10 holy magicians. If you can't afford it, don't provoke it. Anyway, she is also born with it. Although she was just unlucky enough to meet a mage whose magic power was far superior to other people's this time, she wanted to challenge her in her heart, and that's when she saw the scene in front of her. That's why I'm called Fairy Tale's strongest mage. The Arc of Time. Urusha couldn't help but take action, because she always felt that if she didn't take action, something bad would happen. It didn't matter before, but lately, women's sixth sense seems to be very accurate. Call out. A crystal ball quickly flew towards Chu Yan, and Chu Yan casually punched the crystal ball. Boom! The crystal ball exploded immediately, but it immediately recovered. Can't just one? So what about 10? Yuryudiya waved his hand, and 10 crystal balls suddenly appeared around him, flying towards Chu Yan from all directions. Chu Yan either punched, kicked, or dodged the attacks of the 10 crystal balls. Also seems to be at ease. If 10 pieces don't work, then 100 pieces. Enough. A white halo appeared on Chu Yan's right fist, and he punched the air around him. Click, click, click. The space was shattered, and 100 crystal balls that appeared around Chu Yan were all shattered. Boom boom boom. The whole ruins shook. Arusha said to Chu Yan, Master Chu Yan, even if it is not for this ruins, for the sake of your companions, I advise you to be gentler. It's really disappointing. I thought you could show some incredible magic, but the result is a bunch of crystal balls flying around. Time magic, why should there be time accelerating, time stopping, and time going backwards? For example, you can add time acceleration to yourself when you want to move forward, stop the enemy's time when the enemy wants to attack, and add time to go backwards when you are injured or want to avoid an attack. This can be called controlling time. Yuryudiya's face turned red with anger. If you can really do it, why don't you tell me? Go. Yuryudiya waved his hand and dozens of crystal balls flew towards Chu Yan. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Chu Yan's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Arudia's eyes. So fast. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder, her face suddenly changed, and she jumped forward quickly, but immediately she felt a hand on her neck. This time Yuryudiya didn't dare to move, and began to regret in her heart, why did she come to provoke, and her life was actually in someone's hands. That, I think Lord Chu Yan's suggestion just now can actually be considered. In her impression, Chu Yan is definitely not a soft-hearted person. Ah! Urusha felt a shock appear, causing all the strength in his body to disappear. The disguise magic could not be maintained, and his appearance changed back to his original appearance. Ah! No wonder I can always smell the fragrance of a woman. It turns out that you are pretending to be a beautiful woman. What do you think I should do with you? Chu Yan raised Arusha's smooth chin with his fingers and said with a playful expression. Arusha said with a straight face, I am Arusha, a member of the Magic Council. Please be respectful, Your Excellency Chu Yan. Have you revealed your identity now? So what is Miss Arusha, a member of the Magic Council, coming to this island to do? I came here because I heard that someone is going to resurrect the demon of disaster, so I came to check the authenticity of the news. If I find that the news is true, I will naturally look for an opportunity to nip the danger in the bud. Tonight is a good time to do it, but I was interrupted by you. Chu Yan laughed and said, It is said that women are born actors. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving others. The ancients really did not deceive me. Arusha's expression changed and he said, What do you mean? Let me guess, that Leon was actually bewitched by you. It was you who told him that the moon drops could lift the seal of absolute freeze. Then he wanted to take advantage of the other party and used magic to control Deliara after lifting Deliara's seal. Arusha turned his head to the side and said in a stiff voice, I have no idea what you are talking about. It's really a petty idea to waste time doing meaningless things. What did you say? Yuryudiya looked at Chu Yan angrily. You are said to be a petty person. As a magician, you don't want to practice hard to improve your strength. If you want to engage in such evil ways, you are just a little Deliara. What will happen even if you are really resurrected? Snort. You have no idea how terrifying Ziref's demon Deliara is to say such a thing. Chu Yan made everything clear, and Arusha stopped pretending. He is unlucky, and life and death are not under his control. Moreover, there are only two of him here. If the other party wants to kill him, he can't stop him. If the other party wants to kill him, he will not be able to stop him. Let him go, even if he goes to the Magic Council to report, no one will believe him. Chu Yan said with a bad smile, I don't know how scary Deliara is, but I can tell you how scary men are. Chapter 044. Chapter 44. Chu Yan, am determined. At this time, at the top, the two brothers Gray and Leon were fighting fiercely. Ice make sharp sword. Ice make lancer. Boom boom boom. Leon and Gray used long-range attacks respectively. The ice created by both sides met in the middle and all shattered to offset it. Ice make big ice hammer. Gray used the ice-shaping magic with his hands, and the cold air condensed quickly on Leon's head. In the blink of an eye, a huge ice hammer fell from the sky. Ice make great ape. A cyan magic circle lit up behind Leon, and a huge ice ape appeared behind Leon, blocking Gray's attack with both arms. Gray asked Leon, Leon, what exactly do you want to do? What to do? Don't you understand after reading this? Of course, resurrecting Deliara and then defeating it will prove that I have surpassed you. Are you? Just for such a boring thing, you want to resurrect Deliara? Do you want Hulu's sacrifice to be in vain? Leon said with a ferocious face when he heard Gray's words, boring. You actually said that my dreams are boring. You have become very arrogant. Gray. The third floor of the ruins. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu spit out a beam of flame from his mouth and struck directly at Yuka and Toby. Fluctuation. Bang. The flames dissipated, and Yuka and Toby were not harmed. Yuka looked at Natsu and said, what a violent flame. Could it be that the fire dragon in the legendary fairy tale is you? We used to be magicians of a famous guild, and we will not be defeated by you so easily. Have you heard of the Magician Guild of Serpentine Scales? Toby stood on the other side, forming a flanking attack and said proudly, yes. We have Jula who is known as Rock Iron. Bang! Natsu released flames from his arms, interrupting the two people's words. You should just listen to what others have to say. Who cares about you? I don't care which guild's mage you are or who your companion is. If you stare at my client and hinder my work, you are the enemy of fairy tale. It's enough for me to know this. Snapped. Hama. It's too high for me. Didn't you eat? At the bottom, in front of Zeref's demon Deliera, the captive Arusha was facing the sky, hands and feet on the ground, in an arch bridge pose, with his feet and hands on two rocks respectively. Because his clothes were relatively simple. The reason is that the looming Chun Guang under the skirt is being clearly seen by Chu Yan, who is sitting next to her and watching carefully. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. You pervert! Are you still a mage in a regular guild? Arusha cursed. Every time he was slapped by the other party's hand, a special vibration would be transmitted to his body, giving him a very special feeling. This feeling is hard to describe. But at least it is also a human being. Although a woman has not experienced it, she still understands this knowledge. Now she only feels blushing and heartbeat, and her body strength seems to be constantly being taken away, but she still insists on assuming such a shameful posture in order to survive. Chu Yan, he said righteously, what's wrong with a man being a little perverted? Yuryudiya was shocked by Chu Yan's words. What's wrong with a man being a pervert? Even the magicians of the Dark Guild can't say such things. After finally catching a beautiful female captive, if she doesn't train her properly, is she still a man? Yuryudiya stopped talking. Who would have thought that Chu Yan, who was regarded as the enemy by all the Dark Guilds, was actually a pervert, and a terrible pervert? If he hadn't been here, he wouldn't have been able to say that he had been. Wait a moment. Ouch! Yuryudiya cried softly and fell down. Get up and carry on. Yuryudiya stood up, and then fell into Chu Yan's arms as if he had no strength. He lifted Chu Yan's chin with his fingers and exhaled, Hey, am I beautiful? If you join us, I'm yours, and you can do whatever you want to me. Snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, Arusha felt a slap on his skin drum. Not only was it very painful, but the strange feeling appeared again. Ah! You bastard! Yuryudiya stood up and stared at Chu Yan fiercely. I, Chu Yan, am strong-willed and will never be swayed by beauty. It is impossible for anyone who wants to use a honey trap to get me, so don't have such wishful thinking. Arusha's face turned red and he said, You pervert! Who is obsessed with you? Don't you need to go up there and have a look? Maybe Gray has been killed by Leon? Leon is Gray's senior brother. Chu Yan smiled and said, but Gray is the magician of fairy tale. He will not be defeated by his senior brother. I believe Gray can win. What about the other people? Natsu is a dragon slayer with a vitality as strong as a cockroach, and Lucy is also full of potential. There is no problem in defeating those three people. How about you? With your strength, it is very easy to prevent Deliera from being resurrected. Why are you here? Play here, get me. Speaking of this, Arusha's face turned red and looked a little embarrassed. Hobby. He is indeed a pervert. Chu Yan waved his hand and said, just kidding, I'm waiting too. You said, wouldn't it be interesting if Deliera, whom you worked so hard for several years to resurrect, was shattered by my punch when he was resurrected? Arusha's face froze. It's really a bad idea. Aren't you afraid that if you lose it, everyone will be killed by Deliola? Like you. Asshole. Suddenly, Chu Yan said in a cold tone, listen up, Arusha, I don't care what your Dark Guild does, but it's best not to bring your ideas to fairy tale. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing you all. Chu Yan used his devil fruit ability when he said this. Arusha suddenly felt an extremely trembling fear rising from the bottom of his heart. He just wanted to escape from this man, but his body refused to obey his orders. Sitting on the ground, sweating profusely, looking at Chu Yan with horrified eyes. Chapter 045. Chapter 45 I am here. He really wants to kill me. And knowing that I am from the Dark Guild, how is this possible? Yuryudiya said to herself in her heart. This was the first time she felt that the other party had murderous intention towards her. This murderous intention was so strong that it seemed to be directly transmitted into her soul. Could it be that the lustful, the perverted appearance is a disguise? No, the other party is not disguising himself. The other party is indeed an incredible pervert, but fairy tale seems to be a forbidden area in the other party's heart. According to some information she obtained, many dark guilds have offended fairy tale. Only then was the opponent coming to kill him. Chu Yan had actually been hesitating before whether to take action. Arusha was one of the villains who impressed Chu Yan the most when he watched the fairy tale anime, and his memory was also relatively deep. He did not deny that the other party was a beautiful woman, which was one of the reasons why he was so impressed. It was a tragedy from birth and it has continued because of a misunderstanding. The most profound thing is that later, in order to atone for his sins and save the world, he suddenly changed from normal to normal. The young girl turned into an old woman. What a pity, as far as magic is concerned, the compatibility with her is the most suitable. You go. Arusha looked at Chu Yan in disbelief and said, You really let me go? You've played it all, but you still want to rely on me and make me responsible. If you can abandon evil and do good, you can come to fairy tale to find me when you are really homeless. Chu Yan said as he walked up the steps. Time was almost over. He was hungry from eating in the morning to now. Arusha shouted unwillingly, Abandon evil and do good? What do you know about me? I know much more than you do. Does what I see with my eyes necessarily be true? Why don't you ask more people who know the matter? Maybe you will get different answers from them, right? How can it be so easy to get rid of the devil's heart? The other guild has always been in the sky, so it is very difficult to find it. Moreover, the devil's heart itself is not in Chu Yan's eyes, but he has to guard against it. After all, not everyone in the guild is as strong as himself. If a seed is left in Arusha's heart now, it may blossom and bear fruit in the future. Chu Yan soon reached the third floor of the ruins, and saw that Natsu had just finished the battle, and the two of them came to the top together. Naz, Chu Yan. Lucy's voice came from the distance. When I looked up, I saw Habi flying over with Lucy. Lucy suffered some minor injuries, but she was not seriously injured. When asked, Lucy and the girl with some mental problems won a one-on-one battle. Not far away, the battle between Leon and Gray was going on fiercely. Because the two sides were brothers and had similar magic reasons, it was difficult to tell the winner. It must be a war of attrition. Natsu shouted at Gray, Gray. Why haven't you defeated that guy for so long? Is it because senior brother showed mercy? If you can't, let me do it. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. When Leon saw Chu Yan and others appearing, his subordinates were naturally defeated, and his expression became very ugly. Damn it! Even if I'm the only one left, I'm enough to defeat you all. Leon, your world is too narrow. You can't even defeat me, but you still want to defeat everyone. There are magicians in this world who are more powerful than you are. You. Shut up. It's just Gray. Ice make white tiger. Roar. A magic circle lit up on the ground, and a huge blue ice tiger quickly pounced on Gray. Ice make cage. A cage appeared and covered the ice tiger inside. Damn it! Leon tried his best to control it, but no matter how hard the ice tiger struggled, he couldn't break the cage. Hasn't Hulu told us a long time ago that the one-hand shape is unstable and unable to exert its full strength at critical moments? Ice make ice and snow cannon. Boom. Wah-ya. Leon was hit head-on by the ice and snow cannon and screamed. Then he knelt on the ground and said with dull eyes, No, impossible. How could I lose at your hands? Because I have companions in the guild, I will progress faster. Leon, you can also find a guild to join in the future. After speaking, Gray turned around and walked towards Chu Yan. Several people high-fived each other and smiled on their faces. Soon several people came underground. On the way, Gray also said that Leon was going to resurrect Deliola. The reason is that Arusha is no longer here, only a frozen Deliura is here. Chu Yan looked at Gray and said, "Have you decided? Just let me be ruined without leaving a thought?" Gray hesitated and then said, "Destroy it." If Leon had stayed, he would have continued to do the stupid thing of resurrecting Deliura. After destroying it, he would be completely cut off from his thoughts. Lucy asked curiously, "Chu Yan, can you really destroy this? It shouldn't be a problem, just step back a little. After all, the devil fruit has been developed to a semi-awakened level. For such a solid thing, the vibration will cause greater damage." Just when Chu Yan was about to take action, a purple beam of light suddenly came down from above and shone on Dai. On Leola, this beam of light was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the ice began to melt slowly. Gray asked in panic, "What's going on? Aren't all the enemies already defeated? Why is there still moonlight? It must be those people who were knocked unconscious by Chu Yan just now." After they woke up, they started to perform the ritual again. Lucy thought of the people who were knocked unconscious by Chu Yan's snap of his fingers in the first place, and those were the only people who had not been dealt with. Natsu said, "I'm going to kill them right now." Suddenly, a voice sounded, "Ha ha ha, useless. I have accumulated enough moonlight here over the years. As long as the ice melts, it will not stop. The opportunity to surpass URU is right in front of me. I will defeat Deliura." A few people turned around and saw Leon walking over with his seriously injured body. Chu Yan patted Gray on the shoulder and said, "Calm down, I'm here." Chapter 046. Chapter 46, There is someone outside the crowd. Chu Yan's calm voice seemed to have convincing magic power, making several people calm down. Roar! The ice on Deliura's body began to melt rapidly, and soon the ice cubes all over his body shattered, and he came out of the seal completely. "Stop barking. It sounds awful." Chu Yan's voice caught Deliola's attention. He raised his fist and was about to hit Chu Yan, but he just raised his fist. Click! Deliura's arm was shattered, and then dense cracks appeared all over his body. Boom boom boom! Deliura's body completely shattered and turned into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Everyone was almost stunned when they saw this scene. Leon shouted in disbelief, "No, impossible. Why are you dead? Aren't you a demon who is known as a disaster and immortal? How could you possibly die?" Lucy said to Chu Yan, This is, Chu Yan, did you do it yourself?" Chu Yan shook his head and said, "I didn't do anything. It was killed by Gray's teacher Ulu." Lucy and others looked at Chu Yan. "Been killed by URU?" "Yes. Absolute freeze is not only a sealing magic, it is also one of the best in terms of lethality. The freezing low temperature has the power to assimilate almost all things. Judging from the strength of this monster, it might have been alive when it was first frozen, but over time it could no longer resist, and its body turned into ice." In Chu Yan's view, this kind of magic is comparable to the power of frozen fruit awakening, but unfortunately it comes at the cost of life. Natsu said to Gray, "Oh! Bravo! Your teacher. Teacher URU." Gray knelt on the ground tremblingly, holding the melted ice water in his hands. He kept recalling the last words his teacher said to him before he died in his mind, and tears kept flowing from the corners of his eyes. It turns out that the magic that the teacher sacrificed his life for was not only for the seal, but also to avenge himself by killing his biggest enemy, Deliura. Leon smashed his fists on the ground and said with tears streaming down his face, "Damn it! If I don't do this, I will never be able to surpass Wulu." Chu Yan and the others were silent. Now everyone could see that Leon kept saying when it comes to surpassing teacher you are you, it actually means that he is not satisfied with Deliara just being sealed, but wants to kill Deliara to avenge teacher you are you. This feeling is not incomprehensible, it is the most normal choice for people blinded by hatred. Soon, those who had been knocked down and those who had woken up to perform the ritual gathered together. After communicating, it turned out that these people were all the people whose homes were destroyed by Deliara. When they heard that Leon wanted to kill Deliara, they all followed Leon resolutely. Lucy whispered to Chu Yan in her ear, "Chu Yan, did you know their identities so you didn't kill them?" Chu Yan rolled his eyes and said, "What do I look like in your eyes? I haven't determined the enemy. Is it heinous or is it harmful to fairy tale? I will never kill people indiscriminately." At this time, the trio of Yuka, Toby, and Shirley walked towards Chu Yan. Yuka said, "Your Excellency Chu Yan, our Mr. Ju La, who wears the scales of the Snake Princess, would like to say hello to you. I hope you can forgive us for our recklessness this time." Chu Yan thought for a moment and said, "Ju La? Ju La? Oh. I remembered it. It's that reckless one. The big bald man who entered the forbidden land of life and was driven around by monsters. You are in the same guild as him. Then ask me a question." They. Three people were dumbfounded after hearing this. Reckless. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Being driven around by monsters. Big bald head. It is true that Mr. Jura is bald, but who dares to say it for real? After all, he is one of the 10 holy magicians. As for being reckless and being driven around by monsters, this style of painting is consistent with Jura. Sir, it doesn't fit the bill. At this time, the two brothers Gray and Leon seemed to have broken the estrangement for many years and walked towards this side together. Lucy smiled happily and said, "The long-awaited reunion of senior brothers is over." Leon tossed his head arrogantly and said, "TCH. Who wants to reminisce with him?" Chu Yan clapped his hands and said, "Okay. Everyone is here, let's leave here. In order to prevent people from coming here to do stupid things in the future, I will destroy this place first." Natsu shouted excitedly. "Oh oh oh!" Chu Yan finally suppressed "Can't you control your desire for destruction?" Fire burst out of his mouth. "Ah! We can see the real big scene again." Habi was also very excited. Lucy was so scared that she squatted on the ground and blocked her ears and said, "No. I do not want to look." "Destroy, what are you saying?" Leon and others were stunned for a moment. Gray said with a smile, "That's what you said." Chu Yan stood firmly on the ground, his feet seemed to be rooted on the ground, his body squatted slightly, and his body turned sideways forward, with the fist of his right hand behind him. It looked a bit like a posture like drawing a sword. Buzz! A white and transparent spherical halo mask appeared on Chu Yan's fist, and the mask continued to expand, and the white color became more clearly visible. Then Chu Yan quickly punched forward. Click, click, click. Dense cracks appeared in the space in front of the fist and made a clicking sound. Leon and others were shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Space!" The space actually shattered. Boom! The whole island suddenly shook violently. Earthquake! Boom boom boom! Everyone saw that the mountains connected to the ruins in the distance were covered with dense cracks, and then they were all shattered, and dust swept in all directions. Because there were woods, it blocked a lot of them. Those who were not blocked were also stopped by Gray with his ice shield. Sky, oh my god, remains, there are also mountains, everything is destroyed. This, how can this be? If the opponent had used this trick from the very beginning, how many of us would have survived? I don't know who shouted this. Many people turned pale after hearing it. The same was true for Leon. He had no confidence that he could survive such an attack. Gray said. "Leon, the teacher said it before. However, in this world there is a universe, there are people outside the world, and there are many magicians who are more powerful than the teacher. In fact, I didn't believe it before. Chapter 047. Chapter 47, Guild Attacked. Leon, find a guild to join. See more of the outside world and make faster progress if you have cherished companions. After Gray finished speaking, Chu Yan and the others turned around and left the place. Yuka said, Mr. Jula is right, Chu Yan is indeed a monster that cannot be provoked. Urusha stood on top of a big tree, looking at the broken mountains in the distance. Even if the mountains were broken, she could use her magic to perfectly restore them, but it was meaningless. She was using the characteristics of magic, and the other party relied on the terrifying destructive power. She felt that the other party was demonstrating against her. She told herself that even if Deliara was resurrected, the other party would still have the ability to destroy Deliara. A small-minded man. Then she suddenly felt a burning pain coming from her skin drum, her face suddenly turned red and she said, this pervert doesn't know how to be gentle. After a while, several people arrived in the village. Master Chu Yan is back. Everyone in the village ran out to greet you. All the villagers bowed and saluted and said, Master Chu Yan. A king of goat demons saluted Chu Yan. Naz and the others didn't feel any sense of disobedience at all, as if Chu Yan should have been the king of demons. Chu Yan said quickly, no. Not so polite. Natsu and others said in their hearts, I'm really not being polite, but I'm scared by you. Lord Chu Yan, that mountain. Well, if I destroyed it, it won't have any impact on you. The village chief waved his hand quickly and said, no, it really has no impact. We have never been able to get there, but our curse, sir. Ah, yes. Deliara has been defeated, why hasn't the curse been lifted yet? Ah. The moon in the sky is still purple. Do you want to go back and ask Leon and the others? After being reminded, Chu Yan remembered that there was such a thing as lifting the curse. It was all because he was too serious about bullying Erudia at that time. Let me lift the curse. Lift the curse? Chu Yan, do you already know what the curse is about? Just destroy the top. Chu Yan nodded, then stood on the ground, clenching his fists. Buzz. White air masks appeared on each fist. Destroy the top? Chu Yan, do you want to destroy the moon? Chu Yan is really amazing. Gray quickly shook his head and said, no, impossible. Even Chu Yan is unlikely to destroy the moon. Chu Yan punched his fists to both sides. Click, click, click. The space in front of the fist began to shatter. Then they heard the sound of something breaking in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw cracks suddenly appeared in the sky, and then the cracks began to move rapidly toward the center. The sky gathered. Lucy shouted in horror, oh my god, sky! It was shattered by Chu Yan. The sky is falling. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. AI. Lucy and Happy were in a panic. Boom! The sky shattered like glass, and then turned into light and gradually dissipated. The white moonlight shone on the island from the sky, looking gentle and peaceful. It no longer looked so weird as the purple light. Chu Yan said to Lucy and Natsu said, what are you thinking about? The moon is so far away from the earth, how could it be destroyed and the sky fall? Aren't you ashamed to say this? Natsu didn't care, but Lucy's face turned red with embarrassment. She had shouted too loudly just now. What's that in the sky? Chu Yan explained, if I'm not mistaken, it should be that when Leon and the others used the ritual to condense the moon drops, they produced a crystal layer of exhaust gas in the air. During the day, the light was sufficient and could not be seen. At night, through the crystal layer looks like a purple moon. But they don't seem to have changed much. They were originally demons, and of course there was no change. It was just that their memories were a little confused due to the influence of the moonlight and they thought they were humans, so they sent a mission to the Magisters Guild. Chu Yan also recalled this incident when he met Deliera. No wonder when he heard it yesterday, he vaguely remembered it as a very speechless answer. The truth was indeed very speechless. Demon. Lucy and others were shocked. They originally thought that humans were cursed to become like that, but they didn't expect that the other party turned out to be a demon. So the person who slept in the village last night was a demon. So what happened to the transformation? After all, he is still a demon. It is normal to have the ability to transform into a human being. Natsu came to a person and asked, "So you are really demons?" The man thought for a moment and said, "It seems true." On the way back, Gray asked, "Why doesn't Chu Yan accept the mission reward? 7 million J can buy a lot of things. It's just a piece of cake. Why bother to charge fees? It's enough to just accept the keys. And you see, they look like rich people." A few people shook their heads. It was just an ordinary village. The location was still very remote. Most of the people lived a self-sufficient life. They didn't look like rich people. Hateful. Is this a lie about the mission? Natsu breathed out flames as if he had been deceived. Bang! Chu Yan punched Naz on the head. "You have the nerve to accuse others. Because of such a trivial matter, my date with Mirage was ruined. How are you two going to compensate me for my losses?" Natsu said smoothly, "That's not easy. Let Lucy accompany you on a date for a day." AI. Bang bang. Lucy, who was still happily admiring the newly obtained key, angrily hit Happy and Natsu on the head. Then she secretly glanced at Chu Yan and felt relieved when she found that Chu Yan didn't speak. "I was a little disappointed. I was not much worse than Myra Jane." That night, the villagers started to celebrate the recovery of their memory. The so-called demons danced like this. In order to thank Chu Yan, the village chief even gave Chu Yan a gift. Yan is the most beautiful girl in the village. Chu Yan thanked Bulet and Min. He admitted that he was a bit perverted, but his taste was definitely not that strong. When several people arrived at the guild, they were stunned and saw that the guild was being manipulated at this moment. It was in tatters and was penetrated by several huge iron pillars. How could the guild become like this? Too much. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. The town of Magnolia began to shake violently. Chapter 048. Chapter 48, Coming to the Ghost. Boom boom. Cracks began to appear in the ground. Wah-ah, earthquake. Such a violent earthquake. At this time, everyone on the underground floor of Fairy Tale was startled. The president, Makarov, immediately shouted in horror, "No! It's that brat Chu Yan who's back. Quick! Go and stabilize that guy's mood. Otherwise, big trouble may easily occur." But the violent shaking made it almost impossible to move, and many people fell to the ground. "Stop! Chu Yan, stop! Everyone is fine." At this time, a figure flew from behind Chu Yan and hugged Chu Yan, shouting loudly to Chu Yan to stop. Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Yan calmed down a little, and the shaking slowly stopped. "Miss Myra Jane!" Lucy shouted immediately when she saw the figure holding Chu Yan. Natsu and Gray asked Myra Jane together, "Mirage, what exactly is going on?" "It's a ghost, come with me first." Mirajan quickly took Chu Yan to the underground level. Except for those who were on missions, everyone else in the guild was here. This shocking shock was that Chu Yan was indeed back. And Natsu, Gray, and Lucy are all back. Did you see it? The guild was destroyed like that. That Juniang bastard from Ghost actually dared to attack us. Next time I will definitely destroy their guild. Many people in the guild felt as if they had met the backbone when they saw Chu Yan coming back. Makarov was still sitting on a big wine barrel drinking in his usual appearance, with a slightly drunken look on his face when he saw Chu Yan and others coming over. He raised his hand to say hello and said, "Yo! Welcome back!" Natsu shouted at Makarov. "Old man, is it still time to drink?" "Oh. Yeah? You went on an S-level mission without authorization, and you will be punished now," Makarov said. Then he hit Natsu and Happy on the head, and patted Lucy's leather drum. "President, do you know what the situation is now? The guild was destroyed." Makarov said, "Calm down. It's not a big deal. That Juniang guy from Ghost only has this ability. What's the point of being proud of destroying the guild while we're not around? There is no need to be angry with opponents like this who only know how to sneak attack. Just ignore them. On the contrary, Chu Yan, you almost killed us in this basement just now. Instead of being killed by the enemy, you were almost killed by you. Can't you calm down?" Makarov slapped Lucy's drum angrily. "Why did you hit my drum? Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels." Natsu shouted angrily, "How could you just forget about it? I must beat them. That's the end of it, we'll be working here until the upstairs is fixed. Where is the mood to work?" Makarov said loudly. "Natsu, are you almost done?" While saying this, he continued to beat Lucy's leather drum. Lucy looked confused. "Why are you beating my leather drum?" Myra Jane angrily said to Makarov, "President, am I going to be angry?" "Chu Yan, please talk." Natsu shouted at Chu Yan. Chu Yan smiled and said, "Well, there's no need to be angry, it's fine as long as everything is fine, but it's really disturbing. Things have been going on since I came back, and my body was exhausted, so I went home to sleep first." As he said this, he stretched his arms, turned around, walked up the stairs, and left the guild basement. "President." Chu Yan was really angry. "Is it really okay?" Myra Jane said to Makarov with some worry. After all, they grew up together. Myra Jane could naturally see how Chu Yan was feeling. Lucy was stunned and asked curiously, "Chu Yan is really angry already?" Ming Ming seems to be normal, with a smile on his face. Myra Jane explained, "Chu Yan is always like this when he is really angry. He will talk less and become quieter, but when he starts acting, what happened was earth-shattering. Remember, the biggest thing you could do was to destroy half of the Magic Council. No. 13 powerful dark guilds were destroyed overnight, and these guilds were directly wiped out, leaving no trace of them behind." Makarov suddenly said. 13 dark guilds were destroyed overnight. Everyone was shocked when they heard Makarov's words. "I have never heard of this," Makarov said with a relaxed smile. "Of course I have never heard of it. This period of history was too sensational, so it was all erased and only rumors remained. Hey! This kid Joseph has been a little too presumptuous recently. He dared to destroy my guild. Let that guy suffer a little." "President, are you saying that Chu Yan might take action against the Ghost Guild?" "It's not possible, but it will definitely happen. That guy has never been one to suffer losses." "But President, didn't you say that regular magician guilds are not allowed to attack each other?" Makarov cursed loudly. "I also told you not to cause trouble. When have you ever heard of it? Aren't you waiting for these brats to come back? The ghosts are now full in number. There is only one S in our guild who can fight. I don't even have a super magician, how can you ask me to challenge others?" "Ah! Myra Jane is certainly not talking about you." Makarov stood up and said, "You brats! Be careful, everyone. This time, it's okay if the other party retreats in the face of difficulties. If he dares to do harm again, I'll beat him back hard." Oh. After hearing what President Makarov said, the guild regained some momentum. Chu Yan stood in front of the Ghost Ruler Guild. Just as Makarov said, as a user with the power of the shock fruit, it would be too embarrassing if Chu Yan was really willing to suffer a loss. Boom! The Ghost Guild's door shattered open. Who? Some people sitting scattered in the Ghost Guild shouted immediately when they saw Chu Yan. Chu Yan stepped in and glanced at him and said, "Where is the president of your guild? Ask him to come out." Chapter 049. Chapter 49 disappointed me so much. From Fairy Tale? Everyone in the Ghost Guild also saw the logo on Chu Yan's clothes. A mere fairy tale dares to destroy our door. I think you are impatient, brothers. Buzz. A pale white halo circle quickly appeared around Chu Yan's body. Boom boom. The Ghost Guild shook violently, and the ground beneath Chu Yan's feet was shattered. Wah-ya. Everyone in the guild except Chu Yan was bounced away and hit the wall. Kika. There are cracks in the wall. Strange monster. Now, can any kind-hearted person tell me where your president is? No, we don't know. We were just called here this morning. One person looked at Chu Yan with great fear and said. Chu Yan could see that the other party did not lie anymore, and frowned. What tricks did Joseph want to play? Iron Dragon Stick. Suddenly, an iron rod flew towards Chu Yan from behind. Chu Yan didn't even look back. There was a white halo on his fist. He raised his hand like a lucky cat and punched back casually. Click, click, click. Space fragmentation. Boom boom boom. A huge hole appeared in the wall, and the iron rod shattered with a bang. Gajeel. The members of the Ghost Guild saw Gajeel as if they were seeing a savior. After all, Gajeel is the Ghost Guild's trump card. When Chu Yan heard the name, he turned around and saw a man in black clothes with a crazy look. With wild long black hair and iron nails all over his face, he looked like a bad and rebellious young man at first glance. If he hadn't mentioned the name Gajeel, Chu Yan would have almost forgotten it. But now he saw the real person adding the name. Chu Yan immediately remembered some related memories. It turned out that it had already reached this time without knowing it. It seems like you are the one who destroyed our guild. Gajeel said with a ferocious smile, I don't know what you are talking about. I only know that you came to our Ghost Guild to beat people and cause destruction. I am just here to stop you. Fairy Tale's strongest magician, sir. I am also the strongest mage in the Ghost Ruler Guild. How about we compete here to see which guild is the strongest? Stop me? Just you? It's better to call your guild leader Joseph to come out. Considering that you are still a regular guild, I will only find the mastermind this time. Chu Yan shook his head. The smile on Gajeel's face disappeared. Although this appearance was just a task assigned to him by the president, he hated being looked down upon, and he could see that the other party didn't care about it at all. He takes it seriously. How dare you look down on me? Go to hell. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajeel shouted, and his leg immediately turned into an iron rod, and he quickly raised it and kicked Chu Yan quickly. A white halo appeared on Chu Yan's fist, and he punched the air. Click, click, click. Wah-ya. Gajeel let out a cry of pain, and cracks appeared on the iron dragon rod that his leg turned into. The iron rod changed back again, and blood flowed from Gajeel's leg. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. The Roar of the Iron Dragon. Gajeel's cheeks puffed up, and a silver whirlwind of metal storm flew towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan casually smashed his fist again. Click, click, click. There is a crack in the space. Boom. The direction of the metal storm changed directly, opening a huge hole in the roof of the Ghost Guild. Chu Yan used the explosive force generated by the vibration to quickly appear in front of Gajeel. Gajeel's face changed drastically, and before he could react, Chu Yan punched him in the abdomen. Wow! Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan quickly launched a series of attacks, each blow hitting Gajeel's body. Gajeel screamed in agony. Even if his body turned into iron skin, it was of no use. When Chu Yan shook the fruit, under vibration, even steel can be easily shattered. Although you are not the mastermind, as the person who destroyed the fairy tale guild, you must be punished accordingly. When Chu Yan said this, he threw Gajeel up and said, "Buzz." The fist charged up, the white halo condensed, and then it was smashed in the direction of Gajeel. A crackling sound immediately sounded in the space, and traces of fragmentation were visible to the eyes of the space. Boom! A terrifying shock wave appeared and hit Gajeel directly. Woohoo! Boom boom boom! Gajeel screamed and flew backwards, smashing countless buildings. In succession. Suddenly, just as Chu Yan attacked, the ground under Chu Yan's feet began to move, and Chu Yan's legs were fixed in the blink of an eye. Live! Boom! The ground suddenly cracked, and all the gravel attached to Chu Yan's legs were shattered. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Chu Yan. It was Dekong Alia, the leader of the 4 elements of the Ghost Guild. At this time, Dekong Alia opened his eyes, put his hands together and shouted, "Airspace destruction!" Buzz! The magic was activated instantly, and Chu Yan was just within the range of his magic. So sad! So sad! Why am I so sad? Is it because a great wizard is going to die because of this? Chu Yan suddenly said, "Shut up! It's so noisy." Zeu! Crying so unpleasantly, is this what Joseph did? I'm so disappointed. Ga! The crying of Oko Alia, who was still crying, suddenly stopped. He looked at Chu Yan in disbelief and said, "What? Impossible! Your magic power has obviously been drained by me. Why is nothing happening to you?" Chu Yan's brows raised. "That's it. No wonder it's nothing even if you're hit by magic." It felt like he thought he was defensive. Magic power? That kind of thing never existed from the beginning. As he said this, Chu Yan casually swung a blow at this guy. The space immediately resounded with crackling sounds and visible signs of fragmentation. Wow! Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 050. Chapter 50, This is all you have. Boom boom boom. Okara Alia screamed and flew backwards like Gajeel, smashing countless buildings in succession. Seeing that the guild was destroyed like this, Ghost Guild leader Joseph did not even come out. Chu Yan also gave up temporarily and made an appointment. That bastard SE has no plans to come out. It seems like this guy Joseph doesn't dare to come out, so let me give you an unforgettable memory. Chu Yan gathered strength at his feet. Boom! A small crater was broken into the ground. Call out! His body rushed into the air like a cannonball, his fists gathered strength, and then he hit directly below. A white air pressure cover fell straight down. Boom boom boom! The Ghost Ruler Guild suddenly shattered, and then the ground continued to shatter. The whole city was shaking slightly, scaring everyone in the city to scream. When everything calmed down, the original Ghost Ruler Guild, the guild hall, has disappeared, leaving an almost bottomless pit on the ground. Snapped! Chu Yan landed lightly on the ground. Suddenly, just as Chu Yan fell, a man in white clothes and holding a spear appeared around him, surrounded Chu Yan, and shouted loudly, "Stop!" From the Magic Council. A frogman wearing the clothes of the Magic Council said, "I am the envoy of the Magic Council, Fairy Tale Mage, Chu Yan. According to Article 22 of the Guild Management Regulations, Guild members are not allowed to fight with each other. Not only did you violate relevant regulations and injured many members of the Ghost Dominator Guild, you also destroyed the Ghost Dominator Guild Hall, triggered an earthquake, and caused serious damage to Orc City. Now that the evidence is conclusive, he will be arrested according to the laws of the Magic Council." When Chu Yan heard this, a smile appeared on his face and he said lightly, "Joseph, is this your little trick? An image gradually became clear. The purple shawl, the tall hat like a wizard, and the lip color that seemed to be poisoned were none other than Joseph Pola, one of the 10 holy magicians and the president of the Ghost Ruler Guild. Chu Yan mocked and said, "You don't even dare to appear in front of me, you only use your missing body to appear, and you also sent some miscellaneous fish to test. The president is right, you really only know how to play some small tricks." Joseph of the Ghost Rulers Guild was not angry when he heard Chu Yan's ridicule, but smiled and said, "I just used the simplest way to win." Natural disaster. Chu Yan, the strongest magician in Fairy Tale Guild. Although you are not listed as one of the top 10 holy magicians, many people know that you actually have the strength of one of the top 10 holy magicians. If the two of us fight, this city might be destroyed. No, you are overthinking, it is not that difficult to kill you. Chu Yan raised his hand to interrupt Joseph. Joseph said with a ferocious expression, "You damn brat." Chu Yan laughed and said, "That's right. Your face should be so ugly. This despicable look matches you perfectly. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. I beat up your people, smashed up your guild, why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Damn you brat. I don't have the same knowledge as you, so I'd better let the Magic Council greet you, After Joseph finished speaking, the figure disappeared. The frog messenger waved his hand and said, "Put the magic handcuffs on him." Several people from the Magic Council immediately came over to handcuff Chu Yan. "Get out of here." Chu Yan casually snatched the demon-forbidden handcuffs over, used the power of the devil fruit to shake slightly, and the demon-forbidden handcuffs turned into dust and scattered on the ground. The frog messenger's face changed greatly, he pointed at Chu Yan and shouted, "Chu Yan! How dare you defy the Magic Council?" The people from the Magic Council who surrounded Chu Yan also immediately pointed their wands at Chu Yan. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, "Shut up." Buzz! A white halo spread out from Chu Yan's body, and all the wands in the hands of the Magic Council members shattered. Whoa, 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 whoa! The frog messenger's fingers were also broken by the shock, and he screamed miserably. 5 years ago, all the members of the Magic Council did not dare to point and speak in front of me. Now, this Magic Council seems to be very bold. The weapons were destroyed, and everyone in the Magic Council was shocked. The frog messenger did not dare to say more. As a messenger of the Magic Council, he is used to bossing around other magician guilds. Everyone in the guild the magician didn't dare to resist, but he had never seen such a vicious person as Chu Yan. He even dared to hit the envoy of the Magic Council. Looking at that look, he might be killed if he kept talking nonsense. It just so happens that I haven't been to the Magic Council since I went to it 5 years ago. I will go with you this time. I don't know how many old friends are left now. Let's go. The frog messenger and others quickly followed behind, not daring to breathe. After Chu Yan left, Joseph's figure appeared again, and there were several people around him. They were other 4-element magicians from the Ghost Ruler Guild. President Alya and Gajeel were found, both seriously injured. Gajeel? Gajeel gritted his teeth and said, "Will I be fine? An injury of this magnitude will heal quickly." Being defeated this time caused a lot of damage to his self-confidence. He didn't expect that his most proud defense would be powerless in Chu Yan's hands, and he couldn't even delay it. This has been the case since his debut. It was a blow that I had never received before. The 4 elements of the Ghost Ruler Guild, the earth element Thor, said to Joseph with some lingering fear, "President? Do we still want to proceed as planned?" Chu Yan, the humanoid natural disaster, lived up to his reputation and was simply a terrifying monster. Saul just used magic to restrict Chu Yan's movements underground. Fortunately, he had prepared to cast the spell from a distance. If he had been close, he might have disappeared with the guild to nowhere. Joseph said with a ferocious face, of course continue. Damn Chu Yan! Destroyed my guild. And that damned Makarov, the shame he brought to me must be repaid with blood. When that brat came back and saw that his guild had disappeared, I didn't know what his expression would be.